And you don't want flea blocks.
Right.
Wonder how Leslie's Kudo is going on.
Oof. And
somebody just says on YouTube, HMS Lancaster was launched under Margaret Thatcher. Is that true?
I think so, but it was. Let me check.
I'm not sure that's the case.
She was launched under. She might have been launched. She was launched in 1990. Yes, under Margaret Thatcher. But it was Tony Blair who couldn't understand why she was named the way she was.
Because it was after.
Yes,
it was named. Yeah.
Yeah. He was wondering why she was named that particular name.
Right. Have you connected up Stream 4 yet?
Stream 4 should be now working. And in answer to how much has been raised so far, I have no idea. I think so far our largest donor is probably Jack Ray, who did 150 memberships.
Wow.
He did 150 memberships and turned up did 150 million live. But yeah, we are. I don't think we are anywhere near the £1,000 mark or anything like that at the moment. But we'll see what happens.
All right. You've reminded me I've not done my donation to this stream.
And there are, there's always. I never know because there are sometimes some people who donate by PayPal and those things, and I have to work it all out. Panda Monkey's all connected up, and everything's now working. If Mussolini died before he declared war, do you think a civil war would start? No. Ciano was officially his heir, but in nicest way, that isn't. I have a feeling that it rather than a civil war, because the armed forces technically owe their loyalty to King, it probably would be a nice little negotiation. Again, Hitler had got rid of the president and become the Führer, from Chancellor the Führer. Mussolini didn't dare try and get rid of the king.
Yeah, he was a dictator.
He was more a dictator than a dictator.
Yes, I was going to say, with the emphasis on the first part of the word.
Be back in a second. Sorry, medical emergency.
Okay. Zebedee has bitten Dr. Clare.
Hopefully not.
Yes, but when he went medical emergency, that seems to be the most logical thing to. As she was.
So that his sister has basically had a pile of containers and boxes fall on her again.
Yeah.
No. She was painting.
It
was the paint that fell on her.
Ah, right, okay. How are we doing on questions, by the way? We answered Stafford's, did we?
Yeah, we were about to do we were in the discussing, I think, finishing off Joel's question about Mussolini when Alex was called away. The next one is YouTube Minecraft. And there's another 7 or 8 after that, so we're not short of questions.
The RN built 4 Vanguards is where we were up to.
No, we've got YouTube Minecraft Watcher with the what if the panel's backyard shed suddenly turns into the entrance to an LGM-25C Titan II ICBM silo.
Ooh, there's enough space in there I could actually store all my sister and mother's stuff. And maybe even store some of my books. You never know. There's always a side chance. Sorry about that. Mum couldn't get out the chair. For some reason... Yeah, she tried to get into a sofa, and she tried to get down on the wrong side of the sofa, so she couldn't get up, because she couldn't leverage herself up, because her arm still hurt on one side, so I had to go pick her up.
when you said medical emergency, I had visions of a Dr. Karen with a corgi fight.
No, not that. The corgi's pretty good. The corgi will only go for you if you do one of two things. You get between him and his food, or you get between him and his food. In the nicest way, if you don't do that, you're fine. Just don't get between him and his food. And frankly, I don't understand the issue with that one. That one seems perfectly fine to me. I don't intend on getting between him and his food.
Why did he go for your feet?
Oh, the other night, I still think he saw food down there and decided he was going for the food, and it was Karen pulling away from the food, not my feet.
Okay.
And I went down there later and I did find a single biscuit. The trouble is, he is kind of food crazy. We do need to, but also he. How do I put this? They've had the walks I could give them in the mornings. My sister hasn't been able to give them evening walks for the last week. And so they've kind of been cooped up.
Getting a stir crazy.
Right. So,
Put a couple more questions up there. So,
okay. YouTube, and thank you for the donation, Steve. Stafford, if the RM built 4 Vanguards instead of just 1, would one of them still probably be around as museum ship today? I'd hope so, but I wouldn't guarantee it with the British government, but I'd hope so. One might have survived long enough. If there was 4,
I think it'd be unlikely, because when you think that the number of, I mean, you still had the Howe and Anson and Vanguard around in 59.
well, any scenario which they build 4, my view is they build 4 because there's a Russian battleship, and so they might well hang on to them for long enough for longer because there's a Russian battleship. Because you're opening, basically you're going, okay, we've got Anson and Howe, we've got Vanguard, we're building 3 more, so that means you've got enough Russian battleships that you feel the Royal Navy needs to maintain the capability to be able to have 2 available at any one time. So to me, that means the Russians have at least 4 battleships.
I mean, my think. I mean, I agree with you. It'd be lovely to have one, but I mean, it's just the fact that, you know.
Oh, I don't think they kept it around for the good of that. Yeah.
There was a tremendous request for HMS Ark Royal to be preserved as a museum ship when she was decommissioning.
Yeah, but
they went no.
I think the difference is, and please let me lay out the scenario. If you have 4, then you probably at some point you get rid of Anson and Howe, because they're the 2 which stick out. Then you get rid of 2 of the Vanguards, and 2 probably stay longer. If you think about it, if it happens over about every 15-year period, you probably end up with 2 and maybe 1 activated for the Falklands War, and then that's the one which stays, because by that point, if you consider by the 1980s, it's reached these were my grandfather's great-grandfather's ships, we will preserve them, and I am a grandparent myself, usually, by this point. If you think about that, that's usually the level at which you start to get preservation. If you consider when the preservations happen on other things, that's usually about the level when it sort of happens in the UK. So I think he would get one. That also would fit with just about the National Maritime Museum and those things being put together. So I think you probably end up with Warrior and a Vanguard and Victory and Mary Rose forming a quartet sitting in Portsmouth Harbour.
You were saying about the Russian battleship, the mystical Russian battleship.
Well,
has there ever been the case where somebody has said something is happening, and the Royal Navy start constructing of something.
Yeah.
And then find out it doesn't exist. Did they finish the ship, or
Yes.
do they?
They finished the ship.
Right.
Let's be honest. Gloire, when it was originally being proposed by the French, was going to be all singing, all dancing. The British had success. This is why the British have plans for the Warriors, that they can adapt them to 2-deck ships. Because if Gloire was anything like they were shouting it was going to be, you needed to have a 2-deck Warrior to outpower it. And then they actually managed to get a detailed intelligence briefing on it. And went, oh, okay. And they still built both Black Prince and Warrior, and they completely outclassed the Gloire by many, many miles, so much so that people forget the Gloire existed. Whereas, if Gloire had turned out like it was supposed to be, and like they thought it was going to be, then you would have had 2-decker Warrior, 2-decker Black Prince, and two sisters. Because the Royal Navy operates on a policy of it's not overkill, it's called enough firepower.
Well, as you continually say, warships is a capability at all times.
Yeah.
Anything less than that isn't.
Yeah. Now, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if in 1930 Mutsu suffered a detonation similar to that what happened later? Would they build from the cargo design, the battleship? I don't know if the cargo design fits within the tonnage limitations. I don't think it did, so I think they'd have to do a new design if they're going to keep within the treaty limitations.
They just say that they were.
Well, yes, but there's how do I put it? It's a design which the Royal Navy and American Navy already knew was going to be about 10,000 tons over. So if it comes in looking anything like the ship that it was originally designed to be, unless it's got they're going to be told unless it's got paper mache for armor, you've just been caught. And the thing was, everyone was allowed to cheat as long as no one got caught. You can cheat, you can't get caught. That's the golden rule. You can cheat, you can't get caught. Joel Frederick, after nuclear war is finished, was there a broken back attack plan, like all remaining conventional forces strike daring? No. I'm sure there were people who had such ideas of plans, but honestly, if you had any such forces available, you're going to be needing them for population control and population reconstruction, to be honest. That's going to be a big problem. Population reconstruction and helping out your public. You can't afford to waste forces on attacking an enemy who might already be dead, and you might just be frying yourself on their prepared defenses and their remaining radiation. It sounds like a really cool thing for a movie. It's not a really cool thing in real life. Stafford, from the sounds of things, Dragonfire has been stunning success. Are we witnessing the dawn of a direct energy weapons, and how likely is it an anti-ship variant within 8 years? Anti-ship variant within 8 years, I don't think so, because the sheer amount of power you need to cut through what is a ship versus to dazzle or destroy a drone is a very different wattage and a very different power density and a very different control amplitude. But longer term, maybe. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting system. To my mind, I'm gonna wait and see how many exactly are fitted. If 1 unit's fitted per ship, I'm gonna go, oh, it's a nice extra. If 2, all right, it's coverage. If 3, okay, this works and it's reliable. So that's what we're looking for. I would suggest early fittings will probably be a couple, 2 and 2 close-in weapon systems, so you have that sort of mutual coverage and backup, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what they do. We will see what they do. Joe Fredericks, do you think the People's Liberation Army Navy will ever name a carrier Taiwan as a signal move against the Republic of China? No, they'd probably call it Formosa. Or something like that. I doubt they would at the moment, but you never know. They might. I doubt they would go with a carrier. I think they're more likely to give them a destroyer if they do anything. Because if they name a carrier and it gets sunk, then that's going to be too much of a high-profile hit. Montana 67. What was the German response to the British 18-inch battleships and battlecruisers being planned? Cry. Oh no, it's draw up a load of paper plans which they know they can't build because they're not even building the generation of plans which the British 18-inch designs have been built to crush.
So basically, cry.
Yes. Seneca, what if the Royal Navy knew the treaties would come when they fought up the Queen Elizabeths? How different would the Queen and R class be, built for 20 years and such? Oh, they'd go, in the nicest way, they'd break molds. They'd go for triple turrets, they'd go for 28 knots, they'd do everything they could. If they knew that these are going to be the ships which are going to serve them for 20 years and are not going to be able to replace them, they build ships which are, they might even go for the 16.5-inch guns. That'd be a fun thing. You know, the Royal Navy's battleships, 12 16.5-inch guns, 28 knots. And they go, yes, we're now going to seal these ones for 20 years as the standard. Everyone knows going, ah. Everyone else is going, what? How the frigate do they do that?
It can't have been fun trying to challenge the Royal Navy at the height of their power.
No.
It really can't. It must have just been a never-ending series of somewhat painful. They've done what now? Oh, we're not going to be able to counter that one, are we? No, we're still busy countering the one 3 moves ago. How do they do this so quickly? Because they order more ships in a year than we do in a decade. Damn them!
But see, the thing is that literally was the secret to the success. It was quite simple, and it's, you know, it's basically the policy of if in doubt, we're ordering more ships.
Yes.
You know, it's when you sort of look at the Anglo-German naval rates and you go, hang on, the average the British ordered a year was 4 battleships. So that's the average they order a year. And some years they order 6 and other things. And you sit there and go, and they do it, and they don't even they're not even straining their industry at all.
Nope.
At the same point as they're doing this, yards are shutting down due to lack of work.
And they're building how many for foreign orders?
Yeah.
In 1922, when the Washington Navy Treaty is being negotiated, if Britain turns around and said, no,
Yeah.
we're going to just continue doing our thing because it's in our nation's best interest, despite the horrendous cost of the First World War, us going down this path actually causes more problems in the future, what do the other nations do?
Not a lot. Not a lot they can do.
Not all they can. It's basically America could go, well, we can keep doing this, but that's so long as Congress is prepared to pay for it, and that's running out, and they know it is. And France and Italy aren't in a much better position. There is discussions about whether America can withhold their debt. Well, they could do. They could do a debt strike on the British, but you can only do that once. You do that once, and then you've lost that tool forever, because that person either pays their debt back to you, defaults, or they do other nasty things to you. But if they pay you back the money to you, they're never taking another loan from you. And that's a very interesting scenario if that's the case. Because you've just weaponized a loan which was taken in good faith, and you've used it in what they would consider bad faith to interfere with. If Britain's gone, we can't do this because in our strategic, it goes against our strategic imperatives, and America goes, you have to do this, or we'll call in the debt. You've just basically said that you gave the debt not as a good business, but as something to hold over someone. Okay, well that's fine if that's what you did, but people don't tend to like that.
The thing was, I mean, at the end of the First World War, even though the amount of debt that Britain had accrued was incredibly large, it was nothing like that of the Second World War.
No.
It was something that the country could pay back, and was paying back quite quickly. Before the Wall Street crash. So, if America turned around and said, "Oh, okay, we want our money back," if Britain said, "No, go stuff yourself," there's not a lot they can do when they haven't got a navy that's big enough to fight ours.
Yeah.
Well, the other issue you have with that is there was kind of a semi-tacit thing that the German reparations weren't being paid, but they were going to be used to pay back debt and things, and that kind of suited. And so the Americans kind of got what they wanted from Versailles indirectly that way, which was a lesser penalty for the Germans rather than the French one. But if the Americans have done that, then you get the British and the French probably taking it out on the Germans, who were relying on who the US were investing heavily in. And so you just attack the US's investments that way.
Yep.
And suddenly they're not going to be very happy.
And realistically, for Britain, if they did go down that route, then both the Queens and the Isles come out as 28-knot ships. So you end up with, and probably, let's be honest, Argentine is not going to be much different to the rest, because if you're correspondent, so you could end up with as many as 12, and also, if they're already 28 knots, do you cancel them to build battle cruisers, or do you just accept them? So you could theoretically end up with the Royal Navy's battle fleet being a core of 14 28 knot, 12 16.5-inch gun battleships, and the Admiral class could well be built as battle cruiser variants of them, in which case you could end up with 28 of these things, because again, if they got 12 16.5-inch guns, then, and they are built in any way, shape or form battle cruisery after a fast battleship, so more a case of more Tiger-like than necessarily Invincible-like, then suddenly you end up with the Royal Navy having an incredibly powerful force of 18 vessels, each with 12 16.5-inch guns as their firepower, and all 28 knots or faster. And that's the Royal Navy's force into the interwar years, and basically they would, you probably end up with the government having to recognise that the Royal Navy's force was about, probably easily 45,000 tons each, which could be which would be probably new maximum displacement. I'm reckoning, the Royal Navy would have somewhere in the region of 810,000 to 900,000 tons of battleship allocated. If you really want to be scared, the Royal Navy managed to get 2 more ships out of this all. And that's just... Then the Americans are going, we're allowed the same tonnage of battleships as you are. Oh, good. What are yours again? 14-inch, 16-inch. Yeah. This is for them to top 16.5-inch. They'd have to go to an 18-inch design, so they have to skip 16 and go straight to 18. That's going to place a delay on their build. For the Germans, again, similarly, they have to. If the British have a 16.5-inch design, especially 12 16.5-inch guns, A, they've got to develop a gun. B, they've got to develop a turret. And C, they've got to build a ship, which is going to cost them much more than their ships could currently cost, and it's going to interfere in the budget with the negotiations with the army. So yeah, it's just going to massacre them.
They have to build the infrastructure for it as well first.
Mm-hmm. Seneca, what if the Royal Navy knew when they were designing Queen Elizabeth and R-Class that the treaties... Oh, we answered that one. Michael Cooch. Pre-Washington Treaty, the US has had enough compromising photos of key members of Congress to get them to spend dollars. What do they order? The treaty cancelled because they're never getting what they want if the treaty's in place. What they want is their battleships completed. They want their 16-inch battleships and their battle cruisers. They want the cornerstones of the fleets built. So they want the Colorados, they want the South Dakotas, and they want the Lexingtons built. It's just that simple, realistically. I'm trying to think of anything else. Anyone disagree with that one?
No, the treaties had the US in a particularly difficult position because they committed to enough stuff that they're sufficiently committed to it that they can't kind of back out, change them that much, unless they do. They did historically to the Lexington and Saratoga. But equally, pretty much all of those designs are not what certainly we, in retrospect, would say you want. Either the battle cruisers or the battleship.
In reality, they want both. They want it all.
Yeah,
they want it all.
But equally, if I got the option today, I'd say I don't want either. I want a fast battleship, not a slow battleship or a tin-clad battlecruiser.
They'd probably take the slow battleship over the tin-clad battlecruiser, but if they've got enough blackmail, they'll get both. Montana 67. If the United States ran out of state names for battleships using all 50, what was the plan for this after this eventuality? Emotions, like the Inspiration class.
I'd go state capital names.
It's where they start the carriers off. Montana 67. What if the British converted the hull... Well, no. If the British converted the 14 by 12, and for some reason that read as hull 14 by 12, I'm not sure why, just weird, the way it was looking at me. Agincourt into a battle cruiser, completely gutting the ship to get bigger barbettes and armour stays the exactly same for more dock armour. Why? Why would you do this? Why would you go to this expense and this stress? What is the value of this ship such that you are going to do this when you don't have to? It's just a question of why. I'm sort of mentally trying to think and picture, why would the reason I would do this much work? Anyone have any idea why you do this much work?
The only reason you do this much work is prestige, and there isn't that much prestige for the British for a single battleship.
There is no prestige in Nazarian, not at all.
S and Gs.
You might do it to wind up the French. That's the only reason I can think of.
Okay, that's the reason you and Foxo do everything. I swear that's the reason you two get out of bed in the morning. Dragon, are you there? We need you to discuss on this one. We need your consult.
It seems like a very good reason to get out of bed.
Okay, Stafford, the Doctor hops in a TARDIS. Oh, cool, I've got a TARDIS. And takes his plans back for the all-4 9.2-inch gun cruiser back to 1925. Does the cruiser limit get dropped from the treaties, and how elated is the RN for such a leap forward? Well, there isn't a cumulative lot, there's just an individual lot of 10,000 tons. So I want to take it back to 1925, but I want to take it back to about 1915. And I want to bash them over the head with it hard. And honestly, if I take it back to 1915 and I'm building it, then I am probably doing one more than just the 9.2-inch guns in the forward turrets. I'm probably building a 15 9.2-inch guns in the, with 9 in the three triples forward and 6 in two triples aft. Because let's be honest, if I have that in service in 1917, 1918, I'm going to be kicking behind. Especially if I can get a class of about 12 of them built.
And you're going to create major problems for Washington.
Oh, yeah. Because that thing will be 20,000 tons, I don't know if it is a day. It would be basically non-stop. It would be a case of, you are not going to win this.
So, you've reinvented the armoured cruiser.
Yes.
The heavy cruiser, whilst allowing yourself to quietly forget about the thingy-gobby, battle cruisers, brief, you know.
The Invincible class and the Indefatigable class, yes. Basically a case of, hello?
You've gone back to 1915. Are you going to be arguing for the Admiral class to be better?
Yes.
Would you argue for them to be better or to be aircraft carriers?
1915 better.
Say that, Paul. I was about to say that.
That might be better. I would argue for the Admirals to be aircraft carriers with deck-edge lifts and appropriate facilities, but I'd also argue for a fast battleship design to be built, which would have 16.5-inch guns.
Would you order 2 more renowns?
No.
Because you like them.
As much as I love them, no. I would be going, I want 12 to 15 of these cruisers. I want 5 Admiral class carriers, and I want 5 of these new capital ships. Because 5 means I usually have 2 operational.
That'd be a J-class style.
Broadly speaking. But mine would have, 12, 16.5-inch guns, and 30 knots of speed, and armoured, as a fast battleship can be. And basically you'll be going, so, let's write the treaty, shall we?
And I'm guessing your 9.2-inch cruisers are Tiger Cubs.
Yes, but slightly on steroids, because the original Tiger Cubs I talked about just had twin turrets. These have 5 triple turrets. 3 forward, 2 aft. 15 9.2-inch guns.
Yeah, always your solution. More DACA.
Well, in nicest way, if I can get it, I'll make the battleships into 16 16.5-inch guns. Just because then the US Navy will be looking at me going, "We hate you. You've got more guns than Texas." Yes. Yes, I have.
Would you be looking at a large amount of 3-inch quick-firing, high-angle mounted guns for anti-aircraft?
Yes, and a 5.5-inch dual purpose, and basically I want the 3-inch and the 5.5-inch guns to be dual purpose.
As you have a target, you should go back to the 1930s. Steal an aero engineer who basically builds you 2,000 horsepower radials for your aircraft for the carrier.
Possibly.
Oh,
and then, of course, I have to make sure an agreement is made that whilst before the RAF realises how big the carriers are going to be, that the Fleet Air Arm is fine to hand over all control of all aircraft apart from those which are going to be based aboard the aircraft carriers or ships at sea.
And flying boats.
Yes, and flying boats.
And Coastal Command.
I don't think I'll get full Coastal Command, but I think I can get the flying boats at Coastal Command. Unfortunately, the heavy bombers, they're not going to budge on, because if I try and go for those, they'll want it all. Whereas if I let them have their heavy bombers...
But Coastal Command can use the Sunderland flying boat.
Yes, that's the thing. As long as I make it so I'm allowed flying boats, I'm fine. So I'm allowed long-range maritime patrol and communication aircraft. That's what I will call them.
So you could have a Blackburn with a 2,000 horsepower radial engine with the best navigation equipment for any aerial navigator in the world.
Yeah, I could have a lot of fun. Honestly, I could probably have an Admiral completed in carrier configuration before 1917 is over, if I really wanted and really push for it. In which case, I could probably get the carrier strike to be launched on Wilhelmshaven before the end of World War One, and really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Especially, of course, if all my torpedoes had the fins and the tension wire, and they were dropped and ran true in the harbour and smacked into Wilhelmshaven, the ships.
That would solve any problem about people discussing what ships they get as reparations.
Yes, it would solve that problem. It would also solve the problem of who won the Battle of Jutland. Doesn't matter. I won the Battle of Wilhelmshaven.
If you time it right, you could hit the German fleet just on the eve of the German spring offensive, so that it just derails that.
Oh yeah.
Going back to 1915, you could get Beatty sacked or sent to the Mediterranean.
I could replace them myself if I wanted to.
And there's this young, I think he's a lieutenant commander at the time, who's rather good with signals.
Somerville.
Jimmy Somerville. Yeah.
I also know who I'm calling up for my chief of staff.
Surely,
a young commander called Henderson. Hello. Yeah, I need to borrow you.
I need to bother you, and let me just drop a few thoughts into your head for the coming time.
Yeah.
As well as, I mean, you wouldn't have to move BT as long as you insisted that the Admiralty set up a system where they sorted out the flag command of the Admiral so that it was well balanced, efficient, and working well.
Yeah, that would be taking longer than it would to get rid of Beatty. Getting rid of Beatty is surprisingly easy if you have the information about him that we have today.
We could always have a car accident anyway.
Yeah, be laid up for weeks.
If
Dragon is still
you can
not here.
explain
Don't
to the
worry,
Admiralty
mate.
he's very good in he's very good in the Mediterranean because we need somebody to deal with the French and the Italians. We need a diplomat.
Yes, I was going to suggest that. I was also going to suggest that seeing as he needed to convalesce after his terrible, unfortunate accident, C&C of the Mediterranean Fleet would give him time to convalesce. And it's, of course, it is often the shining beacon to going on to becoming a far more senior rank in the Royal Navy.
Then make him an Admiral to Yellow.
It's just that in his case, it sadly won't take him on to more senior command in the Royal Navy. He will instead, for his success there, be promoted to the House of Lords, where he can quietly get on with being a Navy advocate without interfering with things.
The thing is I can see Admiral Beatty becoming an idiot and becoming an MP.
No. If you put him in the House of Lords, put him in the House of Lords, he doesn't become an MP.
He can't become an MP.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to relinquish his lordship's title.
No.
Yeah, he'd be more impressed with a lordship's title. You're right about it.
And having Lord Beatty attend the Washington Naval Treaty when
No.
turned around and explain to them that no, you can't have these things because this is what our fleet size is at the moment, and we have plans for the next 10 years.
Well, no, the thing is they'd already be built, so they'd have to be a case of, well, yeah, we're not getting rid of any of these new ships, so you have to factor it in.
If you want.
So basically we end up with 900,000 tons allocated of capital ships construction, 45,000 ton ships. Okay, thank you very much. And under that circumstance, probably you basically turn around and go, right then, I will be very kind to you. Very, very kind to you. Okay, I will take 225,000 tons or 240,000 tons of carrier at 6 40,000 ton carriers for that scenario. But I also need to have, and this is the important things, I need to have light carriers of 20,000 tons. So I also need 240,000 tons of those. So I need 12 light carriers of 20,000 tons and 6 fleet carriers of 40,000 tons. So I will accept 480,000 tons of carriers and 900,000 tons of capital ships.
And the cruiser limit is 20,000 tons and 10-inch guns.
Yes, because as you can see, I've got these rather large 15 9.2-inch gun cruisers as my core cruiser force.
Would you go as high as 11-inch? Would you go as high as 11-inch?
No, that might let the Germans in.
Wouldn't you just say that the limit is 9.2?
No, the limit will be 10 because it's a terrible gun size, and the Americans and Japanese will adopt it and have a nightmare.
Oh, okay, right, okay.
In the nicest way, they will drop 10, and they will find out their gun is barely any more shell has barely any more weight than mine has at 9.2, but they have about half my rate of fire per gun.
There is logic.
I will let them have 10-inch guns, and then I will laugh at them having 10-inch guns. Because I am cruel like that. And I admit this. I am cruel.
So, would you allow for any additional development along the lines of increased weight due to radar, Aztec.
Initially, in the Washington Treaty, no. We'll see what happens in the London Treaty. But in the Washington Treaty, if I got 20,000 ton limit, and honestly, I'll probably already have ASDIC, because that'll be one of the first things I'll push forward the development and deployment of. So that's getting rapidly deployed in 1915. So by the time the submarines start thinking they're having a happy time, they're going to be running into ASDIC pickets.
ASDIC pickets and convoys.
Oh yes, and convoys. And a load of sloops. I mean, I'm going to find out whatever the order is for Flower class, and I'm going to double it.
Don't forget the Canadian.
Would you?
Far Eastern.
I will order them from American yards. I will order them from Canadian yards. I will order them. Nice way. I will order so many from American yards that when they want to order their destroyers, when they finally join World War One, they won't find a single yard space to build them in.
But don't order them from the Japanese because you don't want them learning about the idea of anti-submarine warfare.
I'll order it from them. Again, I'm happy to order it from them. I'm happy for them to learn what I'm thinking about anti-submarine warfare now. What I'm thinking about it now. Not what it's going to be by the time I'm finished.
How long until you...
When you order the hull, you don't have to have it fitted with the ASDIC.
No.
You just have the space where the ASDIC would go.
Yes.
And say, well, this is our lowest drainage point for the bilge pumps.
No, it's the spotting dome for where you have a lookout to look for the submarines.
No. You're always saying the easiest thing to say it is. Say what it is. Say nothing. The easiest option is to just say, build this ship exactly as specified. But what about its hull? You have no need to know that. Nothing you need to worry about. Thank you. Bye.
Just weld a patch over it and deliver ship to Singapore, please.
Yep.
That's beyond your pay grade.
No, that's a dead giveaway if you say that to someone that's on their pay grade. No. Just say no. You don't need to worry about that. It's just it's nothing you need to worry about. It's to do with our engines.
Would you in
your
treaty?
Boiler.
Go on, Dan. You were going to say something. I'd started as well.
Oh, sorry. I'm going for my walk on my treadmill, which is also why I'm muting and unmuting, because I imagine there's some noise bleeding through. But it's if anyone asks, it's something we've discovered is useful for maintenance in the North Sea, and it just helps to give the structure a bit more oomph for tolerating it. But it's very much just something we really see in the North Sea. We haven't needed it anywhere else, so the rest of you don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, you just don't mention what it is for. You just don't mention it at all. Get them to build it.
I was going to say, in your subsequent treaty, would you attempt to limit the size of submarine, not the fact that people can have them?
I would certainly be tempted to try.
You don't say, oh, you don't need submarines. Coastal submarines and harbour submarines, we can understand. We think actually they're a really good idea. Honest. Even though that they're so small they're almost useless. But you then basically say, oh, we're going to limit submarines to 800,000 tons. What do you think?
Washington Treaty, I wouldn't limit to 800,000 tons. That's far too massive cumulative amount.
I said 800. I said 800 to 8,000 tons for the size of individual.
I heard 800,000 tons and went.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
So, no, my fault. I'm just sucking on a piece of chocolate. Apologies.
Don't worry. Yeah, that would be fine. That would cause mild consternation for some, but it would be doable. It would certainly be interesting how they would approach it, but it's doable.
It would stop the French going down the Surcouf black hole.
You don't tell them about our T-class stuff, son.
Well, that's why I said 800 to 8,000 tons, because T-Glass are officially a 1,000-ton submarine.
No, it will be interesting, certainly.
I now have visions of the 8,000-ton cruiser submarine.
With 14-inch guns.
Yes, it's made by Vickers at Barrow. How did you guess?
Now, in the nicest way, all my capital ships are going to have 16.5-inch guns. 16.5-inch 50s. There's going to be people looking at my ships and going, frigate? Frigate. Yeah. Montana, what if Hood takes the hit they would have sunk it, and the tanks, I presume, tanks the Hood, the hit that would have sunk it, and the shell ends up being a dud? Then the fight carries on, and Bismarck has to deal with Prince of Wales getting increasingly accurate, and Hood also bearing down and firing its guns and causing hits. So, yeah, it's not particularly nice for them. Not particularly nice at all.
It's rapidly closing to the point where she's no longer got quite that level of vulnerability.
Yeah.
And should have got to the stage where she can have all 8 guns bearing rather than just the 2 forward.
Yep. And if you've got if you can slap Prince Eugen around a bit more, then you can call in your 8-inch cruisers to possibly finish her off, and then start bothering the Bismarck from another angle.
Yeah. And the thing is, they are driving closer, which means they're getting more and more damage, more and more penetration. The Azores Archipelago aren't covered as much as they are and retain the whole landmass. How strategic would they be, and how large of a naval base would the Iron build securing the Atlantic and the Med? Well, technically they traditionally belong to Portugal, which has traditionally been its ally. But saying that, the Azores are sexy as anything, and so, in the nicest way, if they were bigger and more attractive, the Royal Navy might have succumbed to lust. In one of the moments when Portugal was sadly occupied by the Spanish. They might have succumbed to it and just gone, sorry, we'll return it at some point in the future. And have never got round to it. The base would be suitably massive, though. What do we think?
Take it on a 199-year lease.
Okay, given the choice, Alex, of all the positions,
we're friends with Portugal.
If you had
499 years.
If you had six locations to choose from,
yeah,
what would you choose? I know Singapore would be one, and Gibraltar would be the other one. But which of the 4 would you choose?
For what?
For these fortified naval bases, because we got fortified Singapore and we got a fortified Gibraltar.
Oh, Falklands, because that controls the South Atlantic route into the Pacific. Probably pick one of the islands in the Caribbean to watch the Panama Canal. I'm trying to remember which is the most easily fortifiable and best geographically from the point of view of geographical tectonic disturbances.
Possibly Trinidad, possibly Vincent's quite good, Barbados is nice.
I'd just secure Jamaica, but there you go.
No, Jamaica's tectonic.
Yeah, Jamaica's got issues. I would go probably Trinidad.
The whole of that area is tectonic. All those islands.
Yes, but
I was just thinking Jamaica because it's in the middle of it rather than on the edge of it.
Well, that's the thing. You want something on the edge of it because otherwise your ships have to go into the middle of it to get to it and get out.
Oh, okay. All right.
If it's on the middle of it,
it's your choice. Remember.
Yeah. If it's on the middle, if it's in the middle, if I explain why it's sort of thing is, if it's in the middle of it, your ships have to go in and out to get there. So that means they have limited access points. So that means someone can put submarines around it more easily and watch it. Whereas if it's at the other edges and it's got wider expanse to go for, it's more difficult for them to set up and watch with submarines, basically.
That's fair. So you've chosen one of the islands in the Caribbean. You've chosen the Falklands.
Yeah.
The other two. What would they be?
We've got Singapore and Gibraltar.
Yeah, so that's 4.
And I need my 5th one.
Malta?
Halifax or Newfoundland?
I probably want to go for the trade route, so I'd probably go for the Chagos Islands, actually. Because if I fortify them, I have the Indian Ocean. Then I have a string of pearls, because then I have Singapore, Chagos, and Gibraltar. So that's Mediterranean, Indian, and Far East covered. And bases. I have another base into the... I have also both routes covered into the Atlantic, so I have controlled the Atlantic completely sewn up. All the 3 main routes into the Atlantic are control. I have a presence on, and I have a route going out to the Far East with 5 bases.
Because I was thinking you might.
I don't want to fortify Alexandria because that's a land base in Egypt. Egypt's there.
Yeah. I was thinking somewhere like Guam before the Americans get their hands on it.
No, it's too big. You can't. And that's why you want to populate. Don't want something that's such a massive population. You're going to have to sustain it, and also you're going to have to fortify a large area.
Okay.
You want something you have already a population you can use that you can fortify, but also that you don't have to fortify too much. And the thing about the Chagos Islands is it's absolutely in the middle of the Indian Ocean. And it's tiny, so it's difficult for people to get to. So if you fortify,
it's got a nice lagoon.
Yeah, your fortifications.
And it's got a nice lagoon in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Would you use Ascension Island still?
As a sort of picket base, yes, but not as the major fortified base. I'd have the major fortified base, and then I have about a dozen other bases I use as facilities. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The trouble with Ascension versus Falklands is Ascension's water supply is always a difficult issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of the reasons why the airport manager at Ascension was so important to the Falklands War, and why he kept sending people home. He'd get a whole load of looky-loos and he'd send them home. And the trouble is, occasionally he sent home people who were actually useful, and they had to come back again. But basically, he had a strict policy that if you were looky-loo and he saw you sitting around there doing nothing for 2 days in a row, he kicked you.
Yeah. I mean, of all the places there, you basically have named the places that are in the British Empire.
Yes.
Apart from one.
Yeah. Which one is?
Which means that actually, which is, I think you did because you named because weren't you discussing Madeira?
I didn't really discuss Madeira, but I didn't really go there because it didn't make my 5, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay.
It would make my extra bases, but it wouldn't make my 5. It's kind of like Malta. Malta's lovely, but if I have to pick between Malta and Gibraltar, I'll pick Gibraltar every time.
Because Malta has this population on it, which is problematic, as you just described, because it causes a drain on resources and you have to supply it.
And also, Gibraltar controls the entrance and exit to the Mediterranean. Malta is stuck in the Mediterranean. Mediterranean. One can be cut off. One is very difficult to cut off.
Yeah, it is the RAF's unsinkable aircraft carrier in the middle of the Med, though.
It is.
If they bother to station anything there.
Yes.
Which, as with Malaya, they don't bother doing.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. Now we get into Dan's favourite. One of Dan's favourite hobbies is where some of the blooming Spitfires should have been sent at certain points in World War II.
Dan's favourite hobby.
Yes.
Not just Spitfires. I mean, you could even send Hurricanes to some of them.
No, they did. The problem was they sent relatively early Hurricanes that were not competitive by the time they were facing peer enemies.
Hurricane 1s were favourites.
I meant sending the, sort of... The
4s?
Yeah, the 4s or the 5s or whatever it was. They only ever got as far as 4, really. 4, yeah. So the Hurricane 4 the one that was around Battle of Britain, post Battle of Britain, when it was still a just about viable aircraft.
So it's useful because it's rugged and you can deploy it to lots of places. It's not so useful as an air-to-air combat, particularly as a kind of interceptor or counter-interceptor. Is the problem with it. So you're better off.
Sorry, go on.
That's why you want something that can climb. And the reality is, they were, rather than kind of resting on hypotheticals, they were wasting Spitfires over France on these offensive patrols. So all you are doing is redirecting some of those and their pilots. You're not having to change anything else that anyone is doing.
Basically, Douglas Bader and his big wing project going, I want glory.
Yeah.
I know he might have been a relative, but my mother having met him, he was a tool.
My father said he was a complete and utter, and I can't repeat on here what he said.
Yeah, that's basically what my mum said.
No, I think the Hurricane 4, as a forward-based aircraft in Malaya, would be good, because then the Spitfires could be based on a metallized runway around Singapore, which is ideal for them, because they don't like. They're not that keen on grass runways, even though they use them. They much prefer a
tarmac, yeah.
Well,
because basically Spitfire is a racing plane given guns.
Yeah. I mean, what I would probably do is, so the Hurricanes, the issue is it's their time to altitude. That's why they struggle with some of the climbs. So Malta, they don't work well at, because you have a very short response time. But but in Malaya, you should be able to manage that, because you should be able to get the warning of Japanese air attack. So you can use them there. You can use them in Egypt, and they can possibly.
Sorry,
it's really just Malta. You can't use them. I think.
Yeah.
They just don't work as the short range interceptors, because they're. It's the time to altitude.
Yep.
Yeah, the rate of climb is rubbish.
Yeah.
Would they?
And this is the...
in Malaya, would a cap type system work? As if if it was run as the Royal Navy would do, where you have, a couple of aircraft up covering. So seeing, maybe landing craft coming in, trying to go past you. Is that a feasible thing? With that, I don't know whether the RAF would go with that, but.
I would be more. So it's more that, because you've got at least some sort of radar and fighter control, let's say in places like Singapore, or available in pretty much all the other places, you're not looking at what you're not looking at having to do then is what you had to do over southern England in 11 Group, or on Malta, which is to climb like crazy in a very, very limited amount of time. That is the key restriction, and that's the thing you want to be avoiding, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand what you. So the fact that you've got an early warning over the northern Malaya of Japanese coming in means you can actually get your aircraft up in the air in time to intercept.
Yeah.
To an extent. But also, you have to remember with... Thank you. With some of the stuff we're talking about, one of the things you're going to see is if the RAF are deployed in greater strength in Malaya, then the army's going to have to deploy itself in greater strength around their airfields to protect them. And that's almost a bit of a problem because of the penny packet airfields they did set up. But there again, it's also going to mean that it's going to be far harder to do problems with, do things against how do I put it politely? It's going to be far harder for the IJN to hunt down the air groups and annihilate them because they're going to be dispersed more.
Yeah, I mean, I think it changes the problem, and the thing is, the Japanese with Malaya, as with the Germans in Crete, that it feels like they were very, very lucky.
Yeah,
that they rolled a lot of, let's say, sixes on a D6 or something. So I think saying they rolled a whole load of natural 20s is a bit far. I don't think it was that bad, but it so happened the British deployment worked for the way that they had developed stuff, and yes, they had been informed by intelligence as to what to do, but at the same time, there's different ways of doing that, and they happened to pick the right ones.
Yeah.
I think having the fact that they were wresting troops from North Africa as to a degree wasn't the problem. It was the officers in command of them. They needed a leader who could see the strategic problem and manage it in a way that meant that even if the Japanese got as far as Singapore, by the time they got to Singapore, they would have no food or water. And they'd be basically dying on their feet, which they virtually were. It's just that they just surrendered too quickly.
What they needed to do, arguably, and this is going to sound terrible, is they needed someone who would actually command and make a decision rather than write a paper about things. He was a very good staff officer. He was not a very good commander. He needed someone above him. I think he would have actually been better if he'd had... This is the thing, is I did the whole thing of if Twit was deployed, okay? If Twit was deployed as Commander-in-Chief, he'd actually been a good Land Forces commander then, with Twit as his senior officer, because you know what he'd have done? He'd have gone to Twit and gone, these are my options, I've written up these plans, and Twit would have gone, pick that one.
That one.
And he'd gone, which one? He wouldn't have even asked him, why did you pick it? And Twit would have never had the heart to tell him, the reason I picked it was, I did eeny, meeny, miny, mo in my head, and that was the one that got Mo.
So the other option I sometimes thought about, because I think a reasonable chunk of the blame for that sort of thing lands with Brooke Popham.
Yes, it does.
Because he was too far out of the military. And he'd been governor in Kenya before he went there, where his job was to basically keep the farms and things productive, and to keep the settlers and the native and the indigenous population from killing each other.
Yep.
Which was kind of the situation in Malaya as it stood, but was not what they needed in there. And what they needed was somebody more ruthless. The person who seems completely logical to me, because he was removed from his post almost exactly the same moment Brooke Popham was appointed, is Dowding. So put Dowding in charge instead of Brooke
Dowding
Popham.
would have been first rate, though.
Yes. And let him take Keith Park with him if you're not going to send Keith Park to Malta, which is what I'd do. Straight off.
Yeah.
So it's like, fine, you can get rid of them both, which appeases the political stuff in the Air Ministry, but you're going to make better use of them than you did historically, whilst they're still both on their A game.
The thing is, I mean, my godfather was captured and held in Shanghai jail for a big chunk of the war, and apart from the fact that he hated Japanese or anything that was Japanese made,
Fair enough.
he always said, when I asked about what happened before he said nobody was given direct instructions on what to do, and we had plans to do this or plans to do that or plans to do the other, and when it came down to it, he decided on something completely different which went against everything that they'd been training to do. I think that's one of the biggest problems, was that the average soldier had been training to defend this section or to fight in this area, and that didn't happen.
Yeah.
And then the next thing was like, oh, we're surrendering because we don't want to lose these civilians.
Well, I to be honest, I'd rather get a sense that they
were bamboozled themselves into surrendering. They really did.
It's almost not even that. It's almost more that the trying to think how to raise something so I get my meaning across properly. It was neither fish nor fowl. They were neither properly training people to send them to the to send them to the Middle East, nor were they preparing them to fight where they were in the Far East. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Criticism? That it was kind of...
I mean, my Uncle Rod went out there as part of the reinforcements for Singapore, and on the ship, as they were going out, they had a model of Singapore and how they were going to be positioned, what their job was to do and everything like that. When they got there, those plans were basically, oh no, we're not doing that, we're doing this now. And he reckons if they'd have done what they'd planned on the ship, then Singapore would never have fallen. Whether that's just an age thing, because I mean he was in his 80s when I spoke to him about it.
Honestly, the problem with anything they came up with on the ship was that they didn't know what the scenario was on the ground.
Yes, but this was like a month and a half before they got there. A month and a half before Singapore was even remotely close to being surrounded.
Oh, at that stage, I was thinking of the 18th.
Oh no, he was one of the first lot that went out there as because they were fully acclimatized and everything, and thought that the defensive positioning that they had around the reservoir was as good as you could get without having bulldozers available.
Yes, the question then becomes, why didn't they have bulldozers available?
Yeah, but I mean, sort of, you could say that about many situations, but they could dig in well enough and fortify positions so that it would have been incredibly difficult for the Japanese to take that objective. And they had a narrow causeway to cross over to get to the island.
Yes. Oh, yeah. It was.
It was incredibly easy to defend unless you were a complete and utter numpty, from what he implied. I don't know. I mean, it was in the 1985 when I spoke to him, so it's a while ago now.
I think there's probably. I don't. I've not thought. If I'm just being completely honest, I've not thought about it from that kind of starting point, because the idea at that stage, I think, was still that the idea of defending it was still fairly.
Yeah, defense in depth.
Yeah, and there was
moving up. But the problem was they wouldn't clear firing lines within the rubber plantations.
Yes, that was the kind of thing that was the problem, and they wouldn't. And there were various other things they wouldn't, and they didn't want to be digging defensive positions in Singapore and in other places in case it was bad for morale. I have to say, is a thing which people keep on trotting out at various points, and which always strikes me as ridiculous. Because if anyone asks, you just say it's a training exercise. If you're digging the stuff in, and people go, "Oh no, it's so terrible they're doing."
From what Rod was saying was that they were, when they first landed there, they were given 2 days to basically get used to the heat and humidity, and then they were training on around the reservoir. Now, it was classified as training, acclimatization for. So I don't see how anybody can turn around and say, "Oh well, we weren't doing this because we didn't want to upset the natives." They were doing it anyway as part of their training. The fact that they were doing it in such a way that it would have been functionally good if they'd have followed up with what was planned it's just that was, I mean, just going by what he was saying, it seems like that the people at the top who made the decisions were thinking more about the what you'd call nowadays collateral damage, the fact that there were too many civilians here to die, and it'd be better to surrender, and the Japanese will treat them well.
No, I don't.
Quite the way it happened, but
I don't know that it was even that. I think it was more they. I don't want to say that. So they let the letting the Japanese onto Singapore Island. That was the catastrophe, and what really they needed to not have let happen. Once that had happened, it's much harder to kind of dislodge them, defeat them, whatever. And so there should have been more of an emphasis of going forward. And that was where there was this apparent fear of disrupting the productivity of the rubber plantations over the defense of the whole place at all, or completely. And I think the people who got sent out there were, a lot of them were B team, frankly, and they didn't grasp the threat from the Japanese as being as proximate as it was. They weren't idiots. They weren't bad, or they weren't bad people, but I think they didn't realize how big the threat from Japan was and how quickly it could come upon them.
I think that's the trouble. It's how quickly the threat can come upon them that they can really misunderstand it, misunderestimate.
Yeah, whereas honestly, I would say you could reasonably have predicted quite a few of these things from quite a bit earlier. So for instance, as soon as you had the French Indochina being invaded by the Japanese, and then you had the Japanese brokering the peace between them and the Thais in the Franco-Thai War, at that point, that to me is when the threat from
just a quick second, I think there's something in the chat. When Drac is free, that's when he and I are going to sit down and do them together.
Yeah, to me, that is when the threat of multi-point attack on Malaya becomes very high, do we say?
Yep.
And that's the point when they needed to be going, okay,
sugar.
Yes, and I don't really care how they get to that point. They need to get to that point in their thinking a good chunk earlier and be thinking of themselves as a front line and not a rear area.
I think also there's an element of the colonial British attitude to people from other countries. So the fact that Japanese people look different meant that, a little bit like the American attitude that they're inferior to Americans. I mean, it existed then.
It did.
I think that it was a major shock to some people.
Yeah, I'm never 100% sure how much that affected people's thinking, only because I don't know to what extent the people whose thinking actually mattered at all thought it. So I think there were what we will politely describe as unthinking racists. I think that's a suitable description. So they didn't think through what the implications were or anything else, or any evidence around what their thinking was, but they held those thoughts and beliefs. But I don't know to what extent the more capable military leadership thought that. Again, this is I don't know, not I am saying they did, they didn't, whatever. So I think some people knew to worry about the Japanese, and you can see that in their reporting. but other people may well not have done. But their thoughts tend to be more the ones that you get in the press and then in the popular history as a way of excusing what happened after the fact. But I don't know what influence it actually had at the time, because I don't know how influential any of those people were, because, yeah. If you read the current press, I suspect you could get some very interesting ideas about all kinds of things, but the question, and it's not a question of whether anyone believes that or not, it's a question of whether anyone whose opinion actually carries any weight in major decision making is of that opinion. And that was
it's a thing of, I don't watch the news as such. I hear it on the radio. But I mean, some of the situations in England where they are taking flags down because of it's considered to be racist and everything. And I'm thinking, God, if they did that here, said you had to take Gorge down, you'd have a huge problem, because it's considered. I mean, I honestly don't see why.
I think it's like a lot of things. If you allow the symbols to be captured by the racist, then it's on you, because you've let the racist capture it. It's one of those things of, almost like, personally, I don't mind.
If the flags are outside your town hall.
Yeah.
If you've got the Union flag outside the town hall, and that is showing your loyalty to the crown.
Yes.
But the issue is that so, having seen a load of the flags going up, and hence being slightly worried about the intent, seeing a whole load of Union Jack being hung from lampposts at random around areas where there is the potential for kind of racial tension, I'm more suspicious about, and kind of less sympathetic to ascribing it to being harmless fun.
Yes, I think the problem is as Alex says, is that it's allowing the flag or flags to be,
because I won't say
by an extreme group who are very anti another group.
What I found funny was one of the stories I found funny was a friend of mine who is let's say they used to serve in the British Army, and they come from a very special place where they get recruited from to the British Army, and they live in an area where there's a lot of them, and they decided that what they were going to do is they put the flags up themselves. They put the flags up because they didn't want to put up improperly. I hung not the right way up.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had a very interesting conversation with a council officer, because they didn't have anyone else come around, but they had a council officer come around to apologise that people have been there and dangled them up, and they'd get them down before they offended them. And then the council officer suddenly found themselves dealing with a whole load of British Army veterans for whom it wasn't that way. And I just feel sorry for that poor council officer who came around, obviously well-meaning, thinking it was one way, and then found out it was completely the opposite, and was going, so you mean you are the ones who I have just been saying I'm going to fine and put in jail for doing this and threatening you? Okay, I'm going to leave here now, and I will come back. I will be in contact with you in due course. That was not a fun conversation, I can imagine.
I may end up mislaying certain bits of documentation which might have all of your details for the issuance of the fines.
Yes, in fact, I will positively forget all those details. Now, please let me get to my car. In one piece.
I'm slightly worried. One of you, the smile started to twitch, and that scared me. Please keep smiling. Keep smiling. Yes, thank you. It makes me slightly less scared.
The smile makes me more worried. But no, it was
painting of red crosses on roundabouts, I think, is being very provocative.
Yeah, I was having
unnecessary.
I ended up having a conversation with a friend, and my friend's literally response was, "Yes, what the community should do is take back the flag. If we hang up the flag ourselves, then watch them come, because we have said it's our flag too."
Yep.
And I went, yes, but in nicest way, the person who tries to take your flag off you might not be, will probably not be having that conversation again until they get to the pearly gates, if they're lucky enough to get there.
A, they won't get there, and B,
no. Yeah. The discussion was whether or not they'd suffer enough in this life that they'd actually would get there. That was the honest conversation. Will they suffer enough in this life that they get there?
Okay, that has potential. Because I have a large population of such people near me.
Yes, and it's a case of... It was something which, when I heard it, I went, yeah, that's exactly the right thing you do. You go, look, in a nice way, no, it's ours. And it's going to be hung properly. Because the thing that distressed them most was the number of times they'd seen him put on the poles upside down and hung incorrectly.
Yes, but Kate Pryor has a good story about discovering that at Camp Bastion.
Yes. Obviously, it hadn't been done by this unit, because if it had been...
Yeah. We're getting pinged by Glyn in the chat, in a separate WhatsApp chat.
Would you like to join us?
Why don't I ask him instead of...
That sounds more sensible than anything else. Anyone want a Medway fort?
Why, is there one for sale?
Apparently. I'm not sure I would want one, mainly because...
Just imagine the commute.
Yeah. And I know the hospitals in the area, and I know the commute to get to where I'm currently working or anywhere else I'd be prepared to work. No comment.
Imagine how damp they would be. Next question from...
Thanks for reading that out, Paul, because currently I'm trying to... someone sent through a super chat asking for a design to be tested, and I went, okay, I'll give it a go.
Yes. Yeah, so there's the super chat thing. The next one is by... come on, brain, work. By Stafford. What if 4 flights of Tempest were sent to Malta? How would that affect the fighting in the Med?
Well, if they arrive, basically in 1940, and they're 4 Tempest, 4 flights, did you say, of Tempest?
Yeah.
So
I assume that he means squadrons.
4 squadrons. Well, 4 squadrons is if you put 4 squadrons and spare parts of Tempest there, then Lord help the Italians.
And the Luftwaffe when they turn up.
I think I've got some of the balance off on this one, but I'll get it sorted in a
David
second.
Goulding's was the Tiber Cub one. What's that?
Yeah, I'm just doing that now.
Yep, I'm just going to do the next. See if there's another next. I'm sure that there was.
And that's why Tempest would just be a nightmare at Malta. They would literally cause. They're so very powerful aircraft.
Mm.
Not very good high up.
That's all right.
The ground attack aircraft, but they'd be excellent for taking out shipping.
I think they were fine up to medium heights, weren't they?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, but they weren't good up to BF 109 height.
They were normally only at like 20,000, I think.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think their ceiling, effective working ceiling, was about 15,000.
Really?
Yeah, they preferred. They were medium to low level of flight.
I thought medium at that sort of by that sort of stage included sort of up to sort of 20 or so. It's that they couldn't go the kind of.
I thought medium was 15, but I could be wrong.
No, I think it shifted through. It shifted over the course of the war, and I think that by the time you've got the Tempest and you're doing that you've got things like the B-17s going across and needing the Mustangs for escort, which are set for the high altitude, and that's where you start doing the low altitude. And for some aircraft, at least, they would play into that with the kind of the superchargers and things being specifically rated for that rather than anything else, and so you end up kind of creating it, and rather than aiming, whereas you could aim for a more generalist thing probably and be fine up to 25,000, but you might not be optimized for it.
I'm going to move the question on to the next one because Brandon Larson has done a redo of his question.
Design is that it's an upgraded, effectively Hurricane style design team that have put it together. So it still doesn't have the rate of climb that a Spitfire or a Mustang has. Which is why it was classified as like medium to low level ground attack, effectively. But yeah, they would have made a significant difference. So, Brandon Larson, what if the major powers in World War II swapped navies so that the US and Japan swap, Italy and France swap, Germany and the USSR swap, the Royal Navy gets the entire World War I Navy fleet back?
As an addition to it, Paul, I've brought it up. He wants the Royal Navy to have both the Grand Fleet and the World War II Navy at the same time.
For the Royal Navy?
Yeah.
Lord help everyone else.
I mean, the Germans have taken a big dip. Italians versus French is a little bit of a waft. Italians and Japanese is very unfair to the Americans. It is another weird one. I don't know which way that goes.
If the Americans are designing carriers, so the
Swarm
Swarm
and US dropping, it would depend at what point in the war. Because by the end of the war, the Americans are producing so much stuff compared to what Japan is able to produce. If they swapped then America would be in a significantly difficult place for a while until it could start building ships again. Assuming that it could within the swap scenario.
Well, is this pre or post Essex swarm?
I think it's got to. So my thinking with it sort of went with it being a I don't know.
I mean, if you said 1942,
Then that's post Essex swarm.
The Battle of Coral Sea.
No. Essex swarm don't come along. Yeah, they're not.
But they're ordered.
They're ordered, but they're not.
They're in construction.
But they're not even in the water yet.
Yeah,
no, but they're in construction.
If you go for 1942 as the swap, then
I think the rule is they have to be launched. I think that's what we applied, don't we?
Okay.
I'm just thinking that
that's what we apply. That's specified differently by the person setting the question. That's what we apply.
Yeah. But if I mean, it says if the powers in World War II swap navies, it doesn't say when in World War II. So it could be at the beginning of World War II. It could be midway.
If they don't say we take the beginning of World War II to the date of the initial starting dates, and that's the interesting thing because I don't think you ever get America sort of having to build sort of swap it has because. If you've got that much firepower turning up in 1939, the German coast is being patrolled, and the because it's not just it's the submarines as well, and it's all the cruisers, and it's all the capital ships and those things. So next way, you imagine the Norway campaign in this scenario. What the British are turning up?
Yeah, they've got the entire World War I fleet.
Yeah,
That's an awful lot of ships.
Just a few.
The problem is US and Japan because their war doesn't start until December 41.
Well, you could if you're calling it kind of a war in, say, the Far East, then it started in, 1937?
That creates a few problems then for the Japanese.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. Could I not have that evil smile on my face?
When I go for the Chinese as well. I mean, for the Americans.
It makes life interesting.
The Japanese would have one more carrier, I think.
I think maybe.
Potentially, yes. They get an extra Hosho, I suppose. It's the first carrier to built, so yeah, they get that.
In all honesty, I mean, Germany loses out the most. Italy and France are much of a muchness. It depends on what happens to France. And
See, the unknown thing is
the US are still going to beat Japan over the long run because of their capacity.
Yeah.
No.
The trick, I think, to warfighting seems to be to have
endless money.
For the Axis powers, you need to make the enemy think they are beaten before they realise that you can't sustain this for very long.
Yep.
Or not start the war until you've got sufficient equipment to actually do what you intend to do in the first place.
They can't really achieve that.
That's Hitler had said to his generals and to the Navy and that boy that he wasn't going to start a war until 41-2 time. And then decided some reason that he was going to, having got away with taking over various parts and having a good example being the neutral buffer area between Germany and France, and Britain and France doing absolutely nothing about it when the Germans walked in again. That emboldened him. But why he would go for Poland quite as early when they hadn't mechanized stormtrooping systems, but everything else was horse-drawn or foot-drawn, foot-slogged. It's not an efficient way to cover a very large amount of area that he wanted to take. It needed to be built up for a mechanical army.
Because he was greedy and a gambler, would be my answer. He was greedy. He wanted. He thought the chances of Britain and France actually going through with it and kind of going to war over Poland after they hadn't over Czechoslovakia, which was actually a much more democratic, nicer place, whereas Poland was actually quite unpleasant in a lot of ways and was a bit of a dictatorship and etc. etc.
Yeah.
He thought he could get away with it, so he went for it and was proved wrong. But that was why he did it. Because he
was eventually proved wrong. I mean, when you look at what they achieved up until the winter of 41, the amount of territory that they took was phenomenal, really, considering how poor the logistics were. And the only reason they didn't take Moscow was because of the rubbish logistics.
Yes. Well.
But the point was that he didn't want to go to war with Britain and France at that point. At all.
No, even after he invaded France and the Lowlands, he was trying to have informal negotiations with various people within the UK, try and come to some deal.
Yeah, it was interesting.
It was interesting studying all this stuff. I've got some 4.7 AA guns. I've got some 9.2 guns. And I've got some 3-inch casemates. Oh yeah, that'll have to do for this one.
Oh.
Is this?
Tiger Cub.
Oh, do we need to let Glyn into the chat?
If he wants to, yes. If he's there, he wants to come in, yes.
I can't easily look because I'm in the middle of building knockoff Lego.
I don't have the authority, I'm afraid.
Okay, let me look.
Sorry.
Yes. There you go. Invite has been issued. Hello.
Yes. Hello,
Yeah.
Glenn.
How you doing?
Then summoned me, and then, no one let me in. I just sat in the audience going, guys.
Sorry.
Sorry, I have been broadcasting for 29 hours now, so my brain is...
I know. I was more like, I wasn't expecting Alex to recognize anything, but is anyone else fake?
I'm building knockoff Lego. I'm distracted.
That's fair. I was moving boxes around my office, so I was in no rush. That's the story of my life at the moment.
How goes that?
Move is good. We are in the house. We believe, the vast majority of our stuff. It's just a question of unpacking and organizing, which will take, the next 5 years.
Yes.
In terms of the thing with the war, Hitler delaying the war till 1941, the part of the reason why Hitler kept pushing, I suspect, is that he could tell, or somebody in his inner circle realized that both Britain and France, at the very least, had recognized at that point that war was inevitable, and they were rearming as fast as they could. But their rearmament plans were also based around that 1941 date.
Yeah.
So if he'd waited till... The time was not hit... I don't know if he realized it, but it's like looking back. Time was none of the Axis powers' friends. All of them were up against such an industrial deficit that once their enemies started rearming, they couldn't... That holding off until they were ready was impossible, because it was a moving target and it was moving faster than they could build an arm.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason that Germany didn't end, that the Second World War doesn't end, with a whimper very quickly, is what I think was Dan was talking about earlier, where the French realized that they were defeated before they were actually really in a position to reorganize the forces they still had and recognize the Germans couldn't actually keep up Blitzkrieg for more than a few months. The victory over France was a morale victory rather than a really true military victory, because Germany couldn't have sustained that campaign. And when France wasn't ready for the war at that moment, if he'd waited another year, they would have been, or at least more ready.
They would have certainly been up to do something.
Yeah.
I don't think the
And, someone might have actually gone and checked if they could drive tanks to that forest.
Yeah.
So I don't think the French government were particularly interested in war if they could help it at any possibility, which is possibly why they capitulated so quickly.
That was part too.
There were all kinds of issues for the poor French. And I think most of the reasons are entirely reasonable. Pétain, on the other hand, less so, I should say.
But talking the original question of giving the Royal Navy the World War I fleet, I think that does result in World War II ending with a whimper, because they basically just sail the Grand Fleet into the Baltic and take over Germany's north coast. Because Germany, the Kriegsmarine at the start of World War II, has nothing that can stand up to that.
And the Soviet Navy is probably even worse.
Especially if you swap the Soviet Navy.
The Soviet Navy is not a threat. Is not a threat to the Royal Navy at that point.
No.
That's a polite way of phrasing it.
I was trying to be polite.
Where is the Soviet
No,
Navy
it's
basing this German Navy at that point in time?
I thought you were
Are they
always
going to put it in the
polite,
Baltic? Are they going to put it in the Arctic? Are they going to put it in the Pacific? Are they going to put it in the Black Fleet? In the Black Sea?
That's
They're going to
the
be,
other issue that the Russians
they're
have.
going to be having a nightmare of where to put the things.
They got
That's
a bigger,
my joke.
they've got
Is
a
where on
bigger,
earth
more
did they put
advanced-
it?
They don't have any, but they can only. But they've got a fleet that's designed to hold. The fleet that they get from the Germans is bigger and more advanced than the one they have, but it's still not enough for them to hold 4 seas. I think it is they have to guard.
Yeah.
Russia has the Canada problem with water. They're not a maritime nation, and they can't afford to commit the maritime resources actually necessary to guard their coast because their coasts are so huge.
I'm not sure the
They also have the
Königsberg can even
complexity of the
manage
machinery
the Black
on
Sea.
The German ships to have to try and maintain. They couldn't even maintain a British battleship. Then
I mean, we kind of have to assume that if we're doing this swap, we are swapping along enough equipment and knowledge that they're capable of maintaining the ships. Otherwise, it's even more pointless for the Axis powers than it already is.
Well, I think, to be fair, nobody could get some of the high-pressure machinery the Germans were using to work. At all.
Mm.
So...
the Americans couldn't with the Prince of Wigan, could they?
No, and neither could the Germans for the Prince Eugen.
Like, that was kind of my understanding, is that some of it just didn't work.
Yeah. That's been my understanding as well. That they what's the right way of putting it nicely? Their reach out was greater
Exceeded
than
their grasp.
yeah, or capability or capacity, or something like that. Yeah. It was the problem of land-based engineers creating something for a navy.
Yeah, you can build. I mean, it's one of the conversations I think I was having on one of these with Alex the other day. Was like, it's very easy to design something on a white paper, but then you expose it to its operating environment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In my context, that operating environment is usually space, and even in fiction, you have to consider that space is not a fun operating environment, but the sea is, in its own way, worse.
Yep. I mean, for
Space forgives you in some ways. The sea doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the sea directly corrodes stuff in a way that the void doesn't.
Yeah, salt water is just that little bit more vicious than the void. The void will kill you if it gets the opportunity. The sea actively searches for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Yes. I was going to say you also get that problem with just Canada, because it's like, oh, that's great, that thing works and stuff, and the Americans might think about it for, they might think about it for Alaska, but they might not. Whereas for Canada, it's like, does this work at home? No. Okay.
That's about the only real argument I see in favor of the Gripen for Canada.
That it's designed for.
The Swedes have a similar. The Swedes have a similar operating environment.
And they also have a suitable inbuilt absolute distrust of anything to do with Russia and awareness of the proximity of Russia to them.
Yeah.
For their defense. It's moderately terrifying, and I'm very pleased they're on our side.
You think they're on our side? That's even a first mistake. When the Swedish Empire rises again, you won't realize what's happened.
I will, because there will be an IKEA on every high street.
There is.
There already
Is
is.
Costco
isn't there?
Swedish?
It does like meatballs.
Yeah, they are very nice.
I think there's still only one IKEA in Calgary, but I think we're up to like 6 Costco's. Do the Swedes own them?
Possibly.
I don't know.
That is the kind
probably-
of rampant expansionism I do associate with Sweden.
It's probably a subsidiary of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, though.
Yeah, well, so am I.
We all are.
We walked by Mitsubishi. We went to the Mitsubishi Museum. We're wholly owned subsidiaries now.
Mm-hmm.
Did you read the small print on the ticket?
Yeah. It's how to get you. It's how to get all the companies.
Mm.
Yeah, bigger, doesn't it?
It's trying to simulate having a World War One era cruiser, heavy cruiser armed with 9.2 inch guns, versus a World War Two era cruiser armed with 6.11 inch guns, and it's blooming difficult today.
I am currently
As you've
trying,
been broadcasting for 29 hours?
Yeah.
and I am currently putting together what appears to be the canteen for the tube station that I'm building. That's upstairs.
Why are you building a tube station?
Because I have a giant model of a tube station, which I got as a Christmas present last year.
Okay.
And it does look almost exactly like the tube station at Elephant and Castle, the attractive kind of dark red one.
There's an attractive station at Elephant and Castle.
Yeah, there's the bit which has got the kind of original tube, I think.
Yeah, the 9.2 inch guns do look at us to go to the hull. And they're not carrying enough rounds, realistically. But I think this one's going to win. Let's see.
Folding tables are a wonderful invention.
Hmm?
They can be weird.
So, let's see. Next question. Redo question. What if all the motor names... We answered that one.
Well, no, it has a different end where it says the World War... The Royal Navy gets the entire World War One Navy back.
I thought that was the one we just did.
It's World War...
Yeah, that
No.
is the one we just did.
It has,
That's the one we
with
just
the
did.
addition of the World War Two Navy.
Two Navy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one we did because I could see the redo and I went, we might as well discuss the redo rather than the original question.
Okay. All right. I'm hoping that's. I think that's enough of that one because I'm going to try and do that when my brain is not quite so cloudy and see if I can get it better because I've got. It used to work very well in Ultimate UAD, but they did get interesting. How can popular education be improved so that more ordinary people in the UK understand the Empire's contribution to World War I and World War II, e.g. projects on individual small nations' contribution, etc.? Honestly, I've been working with a lot of projects recently around that idea and how to fix that, and it's kind of fun. It is kind of fun, but I would say it's also kind of limited in options. And as much as I'd love to say, oh, we just do this, and it's easy and it's sorted, the reality is to get schools involved and all these things, you have to do a lot of work and you have to do a lot of validation. Which is understandable. We want good quality stuff in education. But yeah, it is. Also, one of the troubles you have to realise, and I fundamentally try and explain this on a regular basis, is teachers do not have enough time.
No.
Teachers do not. The reason why people come out of school and they go, "Oh, I never was taught this," is because the teacher doesn't have enough time to teach it to you. They are usually, most history teachers I've met are very passionate about their history, and they have, if they are lucky with any particular class, they have 2 to 4 hours a week. 4 hours maybe for the AL students, 2 hours for everyone else a week on subjects. 2 hours to teach you all the knowledge you need to pass an exam.
And unfortunately, passing the exam always has to be the priority.
Yes, and they have a class of 30. And some of those are people who learn very fast and go off and learn them themselves. Some of them will learn very slow, and some of them are in the middle. And they need to accommodate all of them. So that's the problem. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's the way education works. It's good to work together. But it does mean that I think actually the answer to me becomes things like history clubs in schools. And it becomes outside projects and YouTube videos and things which are fun, which people get involved with. Those are what are the sensible routes to go down.
I think the other problem is that what good history will sometimes teach you, and often teach you, is how to, read sources, analyze, and assess stuff. But it's very hard to explain that to somebody whilst you are, and you use the examples of other bits of history you teach. But it's really hard to explain that to someone, especially a kid, whilst they're in the middle of it.
I'm hearing a random beep coming from the kitchen. If you don't mind, I'm going to go check on that. But yes, I agree.
You sure that wasn't a random beep from my kitchen?
I'm not sure. I heard a random beep. I thought it was from my kitchen.
Okay, because I think
Not
it was
from me. Yeah, I would say, Dan, that my friend's a primary school teacher.
I think one of the problems with
she's the school's history. She's the school history coordinator. Excuse Paul. Paul, excuse. My friend's a history school teacher at a primary school. She's a history school.
Board
Am I down here?
dictates very much what is taught, and they teach to pass the exam.
Am I on here?
History.
Yeah.
I mean,
Microphone.
I didn't do history at school because it clashed with chemistry. Even though I was really good at history, because I was interested in it, and I knew an awful lot about First and Second World War because I was interested in those people I knew, and building models and stuff like that. But I mean, if I hadn't read stuff in my own time, I wouldn't have known what I knew then, and certainly wouldn't know what I know now. It's because you're interested in it. If you're not interested in a subject, then you're not going to bother reading around it.
Paul, I was trying to explain. My friend's a history school coordinator. She's at primary school. She coordinates history for the school, for all the classes. But she finds that the problem that she has is, while she has a great feeling for history and wants to teach it, other teachers don't. And some of them basically, some of her colleagues invent stuff. And it creates a problem in terms that the kids aren't getting the education that they need because the teacher has no interest in the subject. And it's a bit of a bad situation, that.
Mm. I mean that. Yeah, I mean the fact that people are teaching stuff that's just wrong is kind of disturbing.
Oh yeah.
And the fact that it sounds like they're doing it not because of there's a government diktat and you happen to live in a rather oppressive society which is deciding to teach things that way, but instead it because your teacher is too lazy to bother learning what the actual truth is. Yeah. That one just depresses me.
Oh yeah. When she told me that, I thought, "Oh God." She said, "You know more." She said to me, "You know more about British history than they do."
Possibly the biggest problem is the fact that because it's such a huge subject, and because examination boards are not uniform across the whole of the country, they will have areas they want to cover, details they want to cover.
Yeah, different teachers have different skills.
Teaching, but they teach to pass the exam.
You don't have time to teach anything else.
No, that's right. That's what I mean. It's like it's.
And they're evaluated on whether the kids pass the exam. So they can't really do anything.
Although my record, and this is probably not a good record to say, is that I had 3 girls. I worked with Justin Craig, okay? I started an A-level GCSE revision company. I had 3 girls come to me for GCSE history. They had to get it in order to get into the A-level course they wanted to get. They had to do GCSE history and get it done. They just arrived from abroad. The family thought their qualifications from home would be okay here to get into the A-levels. It didn't. They need to get GCSE history. They had 3 days notice. They had 2 weeks notice beforehand. So they managed to find the Justin Craig course, and they had 3 days with me. They'd done some learning beforehand, but then they had 3 days with me. They're bright kids, but their courses were completely different structures. They hadn't had anything like our GCSE system, and I basically had to teach them all the exam quotient of. They weren't required to do the coursework quotient, just the exam quotient of the GCSE state. They had to do extra exams to make up for it. And this was special because of their case. I taught them all 4 topics they were doing for their exams in 3 days. The exam skills and how to do it and how to answer the questions and what information they probably would, what answers would look like and all these things, and work through some practice examples, some practice tests, and some examples of what likely questions I felt might come up and all those things in 3 days. They all got A's. Now, I've had people turn around and use that example and go, well, that shows that teachers all, in a nice way, it doesn't take that long to teach the kids to pass tests, and they should be teaching more. And I'd turn around and go, no, I had 3 concentrated days where those girls were with me for 7.5 hours a day. Each day. I had 5 lessons with them a day. And they'd already done a couple of weeks' work. They'd done all their learning at their previous country and other courses, things. So they already had a love for history and a passion for history. And I was able to work with that. Most teachers aren't lucky enough to have that scenario. And also, to be honest, I had another added bonus. It was a boarding centre. So, in the evening, when we'd finished in the class, and we'd had our dinner, and I would go and sit, usually in the library. I'd go to the swimming pool, do my swim for about an hour, and then I'd go sit in the library, where there was another teacher, usually a maths teacher, who also liked to sit in the library and have chats. And magically, About the same time I turned up in the library every evening for the 2 evenings we were there, I had those girls suddenly appear around me and start asking me more questions. So they basically got another 2 hours of chatting. No teacher has that time, that concentrated time. Because you think about it, once you add those 2 hours, those 7.5 hours, the fact I've only got 3 students in there. So I had 22.5 hours of scripted time, 4 hours of extra time, so that's 26.5 hours divided by 3 students. That works out at roughly 8 hours and what? 8 hours and 20 and 10, 50 minutes. 8 hours, 50 minutes each. You think about there's 15.
They got a semester's worth of teacher time in 3 days.
Yeah, you think about it. Normally it's 15 weeks, 2 hours a week, over 30 students. So you have 30 hours cumulatively, 30 students. They get about an hour of teacher time per student. That's the difference.
Mm. And they're motivated.
Yes.
And
Plus, to be fair, in my own singing my own praise a little bit, they had a teacher who basically went, "So, I'm going to teach you this entire course in reference to what you've already learnt, because I can do that because I know enough about what you've already learnt from your own country. I can do that because of the years I've spent in the various universities and institutions I've spent teaching. Most school teachers aren't given the opportunity to learn that sort of skill at that for that sort of level because they're just not given the time to learn that. They
and
would
they don't
if they
have
had a
students
chance.
coming in who've already taken a full history course.
Yeah.
Either. So, like, you had the opportunity of you're trying to fill the gaps in what they specifically need for British GCSE, but they already have a full history background for that level, just with a slightly different focus. So it has gaps.
Mm-hmm. And nicest way, it's not taking that long to respond. It's taking about a minute for the bot to respond. It's being perfectly gentlemanly. Again, the bot has been running for 29.5 hours, as have I.
And the bot isn't getting given iron brew.
No, or Jaffa cakes.
Bot is potentially not being properly compensated for its services, but that's normal for bots.
Yeah.
Well, that's Runon who's not properly compensated for their services, Glyn.
Yes.
Who's compensated for their services?
Mm. Although Runon is considering challenging Glyn to a 40k battle at some point, so maybe Glyn is probably happy Runon's not being properly compensated, considering Runon already does seem to spend more on plastic crack, as she puts it, than Glyn probably would care to engage in combat with.
We will not. I looked up how much I'd spent on plastic crack since I took up the hobby last August. Yeah. I would not take bets on Runon spending more than. I suspect that Runon would not be financially capable of spending more than me. I suspect most people wouldn't be. I spent a frankly irresponsible amount. And I need to find my tile in my basement somewhere.
Do we admit that Runon spent about $1,500 last weekend alone?
Yep.
Yeah. Runon spent an obscene amount last weekend because she's earning obscene amounts of money because she's working very hard at the moment.
Yeah. She's an electrician in a nuclear power plant.
Yeah, so I hope she makes good money.
Yes. So, that's right. She's one of the few people who probably can match you for your spending on it.
That's true. In the last 16 months, I have averaged roughly $1,000 a month on Warhammer.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
I basically stopped myself when I realized that if I were to somehow manage to stack all of the unopened Warhammer boxes up, it would, like the stack of books that I've written, be taller than I am.
Mm.
I'm not allowed to buy
That's
more
merely
Warhammer until the stack of boxes is smaller than my stack of books.
But that's called your stack of shame, Gullin.
I know. Oh no, it's the pile of potential.
I doubt your stack of shame is larger than mine.
Josh Han,
That's fair.
As I've been doing this for 40 years.
I'm just wondering how long it will take Runon to have an army that equals Dr. Clarke or his mother's.
in a nice way, as I've said before, if Dante had my mother's army, he would never have to call up support. In fact, the Tyranids would have been calling support to take on him. Support, their mother, their father, everyone they could think of, just begging, their bank manager, the person they met once down the pub 4 years ago in a random dark alley. They'd be calling them all to try and support them against that army.
I appear to build to about 5,000, 6,000 points of an army, and then rein myself in a bit and start another army. I'm on Army 3. Army 4 is still in boxes.
Dr. Clarke's army is generational. That's a size category of its own.
Yes.
The thing is I don't collect Warhammer. My main
Warhammer
focus is 15mm. And I've got a Swiss army, I've got 3 Roman armies, the Macedonians, my Hoplite Greeks, and Sassanid Persians, and those are the ones that are painted. There's a Republican Roman army which isn't painted, that's bigger.
That's a Calyx.
And there's and there's a Hunnic army that. Yeah, and there is a Hunnic army which isn't painted. And that's my 15mm, and then I've got 15mm World War II British, 15mm World War II German, and some 15mm World War II Soviet, and then there's my 6mm stuff as well. So, and including 6mm World War II French, 6mm World War II British, 6mm modern Russian, as in 1980s modern.
Have you decided how many Calyxes you need?
Oh, I need another 4 for I need another 4 for the existing books, and I probably will need another 8 eventually in here alone. Another 6 upstairs.
Certainly, we can't get to the bookshelves in the basement because they're blocked by boxes of books.
Yes.
So that's going to be an organizing endeavor all on its own of moving the boxes of books around so that we can set up some of the bookshelves, so that we can unpack the boxes of books onto those bookshelves.
I just brought
so that we can put more bookshelves in.
I just bought 10 boxes of my granddad's books down from my aunt's, which she didn't realise she had.
Cool.
That was why I had the big van, and was planning a van trip for me and Dan.
Until then, my minions decided to revolt.
We're now planning a naval history tour round the north of the UK for February sort of time in a van. Yeah, just hiring a van and stopping at various museums along the way. And that's what we're actually fundraising for this evening. That's what the Historiophon is to do. The money from this will go towards that.
Remind me about that come February, because we are planning to get up to the UK next year, and February might be a good time for us.
No.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
I can't plan anything right now. So.
That would be awesome.
It will be about February. It will be about February time. So
we'll be flying to Edinburgh to meet my grandparents, so we might be able to meet you for a couple of days of that. Yeah. And that would spare me the trip down to Cornwall. Could save us some time on the entire journey to England and the UK.
Yeah.
We could potentially drive you to a different bit if you wanted, because the plan is to have the van or the big thing to enable us to get around. It seems.
Basically, it's easier for me and Dan to hire a van together. Well, not a van, but a people carrier, which is a 9-seater, together.
Yeah.
On insurance perspective, and just to put their insurance through the hire company, than it's for us to, try and work out sharing insurance on one of our cars to share the driving.
And also,
people movers are designed for that rather than for regular Rental art, I'm guessing.
And then we can pick. Then we can also, if other people want to join us, sort of, there's a couple of people who are interested in joining Lions and Petchington and a couple of others. And it's a case we go, oh yeah, pop in. We'll come on. And Josh Han, I'm kind of interested in hearing you say that your secondary school was 37, your college is 24, and your university is now 8. I have been in some classes of 8 at university. They're usually seminars. But the largest I've taught at university in a class was 1,000 students. And I had that course for a good few months.
Man, in those lectures.
Not
yours, but
that was a combined engineering courses students lecture where I was teaching them history of engineering. In history classes when I'm teaching historians, the largest I had was about 800. And it's really the fun thing is I go to different universities and different unis. The numbers you have of the students is colossal, and some of the first year combined courses are everyone in them, and then the third year courses, you get to a third year course and you turn up and there's about 6. Yeah.
My university, it was about 1,000 for most of the first year courses, and 300 to 400 for the specialized ones for the department, and then the actual I think I was into 3rd and 4th year courses before I was into lectures of 30, by the 8th. But I went to as big a university as Canada has.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we had about, I think, 180 in the year at my university, and then there were there were 30 physios.
Yeah. You always get the weird kids though.
No, we just we worked out that physio seemed to be a 6-week massage course, and then the rest of it was how to pick up doctors, judging by what happened. Yeah.
All right.
Some of the physios were there for their MRS as well as their degree.
Stafford, it's too political to understand. In reading the flag story earlier, given the demographic change, are country town names still foolproof with orange hips? Pretty much.
Yeah.
Because you'd be amazed at how many groups really do like the fact that if their town's a ship's named after their town, and if the local MP turns around and says, well, we've cancelled the ship name for your town, but you won't care, suddenly they find themselves looking at re-election and no chance of winning. You see, it's one of those things of...
Or they find themselves looking at re-elections much sooner than expected. You guys do have a recall legislation.
Yes, we do. Basically, it's a case of...
Don't forget they're often also linked to football teams.
They're not... It's something which doesn't matter until you take it away. Then it matters a lot. If you ask them if they wanted a ship named after them, they wouldn't care. But if you asked them, if you told them, we're taking away the ship named after you...
They're up in arms. That's pretty normal human nature.
Yes. So it's that kind of human psychology.
What bemuses me is that somehow the Canadians have ended up having ships named for places I live or have lived in World War II, and the Royal Navy hasn't.
Lions...
I think they had a Morden and they had a... I think they had Middlesex in the Canadian Navy.
Yeah. At what point, Dr. Clarke, you're going to need to hire a librarian to help manage your books?
Depends how cute she is.
In nicest way, I have been searching Tinder for all the Tinder, and so far I have yet to find a librarian there. Any other suggestion of possible recruitment apps which I could find to find a librarian? Please do send my way.
Actual job postings.
Oh God, a nice way. I'm a historian.
Has to be a labour of love.
Yeah, in the nicest way. If I start paying for this, I'll go bankrupt. Basically, I'm looking for an exchange of labour.
You cook, they organize the library?
Yes. I'll feed them, they organize library.
So it's interesting terminology there, Alex. It could be taken a number of ways.
I'm a good cook.
I chose
just
to
hate-
take it in the cleanest way possible.
When
I also know that
organizing all these books, I used to get distracted by reading them. I'm hoping the librarian will have a stronger skill set than me when it comes to that. Michael the Couch, if you went back in the time to 1800, which one invention which they had the capacity to recreate themselves would you give the French to give them naval mastery? And the nicest way, Michael Couch, in regards to our survival and the fact that Foxo does belong to this group and does occasionally turn up here, I would not like to answer this question because I would worry my limbs might be harmed, and the others all run slower than I do, so they could be caught.
I would say
Foxo isn't here.
I would give them.
You
the
say
plans
Foxo isn't here.
of-
I dare say, are you sure she's not listening?
I would say that I would give them the plans of the host and fleet's address.
That would be in 1800. Yes, give them the plans of the Hoche. Actually, no. I'll give them the plans of torpedo boats in the Hoche.
They could work on, how they're going to build it to actually make it look like a ship.
Yeah.
as opposed to what the Labor Bridge actually did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
What kind of courses have you taught in universities? I've taught on history, I've taught on war studies, I've taught on international relations, I've taught on international conflict, I've taught on maritime law, I've taught on history of engineering to engineering students, I've taught academic skills, I've said international relations and history. Yeah, I've taught all sorts of things. I'm a mercenary. I have my PhD. I'm a qualified university lecturer, and I am quite a varied published in terms of my published work. So I will go where I am paid, and I will turn up and teach lectures. I literally am a mercenary lecturer, or a contract lecturer, as it's more commonly known these days. But it used to be referred to often as the mercenaries in the department, and I prefer being called a mercenary than a contractor. It sounds more fun and more like if you don't pay me, I will menace you. Contractor
follows family tradition.
A contractor sounds like you. If you don't pay me, I will sue you. Mercenary sounds like if you don't pay me, I will stick a pike in you. I prefer mercenary. So mercenary lecturer is what I go where I get paid.
Don't tell them your name, Pike. Sorry.
That was my main problem in the wars. Yes, that was my main problem with the Space Marines. Yes, sorry, I was sneezing. The Space Marines keep telling everyone their names, and these are demons, etc., and things. They're just going, no, you don't do that. Every time I go through that episode, part of the thing, and they're doing it, telling everyone their names, I just go, no.
But are they their real names?
Yes.
Real names?
Yeah.
He was getting quite irate.
Well, that's just silly then. You give them.
They're from a much older tradition
it's
of honorable challenge, yelling at each other.
No.
It's a little bit. It's a little bit like Port Royal and some of the other British. This is like Bridgetown.
There's no bridge.
Dr. Clarke does not like it at all.
There is no bridge in the place called Bridgetown. This means it is not Bridgetown. I do not know why they have called it Bridgetown. There is no bridge.
Well, there is the one.
It's not royal at
thing
all.
in the Braveheart movie, with the Battle of Stirling Bridge, where there isn't a bridge to be seen.
And Port Royal is supposedly the English capital in Jamaica for the British operations in the Caribbean, and it has been left absolutely devastated after an earthquake, and they haven't fixed it up. And it is supposed to be the capital of the British operations in the Caribbean. It would have been picked up. It would have been fixed up. It would not have been left a tip.
Okay.
Blaine, don't ask.
Ramul, if the US started to do a ship class swarm, or building a ship class in large numbers, means that the US end finally found their perfect design of a ship, like the Fletcher class Essex and Cleveland Act. It means they've found the design which they can mass produce, the version of a design they can mass produce that is a version of the design they really like. So basically, the Essexes are the mass production version of the Yorktowns. The Americans really like the Yorktown class, but they know they can't mass produce it. So, yeah. You mean a hurricane, not an earthquake? No, it was apparently it's apparently modelled on an earthquake. I looked up the lore in the game. Stanislav. Apparently there was an earthquake at some point, and therefore they've modelled it for after the earthquake. And they said they just left it and they didn't do anything afterwards.
Yeah,
this is the Pirates of the Burning Sea or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Port Royal, that was the place that fell into the sea in Jamaica.
Yes.
Yes.
So, yeah, it fell into the sea because of an earthquake.
Yes, but did they then leave it like that for the next 50 years and not actually fix it up afterwards?
No, they completely abandoned it and moved on to somewhere else.
And built a whole new Port Royal.
Yeah.
But built a whole new, I think that's Kingston.
Yes.
Okay.
So, why the frigate are they making me use Port Royal as the frigating capital city when it was abandoned and got rid of, and they built a new city to get away from it after it fallen into sea with that? Why am I still having to use the one which is broken down? You would not use it. Britain would not use as their capital city in the Caribbean and a place for their senior governor somewhere which has collapsed into the sea.
No, they wouldn't.
I'm sorry, if you're going to be a game set in history, try being historically accurate.
So if it sank into the sea and they've got oxygen masks and they're just operating in it underwater because of sheer bloody stubbornness, that would be better.
John South, it's a slight joke on my part when I say Port Royal is replaced by Port Royal. It's Kingston. So Kingstown replaces Port Royal. Let's be honest, the difference between the two in naming culture is not exactly that far. Basically, it's gone, oh, we can't call it Port Royal this time. Oh, let's call it Kingstown. Kingston. It's, it's my sarcasm coming out and my cynicism because of the fact that I made to use Port Royal, which is such a blooming mess after the earthquake. They must have made some weird subterranean deity very angry because that place is not prone to very large seismic events. No, it isn't. It's had literally one in a very, very long time. And apparently, they've decided to immortalize it in Pirates of the Burning Sea for some reason. New IQB, if Bridgetown has no bridge, do we need to turn up some Royal Engineers to build them one? Yes. Preferably straight through the centre of the town.
Is there something there that should be bridged?
There will be after I finish with it.
If the bridge over the town.
Yeah. Remote,
the new town completely.
Yeah. If the US started to do... so I answered that one. Is there any more questions? Nope, no more questions come through yet. So yeah, it's fun times. I do like that. I like that game, but I do find some of its Naval culture to be a little bit... how should I put this? Stupid!
Which game?
Pirates of the Burning Sea.
Oh yeah, the hand-to-hand fighting is awful.
Yeah, that's just no. No. Honestly, I think, Glyn, if you saw if you actually did the hand-to-hand fighting in that game ever at all, you would come out of it just get laughing.
I do that with a lot of games. I mean, the video game hand-to-hand fighting is not real-world hand-to-hand fighting. It's a entirely different medium, and you have to work with the restrictions of your medium.
Yeah,
that's very generous of you.
I've played a lot more video games than I've done real-world fight prep.
This is the trouble. I've done more real-world fight prep, and then I get to doing the game, and I'm going, I hate this because this is so not what you do.
Yeah, that's precisely what Leslie said when I was asking him, why haven't you done so? He goes, I don't like it. I don't like the way it interacts. It's not realistic. And I'm going, well, once you get used to it, you'll enjoy it. And luckily, he has.
Mm-hmm. He likes the ships. He still doesn't like the hand.
Yes,
doesn't like. It's like me. I just don't do it. If there's missions which involve the sword fighting, hand combat, I just don't do them. I just go no. I enjoy the game. I don't enjoy that. I'm not going to do a boarding action on a ship. I'm just not, because I don't want to do the hand fighting. I don't want to have to, because again, it's something you keep getting these reinforcements coming from nowhere, and you're calling your own reinforcements, and you have more troops, but it's time you sit there and go, this is not. You do not send people over in penny packets. You don't come over in 5s and 4s. You bring everyone you can get in one big lump. And you smash your way through there, and then you secure the doors and keep the ship's crew down in the hatches down below and point muskets down at them and pikes and keep them down there while you take over the engines of the ship, aka the sails. And once you have control of them, you then dictate to the crew that either they do what you ask them to, or you start shooting. And they can't get up to do anything.
Ow.
And if you're really nasty in Age of Sail, you not only come from the top, you also crawl through the hatches. You crawl through the through the cannon holes, all the space on the side where it's pierced. You crawl through them. You come in there. You take the gun deck as well, and you push the crew down deeper in the ship, preferably as near to the explosives and the magazine as possible. And then he threatened to leave them with a lighted torch and lamp, sending burning oil down on the magazine or something if they don't comply. That's literally what they did in that period.
Hey, as you said, they're kinder than they were earlier, where they used to basically throw the crew off the ship.
Yes, it is kinder than what they did in the medieval era, which was literally, you didn't get a chance of surrendering, you just got chucked off the ship into the water. Humanity has slowly got kinder to their brethren at sea. Then eventually they started actually recovering them when their ship sank. And now they offer to take them prisoner before it does. It's just so nice.
It's because over time people realise that the sea wants to kill you more than the other people do.
No, it's because over time they realise that getting the information out of the people who are in the water can allow you to find more people to get more money from.
Yeah, that as well.
Yeah. We're going to call it fraternity to sea, but realistically, yeah, it's its information is a valuable resource. So, Stafford, yesterday I asked about books. What video game would you like to see made into a TV series or movie franchise?
Mass Effect. They're working on it.
I'm trying to think. What game would I actually want made into a movie series? I quite like games as games.
There is stuff.
Space Marines 2, but it's coming. So it's sort of already coming. And hopefully it'll be done well, unlike Halo, which was
Awful.
You see, the thing is, if Halo hadn't been called Halo, if it had just been given some name and turned into and been a sci-fi series, it would have been perfectly acceptable. But the trouble is, they called it Halo, and they changed the character of the Master Chief to try and make him into something he wasn't in any of the games. And that's what has caused me trouble with it. It's one of those things of, as if it was standing on its own and not called Halo, Yeah, I could probably enjoy it because it could be well written and it's got some great scenes in it and all those things. But because it's called Halo and that's supposed to be the Master Chief, the entire time I'm watching it, I'm going, but that's not what the Master Chief would do. That's not what the Master Chief would do. That's not what a Master Chief would do. That's not... In every single game I have played of the Master Chief where I've played through as the Master Chief, that is not what I have been done or rewarded for doing as the Master Chief. And that is my problem entirely with that TV series. And I'm just hoping Space Marine doesn't do that. Because if it does, I think I might even be moved to have allergies. For Glyn.
I would have said Fallout, but they have done it now.
Yes.
Whether it's good or bad.
Before you do that, I would say Timberborn.
Ah. Timberborn.
Can you imagine a series where you follow the lives of a family of beavers throughout the history of the development of the whole thing?
Could be interesting.
And sufficiently different in concept from the game there that you could do that and it would actually probably work quite well. Because you're basically taking the setting and the concept to tell a very different type of story.
Yeah. And that would work quite well. It would be, and that would be fine. But as I said, yeah. I know my opinions on Halo isn't necessarily popular, but it just.
No, I've never seen it. My impression is that that's not far off from the general opinion on it.
Yeah, it's a case of if it wasn't called Halo and it was standalone, it'd probably be raving about it and saying how cool it was. But because it's called Halo, and I expect the character called Master Chief to act like the frigging Master Chief, and he doesn't, and Cortana to act like Katana, it's disappointing. This is from New RKB4. Glyn, will we get any more of the Santiago Corporation? He misses 6.
Yes. I'd have to look at my schedule to remember when I'm writing the next one. But yes, I will be going back to that one next year sometime. It got bumped down my schedule because I got bitten by a story bug, which doesn't happen very often. My schedule is generally quite firm, but this was a very infectious story bug.
That's good. Oh, and I got a question from my mum: is when your submission to the Black Library is going in, and when can she buy it?
They can't afford me, and it's not that they can't. It's not that they couldn't, come up with They probably could theoretically come up with an amount of money that would make me willing to deal with editorial, but I don't know if my sanity would survive the process of dealing with an editorial long enough for them to actually get a book. Like, the extent of it so far is I've got like a 1,500 word fanfic about my guard army.
Yeah, and my mum is waiting for it.
I think you have.
Yes, my mum has read it. She's waiting for the full book.
And I have...
She wants it.
I have about 800 words of the one for my Risen chapter, my Dark Angels Risen successors.
Yes.
That I have kept myself from starting the 40,000 odd word novella that I do not have time to write for a project I can't monetize.
My mum is waiting for the submission to Black Library. She wants it published.
Glyn, you can't help that Games Workshop as a company are a pile of idiots.
Black Library is the entire reason my mum actually has Kindle. Otherwise, she hates Kindle books, but she always has the real ones. But yeah, she has Kindle entirely for the Black Library.
Hopefully, she's reading my books on it. I don't know.
Oh no, she buys your books.
Okay. I hate what my physical books have to cost. I do. I really do.
She almost has as big a pile of them as you do.
I'm looking at the box that's sitting next to me. It's just proofs, because I know that that's a stack that's about 3 feet tall of books that are just... They're not garbage, but I can't do anything with them.
Yeah.
They have, like, proof. Do not sell on massive letters.
Can I donate them to charity for a charity auction or something?
Generally, what happens is if you're in my house doing, plumbing or whatever, and you are remotely nerdy, you leave with a book.
That sounds good.
The only reason the movers didn't leave with books is that they'd all got packed by the time they realized that we should have kept some out.
Don't tell Rune on that if you wanted to do some electricity.
Eddie Rudolph, how would you use Letters of Marque and other auxiliaries to enable force in the Age of Sail and later eras? Basically, you go enjoy. The whole point is you don't try and control them. The nicest way trying to control them is just problematic. They're out there seeking profit. The more control you exercise, the more they expect to pay you to pay them. If you're giving them Letter of Marque, you're sending them off to go hunt. Let them go hunt. Let them do it themselves.
Point to the Letter of Marque is you don't have to pay them.
Yes.
They find their own pay.
Auxiliaries, they're usually hired to defend convoys, in which case they work with the convoy commodore and the various naval team officers involved in that, and they'll be coordinated that way. And they are paid contingent on the number of merchant ships which make it to home. So they are very keen on keeping those merchant ships safe. It's kind of like the opposite of Letters of Marque. Letters of Marque earn their money by having license to basically be pirates of enemy ships. And so their money is as many the maximum of ships they bring home, but they take them. The auxiliaries, their pay is based on the number of ships they get home, but they have to stop them being taken.
Sorry, I just reminded of a review of Terran Privateer that annoyed me. Don't
worry.
Someone complained that because the fact that she'd been fighting the alien empire and had killed a whole bunch of their people clearly should have been a bigger factor in how they dealt with her at the end of the book. I'm like, no, she was treated as an enemy soldier who surrendered honorably because that's what she was. If they surrender honorably, you don't hold people to quote criminally accountable for the people that died in battle against them.
No, that's the scenario. If it's in a nice way, soldiers don't usually face criminal prosecution for fighting other soldiers, which is why I have fun with certain parts of the UK politics. But we'll leave that to one side.
Yes.
In a country like the USA, holding during the 1980-90s, due to its size, either coastal forts or coastal defense ships work alone, not counting the Congress as being cheap. You want both, and honestly, you want fleet ships, not coastal ships, because honestly, the how do I put this? The coast of the Americas are so big that in 1890s, what you want to do is be able to seize control of the key trade points, which are where the ships, especially the sailing ships, but also even some of the steamships, with the assistance of tides and currents, will naturally converge on your coast. So you want to seize those positions so you can stop a fleet coming through those areas, and that requires an oceanic force. You don't want forts, and you probably want some coastal ships, defense ships, to back those up, just in case the fleet gets through. But yeah. Fun times. Fun times. Oh, Glenn, are you watching the screen at all?
Yes. Am I watching what, sorry?
Are you watching the channel at all?
The actual video? No.
No. Well, when we get to this point,
audio. Well, I am.
If you end up watching it at any point, you'll see me holding a book called Sunburst by Mark Peaty. I recommend this for you.
Okay.
There's also John Jordan and Jean Moulin's French aircraft carriers 1910 to 2000, which I think you would also enjoy, and includes all sorts of plans and designs for aircraft carriers which they didn't build, which might give you ideas for things you're doing yourself, because it shows the various wacky and wonderful layouts they could come up with.
Interesting.
Yes.
I keep forgetting that I do need to actually bring my phone with me when I wander away from my office.
Again.
I'm on a wireless headset, and I keep putting my phone down as I'm moving boxes around, and then I, leave the room because something came out of a box that doesn't belong in my office.
It happens.
It does. It does. So how is everyone doing today? How are we all?
Unpack.
I say this as we've now passed the 30-hour mark, so we have 6 hours left. We will probably do some Pirates of the Burning Sea and World of Warships again at some point this evening. And we answer quite many more questions. And we are almost approaching normal time for normal brew ships, which is kind of fun. So yeah, it's a fun evening. But how are we all doing? Seneca is back from HEMA training. That's good.
I'm fine. I've got very little done today. Although I did go for the 3-day walk earlier on the treadmill whilst joining in. And I have finished building my tube station. And I think I've sent you a message with the picture.
Cool. Yokobi 4472. Would bypassing the rapids on the Congo River in the style of St. Lawrence Seaway be a worthwhile project? It could be, but getting funding and organisation to do it is going to be a wholly different matter.
We can't even build a train line along the St. Lawrence River, which would probably be one of the best economic investments available to Canada. So,
yeah,
I can't see us.
And this is the bypassing the rapids on the Congo River. Yeah.
Sorry, getting places mixed up in my head. You said St. Lawrence.
No, they did. They said bypassing rapids on the Congo River in the style of St. Lawrence Seaway be a worthwhile project. Mm-hmm. It would be, but in nicest way, you have to get money, financing, everything in place to do it. And as Glenn just said, you can't even get money for a railway line along the St. Lawrence Seaway. And that's a relatively slam dunk as far as I'm concerned. And then Seneca Nero. Glyn, did you add a version of Burn into any of your books?
Of which? Burn? I'm not familiar with that one, I don't think.
The French aircraft carrier.
I don't think so. Yeah, that's what I thought that was, but
yeah,
I don't believe so.
And Jack of Vanek, how successful could Axis powers be if they chose to evacuate North Africa in late 1942? And how would potential Mediterranean operations look after that? If they evacuated in 1942, they could get most of their forces out quite straightforwardly. At this point, it's still disputed sea. And basically, at that point, the Allies take over the North African coast. And probably don't need to launch Operation Torch. And everything just runs. The British start using the Mediterranean as a rapid transit path to the Far East, probably, with aircraft patrolling the coast all along the way.
Doesn't that mean the invasion of Italy goes ahead much earlier? Like we go for Sicily in mid-42?
Potentially, the forces for Torch are redirected to a version of Husky. Potentially. Now, I'm going to do something slightly naughty. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the bot off and turn it back on again. Okay? So, bot's going off.
Night, bot.
And I'm going to turn it back on.
Good morning, bot.
It's not come back yet. And hopefully that will stop the delays which people are worrying about, because it'll work out its own kinks by turning stuff on and off.
It often helps.
Yeah.
It's not back on yet.
No.
And I just tried doing something with my laptop, and no, it can't walk and chew gum at the same time. It's a very good office laptop, but
Lynn,
it's not. It is trying to run 3 screens.
Were you trying to do?
Spend writing.
Did you try? Yeah. Let's answer Glenn's question first, then I'm going to ask the question of Steve, which I have.
There was a question.
Yeah.
Question.
Go, Paul.
Yeah, I was just asking, how many hours a day do you spend writing? Do you have a set routine?
I usually write in half-hour chunks. Aim for 4 of them a day. So about 2 hours of actual writing. Usually a bit more because I'm not perfectly exact on my timings.
I'll expand on that, Glenn. Okay, just so that
Sure.
people understand your process. So, how do you generate your ideas? Do you do it in a notebook and then get a rough sketch and then expand the notes that you made into paragraphs, which then get expanded into chapters?
So I joke about both the Blender and the field of plot bunnies being the 2 sources of ideas I have. So basically everything I encounter from, other media to walking around the real world to the museums and ships and stuff I visit with Alex, it goes into the Blender. Everything, real world information, science, fiction, history, all just goes in there, and every so often it spits out something that sounds cool enough to wrap a story around. And that will live in my head for a long time. The ones that survive, that goes into the field of plot bunnies, where bunnies do what bunnies do, and more plots fall out. And I have way more of them than I could ever actually do anything with. So I try to stick to either fit the ideas that fall out into series I am working with, which never works, or the ones that stick around for a while become the start of a new series. From there, I schedule in the books. Probably, I usually try to have my next year of writing pretty locked down for what I am writing. But and then I outline the act, and I might put down some of the notes around what's stuck in my head in a Word document that lives on my computer, and that's usually maybe a couple thousand words. And because of the way my stuff works, it's usually setting notes as much as story notes, weirdly. Then when I actually come up to the scheduled slot to write the book, I will write a 2-phase outline. One's based off the 10 things principle, which is what are the 10 things that need to happen in the book? And that's usually between 500 and 1,000 words. And then I will expand that into my final outline, which is usually about, for every 30,000 words of the final book, the outline is usually about 1,000 words. And then I start the book, and I have my, effectively it's a modified Pomodoro is the logic. So Pomodoro is where you set a timer to work on a task and you focus in really hard on that task. And that does not work for my brain at all. But having a clear start and end point for when I'm working on the task, even if I'm not perfectly focused on it, does. So I work usually start at 10, 11, 12, depending on how my morning is going. I will sit down on the computer and I will have 30 minutes in which I am primarily writing. And then I will step away from the computer for half an hour, do something else, or play video games on the computer for half an hour, whatever. And then I will write for another half hour. I'll do that usually 4 times over the course of the day to get in my 4 half hours. Each of those half hours is about 1,000. I will write between 3,000 and 4,000 words a day, usually aiming to do that 5 to 6 days a week. And then all the admin and stuff is usually either in the morning or afternoon before or after I'm done my stuff, or in the half hour stints if I am feeling my brain is capable of focusing in on that, which it isn't always. It is basically my process for writing a book, and it's not one that really works if you don't have a great deal of flexibility around your schedule, because this is writing full time. And my life is kind of built around that at this point.
There is one author's solution to the problem of writing novels and other such things. There you go. Because all the authors will work differently, because you're creatives. None of you work the same.
I find this current mode has worked the longest for me, but it's version 7 of the same concept. I find I have to change it relatively often.
Why is that done there? Oh, it's now okay. No, I'll answer my question that Alex was going to say. My office laptop, it's trying to run 3 big screens. Now, it's reasonably powerful enough to do that. But if you try and do something else, like test Pirates of the Burning Sea while it's running, it won't. Which is what I was doing. That's the reason why I went, it won't cope with that. I'd have to close down the multiple screens that I've got. Does that answer your question, Alex?
So far, thank you. That's an answer. The bot is restarted. It's all connected. It's all theoretically happy. It's I have told it to restart, and I'm waiting for it to appear in chat and say, questions are now open.
It has said I open on my screen, so. So I'm on my phone while doing this chat. I can pop downstairs and make tea.
So, okay, Lions, don't do that to me, because I just noticed that you didn't, and you added an extra A in Q&A test, and now it's got through. I'm sitting there going, why is it not working? Lions, don't do that to me. That's cruel. There you go. It's now working much quicker. Standard Skarloff, how much of a change will there be if navies in the speed of if the speed of sound in water will magically increase by 10% in 1923? Not much, really. Speed of sound is faster. Great. It's going to help. That's going to give you a bit of a range extension at hearing things in the water. But it's also going to give them a chance of hearing things in the water slightly further away, slightly more quickly. So it sort of evens out in the end. That's the trouble. It evens out. If it was only going to go one way, now that's useful. But if it's going to even out, that's life. That's what
physics tends to change for everybody.
Yeah. It's kind of cruel when life does that to you, though. At a certain point, you're going, yay, I'm ahead. And next, you're in LA.
Or Port Royal.
Well, you don't want to be in Port Royal. Port Royal is an absolute mess, and frankly, Port Royal is an insult to, so much.
It's an insult to Port Royal.
Yeah, this is the thing, I like the game. I just find that, But yeah, not much changes really. Not much changes at all. And what else was I going to say? Ooh, yeah. What else we got coming up? We've got a good stuff. It's been a good time really. I think it's been good. I think everyone's pretty much had some fun in these 36 hours. I hope they have anyway. If they haven't, don't tell me. I've tried to put a lot of effort into it.
How many people did you have in the middle of our night, Alex? On channel? How many people did you have on the channel at like 3 a.m. this morning?
About 40 for some reason.
Well, that's not bad.
I still don't know how I have 40. I actually had, this week, I have at the moment, I have about 32. And instead of going, yeah, it's been about constant. I've had fun. Thank you, Heafish.
Well, that'll be the people in the Far East and in Australia and things like that listening.
Yeah.
Would be my guess.
You like it? I don't want to be in LA. It's LA.
Listen to one of your things live.
Yeah. Ah, Leslie's here. Given IJN destroyers, I'm fairly sure that question was sharp no less, because that's the next question. Yeah. Leslie, what is it with you and Lions doing this to me now? Yes, I did have a decent sized raid at one point. Exclamation mark, Q&A, or Q ampersand A? Exclamation mark. Please. Q ampersand A. One of you adds in A's and one of you adds in ampersands. You're just doing it to torture me now. I decided that's all you're doing it for. Oh. Well, while Leslie figures out the question, I had this. You forgot the format after 2 days of Kyoto training. Yeah, Leslie, I won't believe that. I'm sorry. I know your brain. Given IJN destroyers, what was the best all-round requirements of the Pacific War? Range, firepower, including torpedoes, and seagoing. Which was the best of the IJN destroyers? Ooh. What do you think, Dan?
Best of the IJN destroyers.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't know. They're not something I know huge amounts about. Yeah, so I don't know.
Wasn't Fubuki the torpedo queen?
Fubuki was the torpedo queen, yes. But, honestly, okay. The Akazukis had 4 twin 100mm, 2 twin 25mm, a quad 24-inch torpedo tubes, and 56 depth charges. They had a range of 8,000 nautical miles at 18 knots, top speed of 33 knots. They're fairly good at seakeeping. They were bigger, heavier than the Kangaroo class, which had preceded them. They had good subdivision for a destroyer of the Japanese Navy. Honestly, I'll go with the Yakizukis. Also, and that's not just because they remind me of the Yakizuki food in Japan. I'll go with Akizukis. What about everyone else?
I think the Fubukis are like the torpedo queen.
Okay.
It seems to be the major feature of Japanese destroyers. Have the most torpedoes.
All right.
I have got no idea about Japanese destroyers, other than that they seem to have quite a lot of guns on them. And long-armed torpedoes.
Alright. Okay, with that being said, Bowman Boy, what if there are no rapids on the Congo allowing German Namibia and Tanzania to communicate directly? Then you have some problems in World War One because you have to deal with a lot more force to get the things you want done. Which actually could mitigate against getting it done as quickly as is wanted. Which could cause trouble.
On what I've read, German South East Africa was an interesting theatre.
It was an interesting theatre.
And it even has the naval component of Königsberg's crew acting as pulling their guns off the ship and using them as artillery.
Yeah. You also had other fun. It could be quite illuminating, really, what was going on there sometimes. It was truly inspirational.
And they were the last Germans to surrender.
Yep. They were also the most difficult Germans to find because they spent most of their time going into the back of Africa and you're sort of going, you near anything interesting or worthwhile finding? No. Anything worthwhile, interesting or defending? No. So you're just out in the middle of that? Yeah, but we're still fighting you. Okay, you do that from your tent in the middle of the woods, that's fine. Can I have beef Wellington, iron brew, and some ice cream for dessert? Thank you. I'm searching for you very hard. Keep hiding. And maybe some mints.
You're fighting us. Not sure we're going to bother fighting you.
Ooh, you've got some of those donuts. I have those. Thank you. Yes, I'm searching really hard. I'm really hard. Sergeant, would you like a beef Wellington as well? I'll make that 2 beef Wellingtons. Yeah, we're really coming for you. We're going to be we're going to be finding you right soon. Well, I'll take it as you suggested. Should be cooked. Really, I don't mind. I've got time. Oh, a souffle as well. Oh, that'd be lovely. That'll be wonderful. And we will want some rooms for the night. I think we'll eat one at our own rooms. Do you think the men will want some accommodations? Yes, we'll get accommodations for the men as well. We're coming! Don't worry, we're right after you! This is a very good game of it, catch, whatever you want to call it. We'll be right there! All the time the German forces are sitting in the forest going, they will never find us. Yeah.
There is that guy in the Royal Engineers who basically, when they landed in 1914, I think it's in Tanzania now, who basically he was a signaller, and basically he was attacked by bees and won a medal.
Yes.
So was probably the first British officer to win a medal while being under air attack by insects.
Yeah. Look, in nicest way, they had to do a lot of effort to find someone in Tanzania to give a medal to. Mainly because the criteria was they had to be sober and hadn't had to spend the last 3 months in a hotel.
Well, in the case of the Germans,
and I say this
shot at the bees.
Say this because...
And the bees woke up.
Yeah, I say this, not from any place of cruelty. No. Family members were involved out there. It was the best campaign of the war as far as they were concerned. Okay? They got sent elsewhere. They got to experience the joys of World War One. When they were sent out to Tanzania, that was... Why, thank you, sir. Excelente. You've got those little chocolates? You mean, you've really got those little chocolates? Oh my God, Ferrero Rocher. Oh, happy days.
I don't know... He did win a medal. I don't know which one, but he did win a medal for basically being stung by African bees, which is apparently not the most pleasant of happenings to you on the grounds that they're a bit like hornets.
Yeah, that's fine. Bowman Boy, I meant
you can die
Zambezi. Don't worry. We worked. It was okay. We understood what you were talking about, but it was. Yes, it was a valiant campaign. To find the nearest waiter, I haven't seen one in the last 5 minutes. I think those blooming Scotsmen are absolutely dominating the poor waiter. It's terrible. I'm gonna have to go serve my own drink. Excuse me.
I There it is. I found it. Now I had to search for it. He won an MC for being attacked by the bees.
That's good. You know, he deserves it. A military cross is exactly what you need after being attacked by bees.
Yes, I did have to do a look on the internet to find out if he won what medal he won, because I didn't know off the top of my head. I just remember reading about it.
That's okay. I mean,
It's what the internet's there for.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about that one. That's
And then, of course, there comes the really, really terrible thing you have to do whilst you're out in this part of Africa hunting the Germans. You have to go hunting for hunting trophies, i.e. animals you shoot, but be very careful not to actually bump into the Germans, because then they might surrender to you, and then it ruins the whole thing. And you have to go back to the friggin' Western Front. You know, this is the episode of Blackadder that Blackadder would have wanted.
Didn't he actually mention the bit with General Haig in the thingy where he rescues General Haig from some natives armed with sharpened mangoes?
Yes. Things got a bit sticky then. Sharpened mangoes should not be discounted. There is a reason they don't allow mango in prison, you know. It's a brutal weapon.
It'd be interesting for you, I think, for the audience, if you did the bit about Koningsberg being shelled by Seven and Mersey in the Rufiji Delta. Because that's one of the first times they do air observation to do artillery.
Yeah.
From ships. It's quite an interesting episode.
I just got to confirm my recording for tomorrow quickly.
That's how I found out about the bees, because I was researching that and then found this thing about the bees.
I remain bemused by the bees, but yeah.
Bees, bees.
So, Africa. I know from somebody else who used to keep hives that African bees are actually quite dangerous to people who damn well know about anaphylactic shock that people can get from bee stings.
Yeah.
Because they're much more powerful in terms of the amount of power in the sting. Apparently, it hurts a lot, and they're very aggressive.
Quite possibly.
I mean, people did use to fling hives of bees into fortresses as like an agent of warfare, basically catapult them in and have the bees land and basically attack the defenders.
Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of thing one does. It's a perfectly, well, it's probably not particularly nice thing to do on the to the bees, but you know.
It's better than catapulting dead corpses into your town.
We're not.
Does.
We're returning their dead to them.
Are you suggesting they weren't dead when they were launched?
No.
The fact that they.
If they were dead, then in nicest way, the blood won't fly everywhere when they hit the ground, because it'll already started to petrify and go off. You want them to get properly splattered.
The fact that they were showing signs of bubonic plague when you sent them over there was just a coincidental thing.
Yeah. Yeah. We're sending you a present. Next question. Have we got a question?
Yeah, there's a few.
There's a few. Could we? Can someone bring them up? Because I'm quickly confirming with a gentleman I'm supposed to be meeting tomorrow that the time is already set and is all perfect.
I've done one. Paul's done one.
Okay.
So one was just an update to the Zambezi.
There we go. Seneca, what is the most out-of-place ship name you have ever seen? Out-of-place ship name. Seneca, can you enlighten us on what you mean?
OG boat face.
But that was a joke, Paul. To get people to vote. They didn't expect it to happen.
We all did.
They did end up with an ROV called Boaty McBoatface.
Yeah.
Out of place ship.
I think I find some of there's a couple of South American ones. I think they're Chilean, with things like Bernardo Higgins, which always
Yes, because they were named after the British admirals, weren't they? Like Cochrane. No, I like HMS Pansy. As Alex says, who goes around glorifying, I sunk HMS Pansy?
That's the whole point of the flag class. Who amongst you is going to shout out to the stars, I sank Peony? No one. No one is going to do it. It's absolutely... No, nice way. The flag class are the cruelest joke the Royal Navy places on their enemies. Every single time. Because you want to go around and shout, I sank a Royal Navy warship.
I'm getting deja vu here, Dan.
Do you know what's worse? Then it's the gay class. I sank Gay Thunderer. Imagine shouting that.
I think that only applies in a slightly more modern age. Gay meant something else.
They did it in the 1950s, Steve.
Mm.
It's like the Royal Navy is great at this. They make the names of some of their small ships so wonderfully fun that you will not say them and advertise you killed them for fear of being accused of killing them.
Mm. It's like the insect class, isn't it? The little gunboats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I sank the Midge.
Yes.
Good for you.
Oh. How do you make your fleet virtually unsinkable? You make it full of ships which no one wants to admit they sank.
Yeah. Yeah, the Germans renaming all their destroyers is another one because political propaganda was bad.
Yes. Making all numbers, that was just bad. That was just bad ideas.
Well, it's bad for morale, isn't it?
It was terrible for morale. Apparently, people are clipping my videos, which is good because I don't do it. Because I really am bad at clipping my channel.
I'll let you all read it. I am not repeating on here because of channel things what Derp Squad has written in the chat.
Shippy McShipface would be too prone to the slip of a tongue. Only to those unpracticed with saying shippery. It's a long way to Shipperary. It's a long way, you know. It's a long way
I know what he means.
to Shipperary and to the frigate I know.
I'm not the pheasant.
Yes,
Plucker.
I know, because I've done
I'm
that.
the
Yes,
pheasant plucker's mate. I'm only plucking pheasants because the pheasant plucker's late.
Very good.
Yes.
Yeah,
Try that when you're drunk.
Yeah.
Alex won't be.
That's the whole point.
Oh,
Yeah,
Alex will never be drunk.
No. The IKB4. Have any members of the panel played Supreme Commander Forge Alliance? Yes, and if so, what do you think of a destroyer that grows legs and ones on land? I like to use them to do nasty things to my enemies. That's if I don't have access to large amounts of heavy artillery, because I have been the correct side in that game, and therefore have access to very, very heavy artillery. In which case, I sit on one island, and I let fleets charge around trying to fight everyone else, while my artillery just rains down merry nightmares on him. Ramol, why did the USN
I seem to recall some conversation about him complaining about that strategy in Supreme Commander.
Yes, he did complain about that strategy. Unfortunately for him, that strategy is incredibly successful at destroying him. And he just keeps going, well, I'm going to rush you. And I go, that's good. Try rushing my artillery. I think you'll find that the speed of shot moves faster than the speed of foot. Why did the USN switch from mostly aluminium construction for their ships to mostly steel construction for their ships, starting with the Burkes and post-Cold War? Because there was this thing called the Falklands War. And it was found that aluminium ships did not do necessarily the best under the heat of modern explosives. Question for Glenn from Lions. Did you get the relationship between the officers and NCO and Peacekeepers of Seoul so well, and for Alex? Seoul one so well and for Alex? How realistic are relationships in Glenn's books? Huh?
Sorry, which relationship?
For Glenn, how did you get the relationship between the officers and NCOs in Peacekeepers of Seoul?
How did I get it?
And for Alex, how realistic are the relationships in Glenn's books? They're usually very realistic. And, he really likes the relationships that you have between your NCOs and your officers and how they work together.
That's just a lot of reading in space of military fiction and military history and paying attention to people.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing me and Dan are hoping to do is combine the trip up, and hopefully it will come through, is we'll get to do a tour of Barrow and Furnace, the submarine assembly yard. It should be fun.
I'd like to come with you. I don't think I can, but I'd like to have come with you.
It should be fun. Well, why did the USN scrap the Bonhomme Richard after the fire incident instead of repairing her? It would have been too expensive. Literally, some ships, you can have... It depends on the fire and how much damage the fire does proportionally to the ship. For the Bonhomme Richard, it had done too much damage. It had got into too much. Basically, you were going to have to rip apart the ship to repair it, and it was cheaper to build. It's cheaper to build a new one to do that level of repair. It is just cheaper to do a new one than to do that level of repair. And that's honestly sometimes what you have to decide. And honestly, Bonhomme Richard, as cute as she is, and she is as cute as a bun, she ain't cute enough to justify that cost. She just isn't. it's that's the whole point. Is at a certain point these things need to be. There's a cost requirement, and how much are you willing to pay? How much are you willing to pay for that?
The other problem is it'd only just been refitted
Yeah.
and recommissioned,
Kind of.
and they didn't. When the fire was first reported, it wasn't reported to the captain. Nothing was done about it. Fire control wasn't done anything about it. And from what Sal was saying about that, and the report that came out afterwards, was that it was probably the worst report he'd ever seen about a naval fire on a ship, and the way it was conducted by the crew. Especially to hit a fire, as he's a part-time fireman as well.
I think there's not a single member of the crew who comes out of that one with a good how do I put this politely, in good standing. I've read it as well, and I was just basically looking at it going, okay, so I wouldn't say I'm a damage controls professional. I've certainly not had the training these kids have had. And, yeah, that's not how you do that. That's not how you do that. That's not how you do that. But, to me, it speaks of a complete breakdown in the chain of command of all that vessel. And that can happen in certain circumstances, and I think as it has happened as often in these circumstances, at a certain point the buck stops with the captain.
It's what they allegedly pay you the big bucks for.
Yeah. That is the problem. They pay you the big bucks, they expect you to make the big decisions, and they don't expect you to start going, but. No.
No.
It's, go deal with this. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're paid to do. Question 5. In the high-tempo operations like the Vietnam War, why do US carriers catch a fire often like the Enterprise, Forrester, and others? Because of accidents. Because you're running at a high tempo of operations, and when people are running at a high tempo of things, people start to make mistakes. There's a great phrase, less haste, more speed. Never is that more apparent than when you're doing operations like that. The people who have haste, who are running around like headless chickens, they break things. They make mistakes, and they delay you. One of the interesting conversations I once had with a captain was, so let's say you run rather than walk across a hangar, right? You're going to move about 50 to, considering the space for hangar and likelihood of objects in front of you, you're going to move about 50% faster, right? Yes. What happens if you trip over one of those objects or one of those moving things going around the hangar while we're in the seaway? You'll probably hurt yourself. Yes, and you'll hurt yourself, and then there'll have to be about 3 or 4 people come over to check on you. You'll probably have to have at least one person take you up to sick bay, maybe 2 if you're depending on how much you damaged. Then there'll be one person having to fill out a full report to make sure that's noted down in case you have problems later on in life, and to make sure the medical personnel know exactly what you bashed into. And you're running, instead of saving time, has now taken up hours of 4 or 5 other people's time, as well as lost you to what you were doing. So which is better? You walking across the hangar, or you running across the hangar?
Mm.
Less haste, more speed.
More speed.
I also tend to point out to people, as a doctor, you do not run in the hospital unless it's a proper emergency. It upsets people, and whilst you might think you look sexy doing it, and all kind of, well, you used to say sort of George Clooney in ER, but whatever. Yeah, you don't do it.
Well, the other thing I think with high-intensity operations is just, even if you're doing everything right, you've got that same small percentage chance of an accident with every flight.
Yeah.
So the more flights you're doing, that adds up too.
Yeah. It really does. But people forget about that.
Mm.
Before we go on to the next question, Alex, when are you planning to do the HMS Portchester Castle?
That's going to be done probably about 8:30 to 9 o'clock.
Okay.
I've been I was originally going to do them at the beginning, but then I noticed more people turn up in the middle, and I didn't want a lot of people to miss out, so I thought I'll do them in the middle of the things. And then Penguin 9000. What types of ships do you think should and shouldn't have been all forward layout? Battleships and cruisers can be all forward layout. I'm not keen on other ships being all forward layouts. And even realistically, battleships and cruisers aren't all forward layouts. They're all forward primary layouts, or their secondaries, etc., will be spread over around the hull. So you're putting the primary guns forward, not the secondaries. They're everywhere.
Don't attack subs also end up effectively being all forward armament with most of their tubes forward these days,
Yeah.
and just a handful back?
Yeah.
And no real broadside, as I understand, for modern nuke subs.
No. They don't have a broadside. Steve, in tech terms, how advanced in a human history, on average, does a solo ship have to be to defeat a large balanced fleet? E.g., HMS Warrior versus the French Trafalgar. Usually we're talking functionally 2 to 3 generations. At the point of 2 to 3 generations of the evolution, the ships become functionally immune to their opponent's weaponry because they basically are fighting on a completely different level.
So if you take a Gulf War refit Iowa and send it against the High Seas Fleet in 1916, it's not even a fight.
No, it's not. There was actually a conversation the other day of what happens if all 3 Yamatos are with the High Seas Fleet at the Battle of Jutland, the Royal Navy's annihilated.
Mm.
Because you think about that,
Radar targeting.
they've got radar targeting, they've got 18-inch guns. Think about this, they're capable of doing 27 knots. There is virtually nothing which can run from them, and there is nothing that can fight them on the Royal Navy side. And they can engage long before we get into range.
HMS New Zealand and HMS Warspite and their plot armor would like to disagree.
Yes, I know, and I would never disagree with this. They might have a chance of any ship, but again, on a theoretical abstract level, no. If it's not for plot armor, then
plot armor.
Yeah.
Argues with the action.
But yeah, it's basically for 3 generations, and if you consider most of the battleships at Jutland are more than 3 generations behind Yamato, because you have the wartime generation, which are built after them, then the post-war generation, then the sort of the first sort of treaty era, and then Yamato, which Yamato is part of. So they're roughly 3 generations away from them. Now, you add on radar to the Grand Fleet, and you give the Yamatos to the High Seas Fleet. Watch Yamato get smashed. Because the moment you've added on radar, you've added on the greatest single advantage that she's brought with her. And you've nullified it because both sides have it. And now, whilst the Yamatos have it in the Kaiserlich Marines fleet, the whole Grand Fleet has it. That means
that's why you also, if you take Grand Fleet forward to World War II, like we were discussing earlier, it makes more of a difference in some way. It makes almost as much of a difference going the other way, because the Grand Fleet is not really 3 generations behind the Kriegsmarine, because the Kriegsmarine's effect in some ways is only 1 generation more advanced than the High Seas Fleet.
And they have some capabilities, yes, but also it's going to sound strange if the Grand Fleet is operating in mixed task forces with the rest of the Royal Navy, the modern Royal Navy. Suddenly it's a case of, oh, we have radar, that's our advantage. Oh no, you have ships with you which have radar as well. We have battleships. Oh, you have like 6 battleships with you. Oh, good.
We have one. Oh yeah, there's one modern cruiser sailing along with 6 old dreadnoughts. That cruiser is giving those dreadnoughts targeting instructions, and that's all they need.
And if you consider the Bismarck, well, Bismarck is great, but Bismarck against the whole of the battle cruiser fleet, backed up by Prince of Wales and and Hood. If they have radars as well, yes, Bismarck can beat any single one of those ships. The whole pack together?
Not a chance.
Well, they just need one of the radar-equipped counties with each squadron.
Well, that's what
so
you
can
would
put your 13.5 in. You put your 13.5-inch guns, four ships with 13.5s, and 1 county class as a command cruiser.
Yeah.
The Germans are going to go, whoa, battleships. We go for glory, and the county's basically going, yeah. I'm telling them what to do.
We are the eyes.
Yeah.
You are the sluggers. We are the eyes, and without us, you're helpless. Grow some respect.
Ramon, why did the USMC never upgrade their Harriers like the Iron did with... The USMC did upgrade their Harriers. That's what all the different generations of Blue and Harrier are for. But you have to remember, the Royal Navy Harriers were air defense aircraft. The US Marine Corps Harriers are ground attack craft. There is a difference in what they're going to be upgraded for. Roll, do you think the USN having the early diesels SSG with nuclear tipped cruise missiles made the Navy status of nuclear branch secure because of the threats posed by the US Air Force at the time? Not really, but it was a step in the right direction. It gave them a taster of what they need to do. They've had to do a lot more to secure it since. Penguin 9000, how many shells would a post-World War II era battleship need to cripple the High Seas Fleet? Well, considering the targeting capability, if the shells fly true, and as they're supposed to, you could probably knock out High Seas Fleet with less than the load you carry from a battleship leaving its home principal harbour. Probably. Especially with that generational difference because of your targeting, your ability to aim, and probably the size of the shell. If it's a post-World War II era battleship versus the High Seas Fleet. Ramon, related to question 7, do you think the USN designed the CVA-58 is to thwart the newly formed US Air Force threat to the Navy to remove the Navy from nuclear branch of the US Armed Forces? No, it was designed with the idea of, well, I was never really told. It was just a fun thing to do as far as I understand it. You know? for the CVA-58, though, and its particular style, it's a useful thing to have to try and give them nuclear strategic reach. It being cancelled like it is a bit weird. But it was a rather useful thing and fun thing to have at the time for them to aim for, because it gave them a place at the table. It gave them something independent. And it's, let's be honest, it's an outside problem for you if you're Russia and if you're Soviet Union, because there is this thing going around which has strategic bombers on, which is literally floating around. It's going where it wants to go. When it wants to go. It's just, you don't know where it is. And it's got strategic bomber range. And the strategic bomber strike power, and that's problematic. Ramol, related to question 7. Do you think the OSN designed... Answer that one. Ramol, what is your opinion on the RIM 116 CRAM? Do you think it's not as good as the Seawolf? Because the Seawolf is... The other one from CRAM is mount module and prone to faults. They're completely different systems. One is a Sea-Wiz, a close-in weapon system. Even as a missile, it's a close-in weapon system, and one is a post-defense ship. Okay? Sorry, no. A point-defense missile. Did I say post-defense ship? Sorry, really weird. Point-defense missile. You see, the thing is, I was thinking about. Oh, don't worry, sorry. One of the next updates for Timberborn has Postman in it, and I was wondering if that would mean they would come out like the old Kevin Costner movie with the Postman in it, but we'll leave that to one side. Considering this is also set in a barren wasteland brought upon by human destruction. But, that's what I'm talking about is the ship was useful, and for CRAM, it's useful. It's a close-in weapon system, though. Seawolf is a point defense system. One is supposed to defend your ship from threats. One defends your ship from incoming attack. There is a difference. Yeah, lots of all those, and those, and those, and those. Oh, tick the line up. Yeah. Done. Nice, everyone. Does Dr. Clarke think Azur Lane is the most... No, we are waiting. We will wait for Foxo and Dragon to answer any Azur Lane questions. I'm not doing that without them. Nicest way, they're my subject matter experts. I read it, I don't know it that well. I'm letting them... they will be here for that. If someone wants to beat them, please beat them.
Azur Lane and its fan music is what stuck me with this weird concept of trying to come up with a scenario where all of the European navies, including the Royal Navy and Bismarck in 1941, end up on the same side. Ended up requiring alien invasion.
Yeah, it usually does. We really don't like each other.
Someone shows up and bombards all the capitals.
Yeah, we really don't like each other. In fact, at that one, we probably throw a party. Why are we stopping them? So they would then make us fill out forms afterwards, because that's a good reason to stop them.
Well, I mean, if they blow up London and Berlin and Paris and Rome, I feel like there might be a little bit of aggression to be worked out in a different direction.
Yeah, we have plenty of options. Plenty of options.
Like I said, I was trying to come up with a scenario, and it was a reach.
Not the easiest.
It basically ended with the phrase and the discussion in my head between virtual characters who knows what they would actually be. The Germans are only willing to contribute Bismarck if she can lead the way. Sure, we'll use her as a blade of armor for the Italians.
Yeah.
We're coming up at the back to do the actual work.
That works. And a blade of armor for the Italians. The Italians always need a blade of armor. They really do.
As opposed to Rommel, who famously was described as being prepared to fight to the last Italian drop of blood.
Mm-hmm.
So I was summoned.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, answer this question.
You were. There's an Azur Lane question, and we have a rule. I don't tackle them unless you two are here. And Glyn and me both agree with this rule.
A reasonable idea, and at least you know something of the franchise,
Yeah.
unlike a certain compatriot of ours.
I do, but
I know it exists. That's it. Because of YouTube AI music videos.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Mm-hmm. I know it exists too, but I have a policy. I said I have a policy. I have friends who know it better than me. Why would I get involved in this policy?
Okay, so just a quick question while I'm here. Does anyone here know what a lollard is?
Yes.
What's the lollard?
A lot of
It's
movement. Yeah, carry on.
It was a proto Protestant movement in the 14th century, I think it was, in England.
Roughly, yes.
Yeah.
Explain
Oh,
that
do
to
they
me.
like Huthites then?
Yes,
Yeah.
Drac regularly likes to play at being a lollard and have fights and HEMA events. Why?
Okay.
She's playing EU5, so they probably just popped up.
Okay.
I swear I'm not addicted. I can stop playing anytime I want to.
Fox, so have you actually stopped playing at all since we last talked?
Yes,
I
she
went to
slept.
sleep.
She has indeed slept, so...
Okay, I'll believe you. Many wouldn't, especially me, because let's be honest, I don't actually sleep. But we'll leave it to one side.
In regards to Night
I do regard that you remember that you two are regular humans rather than supernaturals.
Yeah. As Foxer can attest, I just conked out at like 2 AM last night, so... I'm perhaps a bit later than that.
Have you eaten, Foxo?
She's disappointed about
I've
that.
had one bag of Sainsbury's off-brand sea salt and chardonnay vinegar chips.
Very good.
Do you mean crisps or actual chips?
No, American-style potato chips. They're the big, chunky American ones.
I'm pretty
Oh
sure
dear.
they're still just crisps.
They are.
Yeah.
The chunky crisps.
So imagine
Won't
like
even
an
describe.
actual fish and chip that's been fried to its texture of a crisp. So it's a chip.
Foxo, you are aware most fish and chips shop chips are fried.
You are aware most fish and
There's a
chip shop
difference.
chips are actually made of potato.
Look, I know these are technically like 47% corpse starch or something, but
Okay.
And it could be worse. They could be part corpse starch rather than cornstarch. But you know,
I think she did say corpse starch.
I did say corpse starch.
Yeah, she did. That was.
I
Yeah,
was making a
welcome
dig
to
at
the-
the Americans.
yeah. I guess there was something going on.
In regards to the question that has indeed aroused us, is it the most efficiently run organization? Probably not. What we've seen is mostly semi-automated. Admittedly, I understand Knight's point of how basically the commander does spend the day with whichever ship it is on their launch day. So, gods help them when it's more than one ship per day. Bismarck's doomed, because of course it's Valentine's Day as well.
Okay, so in the nicest way, I'm not sure whether we should be we should be worried about the commander and potential death by snoo, or whether we should be worried about the ships and their disappointment.
I would say worry for the commander by death by chocolate overload.
Oh, good lord.
Every single ship girl, because as I recall in Japan on Valentine's Day, it's tradition to give chocolates.
Yes, it is.
Every single ship girl does this.
Oh. Oh, that poor man.
So the commander gets crushed by chocolate once a year.
He's given like 700 boxes of chocolate, and usually these shipbuilders have made it themselves, so sometimes they're very strange concoctions. And of course, it's rude if he doesn't at least have some.
Yes.
So,
some shipbuild chocolate would perplex the CDC.
I have visions of the size of chocolate being commensurate to kind of the weight of broadside of the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that would be pretty cool.
How many 18-inch sized boxes of chocolate can one man consume in a year?
You know, people make these sort of statues out of chocolate. I wonder if someone's made an 18.1-inch naval shell out of 1-to-1 scale out of chocolate.
In the nicest way, one of those girls will have done.
Probably, yes.
Mm.
But yeah, so overall, I don't actually think it is that inefficient. Naval High Command above it, I would say, is more inefficient.
Naval High Command above us, you and I have discussed before, is a good reason to start drinking.
Very much so.
Naval High Command.
I was curious and wanted to see what the Azur Lane question is, but I do actually have to run away to start getting ready for stuff this afternoon. So,
Okay.
good luck finishing this off, Alex, and I will talk to you all later.
Take care.
Everyone have a good one.
Thank you, Glenn.
Bye.
Actually, quick question.
Okay.
What's the difference between a yeoman and a peasant?
A yeoman and a peasant.
Yeah.
Well, it's the level of training for starters, but also their status.
So is a yeoman basically a freeman?
Yes.
Yes, yeoman of the guard.
I suppose
Yeoman
with
is
that-
more of a military thing. Yeoman is more of a military thing. Peasant is somebody who just basically works land.
Okay.
I hope I didn't hear that. Is this something to do with your game, Foxo?
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
trying to figure out people and their roles.
Okay, right.
But it's more of because a yeoman pays significantly more tax than a peasant.
Yes, because they're
Yes,
freemen.
because he's more status. Because he's got more status. And actually has more resources to give you tax.
So a peasant is a lot more like a subsistence farmer then.
So a peasant in the medieval period, he gets a small plot of land of his own, but has to do work for his local lord. So this is pre-bubonic plague.
I'm currently post-bubonic plague.
So
So
post-bubonic plague, there's not enough peasants, so they all wander off and then demand more money to work land.
It's not the. Yes, it's the plague, but it's the one. It's what's called the Black Death.
Yes.
The peasants
Yeah.
are revolting, basically.
Mm-hmm.
The peasants are revolting, basically.
The peasants discover their worth.
Yeah, they're revolting.
Yeah. You know, then they have a worth to other people, and they basically go, "Oh right, I can do this, and therefore I get paid money to do work. Oh right, okay, I'll do that rather than work this plot of land for
Yeah,
this guy who doesn't really care."
but they are revolting. They can't help it, they're peasants.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we do the same in a similar situation.
Yeah. Brand Larson, what if the entire post-Human Covenant War USNC Navy appeared at the height of the Battle Reach? How does the battle and the rest of the war go for the USNC as that such a powerful force?
What are we classing as their height?
It appears at the height of the battle of reach, I'd say the critical moment.
Well, no, like,
when the Covenant think they're about to win.
Oh no, post-human Covenant was it? I thought it was the height of the UNSC fleet. That's like then, yeah, they kind of will win that battle.
That's a lot of ships. That is a lot of ships.
But yeah, because you've also got stuff like UNSC Infinity. You've still got a bunch of Punics left, so we know how hard Punics tend to go. So yeah, they probably do win that battle.
Honestly,
they're very confused.
Did they win the war?
The Covenant are very confused. Really, really confused.
Well, the UNSC is also confused. How many?
Also, this is the Covenant before the Covenant breaks apart.
Yeah, because also this is entire post-Human Covenant war, so I'm assuming this is before we have the whole Cortana problem and Banished.
Which could be fun.
It could be a lot of fun. Petch's knows a decent chunk about this as well. So,
I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to go check on why I've heard a weird noise again. Sorry. For those who don't know, my sister has been painting the lounge today, which has just been plastered. And you're not supposed to really paint it for 4 weeks, but she decided to paint it today because she'd get it done. And so far, she's managed to tip paint over herself to Corgi. Get Mum stuck in a chair. So yeah, I hear weird noises coming from that direction. I just go now because it's just easier on me.
Like, no offense, but your family is starting to sound like a Looney Tunes cartoon. At times. Yeah.
Having met them, I can neither confirm nor deny any resemblance.
from what I'm reading, Petch, estimates put them rough. We have absolutely no information on it, but it's believed somewhere of between roughly 300 and around 1,200. I don't know if you've got anything slightly better on that one than I've got, but... So, at the lower end, 300 ships. Well, Infinity will help a lot. Yeah, I would agree with around 800 vessels is not unreasonable. But, so... Yes, I do think that does make quite a big noticeable difference.
But paradoxically, it might be just enough to get the Covenant to pull the head from the bombs.
Yeah, it is a case of the Covenant going... Well, that's impressive. No. Yeah, the one at Reach is truly scuttled.
Because...
Yep. I think you also have the you might start getting the Vindications at this point, as well as some of their post stuff, but because I think those come into service quite quickly post-war. Sorry, go on, Foxo.
Anyway.
No, go on.
I'm just going to point out that no matter how you play it, with bringing UNSC fleet back in time, the UNSC and the Human Covenant War is what the Covenant's tertiary front?
Not even that, I don't think. Well, Petch has made a surprising appearance, so...
Oh yeah, I'll come here to make a comment on it. So, yeah. The fleet at Reach the Covenant brought was about 650. which was it was the largest Covenant fleet that actually came into fighting.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the actual battle fleet at Reach did significant damage to the Covenant fleet with just what they had.
The more larger ships did, but the smaller ones did not.
I know UNSC Trafalgar, which yes, before Foxer goes, of course I'm talking about that again, did work.
Yeah, the Epsilon Irandani fleet did give them a nasty slap. But yeah, you'd have 800 ships plus, roughly that is, from the newer fleet plus the Epsilon Irandani fleet. So you got like almost 1k ships there to fight the Covenant.
Which honestly, probably if the Covenant comes swinging back in with a bigger fleet.
They will, but they'll be given pause because that was their largest fleet to assemble, basically. Because by time of reach, the Covenant has already gone through a lot of ships, and they're still trying to recover industrially from it.
Okay.
It'd be interesting.
28 wars. 28 years of war.
Yeah,
it really does. Go on.
Sorry, Ronan Larson's pointing out that the Covenant losses are described as massive for their fleet engagement, which isn't a good sign for them. So yes, the battle during the orbital battle Reach, if post-war stuff arrives, yeah, they're done. But then you have some rather interesting questions raised post-war about these crews on these vessels, and what's going on with the at-war lot.
Well, some of them weren't even born yet. If they're 28 years in the future.
Well, you've also then got the whole thing that I believe post-war people have not exactly a positive opinion of Oni and some of the stuff they got up to.
Mm.
Considering you just saved Reach, which is the headquarters of it.
Yes, it's more a case of what these fleet members might do with this of, hey, so Oni's important, but are you aware they're doing this, and that, which are really shady?
Yeah, so
they would be.
List of shady stuff which Oni gets up to is quite disturbing, but you know. And we will let you know what Oni are doing. Every chance.
In terms of writing, Halo is a bit off and a bit smooth brain. In some cases.
Itty bitty little bit.
I mean, from the start of the war, they could have made EMP munitions for their ships. Which would have...
correct me if I'm wrong, don't we see that on Phoenix-class colony vessels that are refit? So yeah, Spirit of Fire being the most obvious example.
I mean, they had the Gremlin, which was a land-based vehicle, and that could disable Forerunner technology.
Back in a moment.
So...
Isn't it disabling Forerunner technology from the Halo Wars game, and it's a game mechanic? That's
not just that, but yeah, but even
really
then...
canon?
Yeah, but you got to remember they also use EMP macrounds, which also do the same thing in Wars 2.
Hey,
and the games are classified as canon.
Yeah, I don't get why they don't use any funny nuclear munitions.
Because
they're very limited. You got to remember, I think they're like the Sheev is a fusion nuke, so it's a very expensive thing to make.
Yeah, but it's stuff like put something like I can't remember what they're called now. But it's where you use the way you focus a large nuclear detonation into a microscopic point as a laser.
Mm.
Oh, you mean like the Nova bomb? What the Nova bomb does?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
I think it's a bomb-pumped laser or something.
Mm.
Got a Macron laser. Or Macron weapon.
Maybe.
I could be wrong.
Because it's
That's technically
French there, Foxo.
It's a Macron particle beam weapon, which is one of the most powerful. particle beam weapons you can make. Theoretically.
Right. It's... yeah. Ryan, this is going to be a fun one for Foxo especially. Which is better from Penguin McCannon? French pre-dreadnoughts or Yamato? Which is the better hotel?
Better hotel? It depends. Do you want to live a life of luxury? Then Yamato. If you want a novelty hotel, say, like the one they've got, the one they've got in York, which is a spoopy haunted hotel, then you go for the Hoche.
I'm going for HMS Agincourt. It comes with a Turkish bath.
I was going to say, do you like beef bourguignon or sushi? Or sushimi?
It's gonna sound like heresy, but I like my beef.
Dragon, are we sure this
There
is
are other dishes
Foxo?
available.
Sure this is Foxo. She just said she likes something French.
Who has kidnapped Foxo?
Who is wearing
What?
a Foxo skin?
What? Can I
Yeah.
not like beef? I don't like the French person who cooked it, but I do like the food.
It's just... I'm just so shocked.
Dr. Clarke and Dr. Dan will both say that there is absolutely exquisite beef in Japan.
Kobe.
I don't have beef with the Japanese.
We had Glyn here earlier. Glyn would also be sitting here going, Kobe. Glyn is under orders. He's to take his lady wife back there. For Kobe. I think she's specifically told him he's not allowed to fob her off of any other restaurant other than the one we went to.
Is this based upon your food review?
Yes. It was very, very, very good steak. Penguin 9000, roughly what numbers do you use for Iowa's, South Dakota's vertical belt equivalent? Give me context of why you want them. Because if it's for gaming, I give you different numbers. If it's for naval history modelling, I'll give you different numbers.
Why the difference? Why the difference?
Well, for gaming, if I give you the straight naval history numbers, they tend to not fit most gaming mechanics, so I have to be model. If it's just for naval history modelling, I could just give it to you because I will do. And the other option is I send you to a very interesting website. And I promise you it's not a weird website, but it is weird. But it does it very well. What it does very, very well.
It's not the Nathan Oakham thing, is it?
Nope.
Okay. Because the there's the whole thing of the angling of the armor belt, as well as armor quality, which are factors in some ways, but trying to do them for a game sounds like a path to madness. Does that seem like a fair description of it?
Yeah. But what you have to remember is the belt, the main belt is angled, boom. Like so. If this is the flat hull side, okay, slightly coming in, this is the armor belt. And the whole idea is to provide belt protection inside torpedo defences, etc., and various things to protect. You've got an armour deck over the top of the main belt, but you've also got a bomb deck above that, and a splinter deck below that, etc., and all sorts of things. So you've got a lot of distributed protection. Below the main belt, you have the lower belt, and the lower belt covers about 3 times as much space as the main belt. So when someone tells you 12-inch belt, they're telling you about the main belt. But actually, again, you have to remember the U.S. Navy and the the Royal Navy do not buy their armour by thickness. They buy it by pound per square foot. Okay? So Iowa's belt is 12.1 inches of US Class A armour on 30-pound STS sloped at 19 degrees inboard. That means that the person is giving you something so you can work it out roughly. It's got 12 inches of thickness because the poundage there sounds massive. On 30 pound per square foot STS, which tells you its thickness, sloped at a 19 degrees angle. So you have the 30 pound STS behind it, and then you have the armour on top. The arm projects out roughly 12.1 inches from there. But, you know, to support the belt on the outer hull plating at the time, the hull itself was 60 pounds STS per square foot thick. It was felt that would be sufficient to deal with AP from shells and all those things. And you can go through it, and you go through the system. Just remember, our armour is bought pound per square foot, not by thickness. Oh, immunity zones are fun.
Yeah, I'm never sure how much I believe in them.
Most of the American immunity zones were well inside the ranges at which they actually started fighting. And so they've rarely ever reached them. Well, why didn't the UK not upgrade the M270 to M142 HIMARS? Do you think the HIMARS isn't good enough? Awesome. No, it's that the British government were trying to save money. I think they are now actually looking at potentially upgrading it, but we'll watch this. We'll see what happens, because again, the British government likes to spend money at the last possible minute, for fear they might overspend by a penny, and so instead end up spending pounds more than they needed to.
I think, from memory, they bought a load of Israeli long-range artillery missiles for use in Afghanistan, where people were using the thing you can stick in a HIMARS or MLRS.
Yeah.
Which didn't come out until, I think, after they'd expended them all. Or something.
Yeah. I love our government sometimes. I really do. Ramol, why you have no Stanislav Kozanov You have to replace the staff of one of the animals in World War II, World War One or World War Two with the Sisters of Silence from 40k. Which one and why?
The who?
If I replace BT's staff with a Sister of Silence, and he tries to do what he normally does with ladies around him, he'll get his arm ripped off him, right? Won't he?
No, they're not that violent usually. If they are meant to be, if they put him in where they know that he is meant to be the commander, they won't rip his arm off. They'll just break it in 7 positions that'll take him months to heal and tell him, please do not do that again.
Okay, BT for me. You guys can pick whoever you want.
I'm just trying to think. The Sisters of Silence, like, for want of a nail. Like...
Okay.
So for those that don't know, Sisters of Silence are... mute, terrifying people who are just base women who are blanks that are the natural counter and evaporate demons from existence just by being present.
They are also known as basically the second half of the Custodes, as they during the Great Crusade. If there was ever a time Custodes were deployed, there was probably at least a contingent of Sisters of Silence sent with them to maintain any demonic threat.
However, because they're blanks, they have very little to no beyond human gene altering.
And yet they can still keep up with a Custodian in a fight.
Yeah, that's not because they're quick, it's because they're debuffing the Custodians, who are partially psychic, who are passively psychic warriors.
It's still terrifying. Like, they are the pinnacle of humanity in training, effectively, without excessive gene modification. Honestly, I almost wonder what Cunningham could do with them.
Oh, he'd love them. But the trouble is, he'd also want to take them to dinner and be very kind to them because he's very much a gentleman. And
That's fine.
And you also forget the other thing is who else he has out there. He'd have Montgomery out there trying to explain battle tank tactics to them.
That probably work until they're one of the only humans which also gets the transhuman dread. They could probably walk up to a bunch of in-place positions and defeat them and go, why did you need tanks for this? I can imagine them, if Montgomery did try that, they would shame Montgomery.
They're more likely to Montgomery, because by their nature they're a bit off in the head.
We like Montgomery, yes, but in this scenario, it's quite funny because it's famous that Montgomery tried to woo a lady by explaining his tank tactics of how he'd defeat a German armor column. And whilst we're not so sure whether it was that she just didn't like him, or alternatively, she felt that she could do better tank tactics than him, which is what Garrus alleges. I do love the way that sometimes there is a discussion as to whether or not Montgomery was autistic.
I have to assume he at least partly was.
If he's not on the spectrum in a nicest way somewhere, I don't know. He might not. I'm not saying he's fully diagnosed, but he's on the spectrum somewhere. I'm seeing this as someone who is, a dyslexic, on the dyslexic spectrum. That guy is on the spectrum somewhere.
If he's not on the autistic spectrum, he's sort of that meme of autism didn't exist when I was a kid. Now go away, child. You know it's train time.
No.
It's not that archetype, at least.
It's more a case of, how do I put this politely? It's with him, autism may or may not exist. With Monty, we're fairly certain being bad at dating is not a new thing. There again, actually, I'm thinking probably for Dragon, if he did explain his tank tactics to Foxo, it would actually start an interesting conversation. So maybe it was because Monty hadn't met his Foxo.
Yes, but knowing her, she would tell me how foolish this is and go with this tank tactic.
Yes, that's what I mean. This is the thing.
Definitely on the spectrum.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem was that the spectrum as we know it didn't exist then. They were often described as being peculiar, a little bit
eccentric.
What's the word? Yeah, either eccentric or ill-informed or ill-judged in social settings.
Basically, if they have money, they're eccentric.
Not to be left out with other people alone, if at all possible, and they're important. All those sorts of things where, you know, it's. I mean,
True.
I think there are interviews with him post-war where he's going on about how wonderful he is, and that is also an indicator of one of the forms of spectrum. The fact that they don't see that it's anybody else who's done it, they just see it as them being it's all their genius, not the individuals who make up the team.
Dan, are you having the same flashbacks I was having with that statement?
Yes.
I thought so. Okay. Remote, do you think the Japanese unwillingness to send the Yamatos down to the waters of Guadalcanal was because of logistics and fuel concerns? Yes. And the Yamatos are gas guzzlers. They're the largest battleships built of all time. Of course, they're gas guzzlers. That's kind of like turning up to a Ford F-150 with a. I think can you still get it with the flat 8 in it. A flat 8 in it, and going. You know what? I'm not sure if you're cost efficient to drive. It's not. It's gorgeous to drive. It's not cost efficient. Another part of Dan's future just flashed before his eyes. The idea of, what eventually, if we do end up doing an American trip, what car will end up being hired. Because I have an idea for how to make it fair and even. You and I get a car, and we get to drive our route. Drac has to arrange his route to be driven by fans.
That's cruel.
So it's basically around the world in 80 days sort of theme. We have to all visit a certain number of. We can pick any route we want. But we have to visit a certain number of ships and film with them. From one starting point in one side of America to ending point on the other side of America. You and I get a car. Drac can only travel by car if he can't travel by plane, and he can only travel by car if he's given a lift by a subscriber. He cannot hire a car himself. And it's a challenge to see who can get there first and get all the ships done first.
Possibly. Yeah, I was just going to say with Monty that, I mean, he did marry.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I think, often thought to be the thing that got him through the interwar years without getting kicked out of the army. was that she was basically there as a shield for all his social inabilities. And he seems to have been much better. And you look at any quotes from him and things like that, he just seems to have been so much better before, possibly even just before the end of the war. And then he just started believing his own hype, from what I can tell.
Yes.
So I have a lot of time for during the war Montgomery and things, and relatively little for post-war Montgomery.
Yes.
And I just find it tricky.
Yeah. So I don't know if Drac has enough subscribers to pull it off. Look, it could be fun if we could do it. Ship-shaped Cannonball USA. That would be a very, very fun thing to do, and a fun way to do it. It would be fun.
Yeah.
Now, also, I mean, we could actually decide our timetable, and we could say, well, we'll spend extra time here, but then we've got two of us to do the driving, so we can drive idiot style for the next day.
Yep.
That sort of thing.
Making bad quotes from Blues Brothers.
Yes. Probably, knowing you and I, making sure we have the suits from Blues Brothers so we can do at least a few pictures of us in the car like we are the Blues Brothers.
Yes.
No, we will not rent a Countach. No, we would rent, in the nicest way, it's America, it's their roads. The biggest SUV we can get our frigating hands on is what we'd rent. Naval treaties. Specify that each signing nation has to buy one capital ship from each of the other signing powers. What do each order, and how will the orders be built? They'll all be built very well, because in the nicest way, no one's going to make themselves look bad by building bad ships, because in the nicest way, that's going to make their fleet look terrible and their fleet look weak. So you're going to have to try and build them good. But what will they order? America and Japan is easy, and France and Italy is easy. From Britain, they're going to order Nelrod, because let's be honest, a Nelrod is the latest, greatest thing for Britain. What Britain's going to order from the others is going to be interesting. I think everyone from orders from Italy, perhaps Francesco Caracola. That would seem appropriate.
The British could buy a new block ship from the French.
God, there's nothing the British want from the French at all. No, there's just nothing. Francesco Caracola has the redeeming feature that it's a fast battleship. Oh, good God. Let's see. What are the options?
1922-23, nothing the French have is coming close.
The battle cruiser based on the Leon class. That could be. The battle cruiser based on the Leon class. That could be sort of what they look at, because there was a battlecrew design based on the Leon class. They could go with that. That's about the only option I can think of from the French, and I don't think anyone else would differ in that. I think everyone would get the same thing from them. Britain and France, they get the same things from them, and Italy, they get the Francesco Caracara. Now, what would Britain get from America is an interesting question. Do you think? Do
a
you
Lexington carrier.
Yeah, I'd say that as well. A Lexington carrier, because they can. I would say I don't know what everyone else gets though, because I think they might go for a Colorado. I think Japan might go for a Lexington carrier, but I think France and Italy will go for a Colorado. Because let's be honest, they need a decent battleship, and they've only got so far a very nice. They've got a French battle cruiser for the Italians, and they've got a Nelrod. The French have got a Nelrod and a Colorado. And from the Italians, a Francesco Caracola. It's an interesting battle group. And then you have. Then they reach Japan. And what do they want there? A Marquis class carrier? Britain America could order an Amagi class carrier.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think what. This does run the risk of turning the Royal Navy into a subsidiary of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries.
Well, the other option is a Marquis class battle cruiser, which they're probably not going to get because it's not treaty compliant, or a Tosa, or a Nagato class. Would you want a Nagato to rank in for your, two Nelrods and your Francesco Caracola and your Leon class battle cruiser?
Not really.
No, so I think probably the thing to go with your Lexington class carrier is the Amagi class carrier. And I think America probably does the same, if they're sensible.
Yeah.
I have no idea. The French and Italians might go for a Nagato.
Yeah, I mean, it works better for their fleets.
Yeah.
The thing is that for the British and the Americans, it's not quite the right thing for their doctrine and doesn't fit in with the rest of it. Whereas
the French and Italians, they've now got a Colorado, a Nagato, and a Nelrod, all 16-inch gun ships.
Yeah, but also your Colorado and your Nelrod will be the slow force, and the Nagato will be faster. I think.
Just a tad, yeah.
27. I think it's about 27. But it just it lets you, you're going to build your force around those, whereas the British and the Americans have a force which they are looking
26
to
and a half knots, so it's not far off 27 now.
Yeah, so it's certainly going to be able to do. I mean, it's significantly faster than a lot of the other stuff. It's a messy question because they're all at very different places in their building strategies at that point, which is kind of fun.
It's It's certainly an interesting scenario to think about. All given these things. But I would. Yeah. It's an interesting one to think through. let's be sure. When was duty on alcoholic drinks started? And would the Imperial Iron Brew Company, East India Company, if you need a boring real life group, pay it? Now,
beer duty was started in the Civil War under Charles I.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so it depends. Because taxes on luxuries have been a thing, especially the trade of luxuries has been a thing since. Ooh.
Tonnage and poundage, which was taxes first levied on imported wine and other small beers and alcohols from Spain, Portugal, and France, were levied by Edward II.
Yep.
Now, these were normally granted by Parliament to King for life, but they decided not to give this to Charles I. And that's when they brought in the Customs Excise Act of 1787, which introduced duties on all sorts of other things as well. So basically, it's since 1307 we've been doing it, but it's been the modern form since roughly 1787.
Well, let's say Charles. Okay. Excise officer here saying it was started in the beer duty was started in the Civil War with Charles I.
So I think it's the difference.
So that's not an import tax into the UK. That's a tax on beer produced in the UK.
Tonnage and poundage.
So not quite the same thing.
Not
quite the same thing.
Tonnage were levied on imported, so
yeah,
that was I suppose it's. They were levied on imported, and it was on every pound weight of merchandise, which is why they ended up having issues. If you exported stuff or you imported stuff, wine or alcohol or other things, imported or exported, you would pay tonnage and poundage.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that. Yeah, because they used to pay duty on wine coming into Bristol and London. Which is the reason why Chaucer got rich.
Yeah.
Because partially he got paid in wine, is that correct? I think it was. He used to get paid in wine, weirdly. But no, I would say, I remember this from my training. Beer duty was basically the Civil War. So that's beer produced in the UK, sold to UK people. The brewery had to pay an excise duty on the barrels of beer being sent to hostelries.
From memory, I think Chaucer's father may have been a wine merchant, and it was partly that he got given it because he had a role in customs, but also would know how to trade it, and so could kind of convert it into money as well. But it was a way of doing it that I think was kind of how that one worked.
It's poundage and tonnage which actually lead to, in many ways, the Civil War, because whilst Charles I, he had been voted justly allowed to collect for the collection of 1 year rather than for life. He then continues to collect it even after he has no longer been voted to power. And no parliamentary act has established that he's continued it. And this leads to him actually impounding a member of Parliament's goods. And, well, that leads to Parliament actually arguing against him, which leads to him dissolving Parliament, which leads to him imprisoning various members of Parliament. And, well, yes, we start having interesting operations.
My understanding was more he tried to imprison members of Parliament and failed abysmally.
Well, again, he tried to use the regular troopers. He didn't hire the people who would have done it efficiently. Or rather, he
told everybody he was going.
Yes.
So they didn't turn up.
in the nicest way, and he didn't hire the sort of troops who would have already had someone there waiting outside the doors, so when people tried to escape outside, let's say, a river gate, would have gone, hello, you've arrived, thank you for getting in my barge, you're all coming with me now, thank you. So nice of you to join me. Instead, those people might have been hired by other people to make sure they were not there when the king got there.
Yeah.
It's...
Might any of these
it really is
members of extended family?
British politics has often sifted on who was prepared to pay the most shillings for their blood to be left inside their meat sack.
Other famous customs officers include Robert Burns, the poet,
basically they'll try and make you pay it, Leslie.
Was it that was in charge of the mint? Was it Newton? No.
Yes, Isaac Newton was in charge of the Royal Mint at one stage, but that was more. But I think that was something else. And say Chaucer's the earliest customs officer I know.
All
right. But anyway,
okay.
Hands up.
Brandon Larson, what if the Nationalists had won the Chinese Civil War and forced the Communists to defeat Formosa instead? Well, we do know what happens with communist governments on small island nations. The lesson of Cuba, they tend to have an interesting economy. Honestly, if the communists have fled to Formosa instead, possibly the nationalists think it's good riddance and we'll just keep a watch on them. Potentially, once they're there, the Americans decide that, oh good, we sealed them off in one place. But also probably Formosa becomes a regular visit for the USSR's fleet and is their sort of Pacific bolt hole, so actually it probably becomes a target to try and make it switch over because it becomes a problem for them quite quickly. Whereas Formosa can, in the current scenario, is a lock on the Chinese door. In that scenario, it would be a problem for the Pacific. It'd be interesting. I don't know if I don't think there'd be a war straight away, but I think there'd be some interesting things going on. Penguin Cannon. If the battleship era lasts longer, what could a fully Italian rebuild of the Iowa look like? Could the Kennedy TDS be refitted on? Again, if the Italians did get an Iowa and did decide to do a build, there's all sorts of interesting things they could do. The first things they're going to sort out is the accommodations for the staff and the admiral. Because Italians do not believe in accommodations which would fit American standards and sensibilities. The Americans like to feel their senior officers realize that they are one of the crew. The Italians like to make their senior officers realize that they are an old person and they need to rest so that their brain is functioning. There's a difference in methodology going on here. Which current wheeled APC is best, Striker or Boxer? Is Leslie in the chat?
What do you want it for?
Well, is a Striker or Boxer? I'm fairly sure Foxer will have an opinion, but I thought I'd have Leslie here as well, and then I could serve as tiebreaker if they disagreed.
I have an opinion.
You have an opinion? Do you prefer Striker or Boxer?
If I'm going to war in it, Boxer.
Okay.
If I've got to do if I've got to organise an expeditionary force, I would probably go for Striker.
Okay.
Because Boxer is, from what I understand, huge.
And Foxo?
Pretty much the same.
All right. I think I will go for, well, probably the ACV variant of the Super AV if I'm going to go in either of them. Because that's basically got the space of Boxer and the amphibious warfare capability, which allows it to go across rivers and small oceans quite happily. So if I want to invade France, I can invade France solo with that.
Or go on a good sized booze cruise.
Honestly, nothing's stopping you. And literally, you can have a very nice 30mm cannon on top, plus missile launchers, and you weigh in at about 32 tons. You cross the channel, you go to the supermarket, you drive into the supermarket, you open the back hatch, you load on all the stuff you wish to load on, you close the back hatch, you drive out, and you drive back to the sea, and there's really no one who can stop you, short of shooting at you, short of destroying you.
I now have visions of the French police attempting to stop me, and realizing that they lack sufficiently heavy anti-tank guided missiles to actually make a decent dent.
Yeah, it is. It's a terrible life, but someone's got to do it. And the interior is very spacious. Penguin, if you could lock Beatty in a room with an extra angry Admiral King, would you throw away the key? No, because that'd be cruel to King. Why should he have to stay in there after he's killed Beatty?
Oh, I've got a different reason for no.
What's your reason?
I'm going to sell tickets.
Oh yeah.
People to watch.
In nicest way,
fighting.
Drac will want to buy the exclusive video rights.
Yes.
Can we have cage fighting?
Yeah, these are very old admirals. This is going to be called luxurious hotel lock-in fighting. It may involve the throwing of pillows. At some point, someone will probably tackle someone else.
Pillow with rocks, but you know.
Potentially. Joe Fredericks. During a scene in Man on the High Castle, the Axis Victory show, yes, we know, they showed a Yamato with a missile tubes and a Taiho with jets on board. Do you think it's accurate for such ships to last until the 1960s? Why wouldn't they in that scenario? They're going to be status assets. They're going to be status assets. Of course they will. AC-75 RO7. Did the Age of Sail or other 19th century eras have equivalents to the rare strategic materials? Rare woods, Lignum Vitae Act? Believe it or not, there's always rare materials that are being hunted for. Sometimes it's lead. Sometimes it's copper. Sometimes it's
tin from Cornwall.
Steel or iron and various other materials which go into steel to make it steel. The point is there are always rare materials which are critical to certain processes which are hunted down. It's nothing new. And of course, there's always gold. Joe Fredericks, if it were up to the UN for the jet age, do you think they'll? If it were up to the IGN, for the jet age, do you think they'll keep the Taiho design, or switch to the Unrus if they somehow manage to win? Probably do both. They're going to need enough of them. Penguin Cannon. I meant that I would get a full Italian-style rebuild, no expense spared. Could the earlier four get the upgraded TDS found on their latter two hours? Yeah. Okay. Right. Let's see. Any question next? Bum. Joe Fredericks. In a book source for the show, the German fleet carriers were essentially a rip-off of British designs. Would this be accurate, or would a victorious Germany demand a unique design? Depends. They could decide to go with the British designs because that gives them the status of showing that they've beaten the Royal Navy. And that could be what they want. It could be they demand the British build them their own designs so that, the British don't have anything left. It'll be an interesting thing. Man in a High Castle, though, I will say this. It's, yeah, no. There is so much in that program which is just wrong, and the book series which is weird. This is the thing is, I read these things because I have to do. I give students assigned reading and things to do, work out scenarios for them. And that was so weird. I've never used it. I've just not used it. Brandon Larson 4542. What if the Warsaw Pact and NATO navies in 1980s swapped? Everyone's a bit annoyed. Everyone's demanding where their carriers are, but life happens. Start building more and. Warsaw Pact going, how do we maintain these things? The main debate is going to be whether the Royal Navy gets the carriers because they're used to having the Bristol carrier, or whether the Americans get the carriers because they've lost all their carriers. Anyone will get bet on that, the outcome of that argument? Who gets what?
British government rapidly gives in and lets the Americans pay for it, and is grateful for having reduced the expense. Because I'm a cynic.
Perhaps they end up with a Moskva instead.
Oh, God.
Brian Larson, what if the capital had won the second rebellion in Hunger Games? The world continues much as it had before? A nice way.
I don't know.
The capital are the ones fighting for the status quo, not for change.
I don't know enough about the wider genre.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the wider setting of the books and things. I've watched some of the films and I can't remember which ones. That's about it.
It's fun. It is fun. Right. So, with that being said, and with me realizing we now have just 3 3/4 hours left, which is it's kind of disturbing when you start thinking of it like this. Start to look at it going, oh my. Although technically, according to this transmission, we have 4 hours left. Because of the delays that are built into it over the thing. So, according to this transmission, it should go on for 9 hours, and so we've got 4 hours left. But according to the human design, we have 3 3/4 hours. So, there's a small differential going on there. Nothing too much, though.
In the grand scheme of things, ...
It don't matter. No. But... Ba-da-da-bum-bum. So, we're then going to quickly talk about this. Now, I will say this. The movie stars I'm about to introduce you to are so famous, they don't even have their own picture. They don't even appear in their own pictures. They have others do it for them. That's real status. When you are such a movie star that you don't appear in your own pictures, you let others appear in them for you. Now, in her defence in the case of Portchester Castle, well, Portchester is a castle-class corvette which has appeared in The Cruel Sea and various other movies, and was pretty much instrumental in bringing the war at sea, the war in the Atlantic, to life. She is one of the most gorgeous little ships going, and pictures of her are expensive. I know this because, for some reason, someone, I can't think who, might be adding on to, might not be not just doing the Flower class corvettes, but might also be going to do the Castle class corvettes as a primer, because the only book currently available in the Castle class, and I love it dearly, and I do love it, and I will show it to you all, the only decent book on the Castle class is this one, which, whilst it is beautiful and is lovely, is sufficiently dense and sufficiently information-packed to mean that even for me, it isn't really a read as it is a reference book. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's not a critique of it, it is a reference book. But I like to do some primers as reads. And that's what I'm currently doing. So that's all my primers are going to be reading books. They're going to be books that you can sit and read happily. 45,000 words will keep you going for a little while and hopefully provide you with some interesting history. That's the plan. So why am I talking about this? Why am I talking about these two vessels? Because, well, U-1200 doesn't get appear in her movies because Portchester Castle sank her. Yes, it's not just a movie star. It is the original movie star. It is the greatest movie star. It is, well, how do I put this politely? It is the brains again gauging the right. Sorry, I keep thinking it's Alec Guinness, and it's not Sir Alec Guinness. It's the other one I'm talking about in Star Wars, who didn't play the good guy. He played a Sith, and it's gone completely.
Are we talking Christopher? Are we talking Christopher Lee, or are we talking?
Yes, we're talking Christopher Lee.
Yeah.
The gentleman who kindly explained to the director how you make a noise when you're stabbed in the back. And what noises you make. This is the Christopher Lee of movie stars. That's what we're talking about. And realistically, the Castle class corvette are some of the most forgotten corvettes out there, because usually when I tell people about the Flower class, they go, oh yes. And then they go, oh, then the frigates came after that. And I go, yes, they're the bays and the rivers and the locks. I go, yeah. And they go, there's some destroyers as well. And I go, oh, the Hunt class. I go, yeah, the Hunt class escort destroyers. They're all escorts being produced. And then I go, Castle class corvettes. And they look at me and go, what? And I go, yeah, there were bigger corvettes built because just in case that the rivers turned out to be absolutely useless, they built a bigger corvette called the Castle class.
Well, that, and they were there in case for the yards which couldn't build the frigates.
That is definitely one of the things used about them, but it's how I put it.
Those are the yards that get the contracts, is my understanding.
It's how do I put this politely? That's certainly a good line to give, though. It's certainly a good line to give, when you are talking to the politicians and making the case of things, because realistically, it's also about covering your bets. Remember, when I talk about Royal Navy, Navy, and other navies being conservative. They're conservative in a way that they produce multiple types to cover themselves. They can't afford to put all their eggs in one basket. This is also one of the interesting things once you start looking into it in World War II, and people go, "Oh, why does the US Royal Navy not produce this many X, Y, or Z?" And usually it's because, well, you have to look at it over. It's not just the Royal Navy is not just producing destroyers; they're producing destroyers, destroyer escorts, frigates, and corvettes, and trawlers. And so their escort strength is kind of distributed, and this makes things a bit weird, because you start having to work out, what are you comparing to what? I'm just getting my notes up. The Royal Navy operated roughly 1,000 trawlers at various points over World War II. Roughly 1,000, okay? And some of those trawlers are classified as steam drifters rather than trawlers, but, we'll call them trawlers for the purposes of our discussion. They went into the Royal Navy Patrol Service, and there were 250 of those vessels were lost during the war. 250. They did minesweeping, patrolling, all sorts of things. And then you have the corvettes. The Castle class, well, there were 95 of them planned and 44 completed, of which 41 retired and 3 were lost. Prior to them were, of course, the Flower class, of which 294 were completed, and of which 11 were cancelled. So, if you want to think about that, originally there's 305 Flower class corvettes ordered, original and modified. They lost 33 in World War II, 22 to submarines, and there's only one survivor in restored state, and that's Sackville, which we got to see when we went to Canada a few years ago.
And she is beautiful.
She is beautiful. Now, if we talked about the River-class frigates, well, there's roughly, and I do want to say this, 151 of them completed, 180 were planned. The Lock class, they completed 28, they had planned 82, and before war ended, and the Bay class, 26 were completed. It seems to be about 40 were planned. Okay? There are a huge number of these smaller escorts. Huge number of these vessels produced, which are produced along civilian lines. The Castle class is a great example of them, because they are, in many ways, the third generation of Flower class. And I would call them the third generation of Flower class, realistically. Because they are produced after you've done a modified Flower class design. And then you go, well, actually, we'd like something a little bit bigger. We'd like something just a tad bigger. And, by the way, when I say a tad bigger, okay, I wanted to put this in clarification. The Flower class corvette, the original, is 940 tons. The modified is 1,030 tons. The Castle class corvette, which is known as the Big Corvette by some, and it repeated this in books, is a whopping 1,077 tons. 1,077 tons. In simple terms, there is, and I kid you not, 137 tons between the original Corvette, Flower class Corvette, and the Castle class Corvette, and there is less than 29 tons between the modified corvette Flower class and the Castle class. So yeah. Their official speed was 16.5 knots, which is also roughly the same speed as the official speed of the Flower class. They could do 9,500 nautical miles at 10 knots. They had a crew of 120 and 112. They had a Type 272 radar, a Type 144Q sonar, a Type 147B sonar, which tells you exactly what the important thing is, because they're carrying 2 sonars to 1 radar, a single 4-inch dual-purpose gun, a Squid anti-submarine mortar, a depth charge rail with 15 charges loaded directly on it, 2 twin 20mm AA guns, and 6 single 20mm AA guns, and would often be found carrying quite a lot of other interesting stuff as well to assist their depth charges. Now, they got a quick-firing 4-inch on a high-angle, low-angle mounting, which meant it could be used as surface against surface targets, submarines, and aircraft, and do all the dual-purpose stuff. And it was a really good 4-inch. There is an argument that they were barely fast enough to catch the Type 7 submarines on the surface, and difficult to handle low speed. However, in the case of this one, I think there's probably some little errors sneaking into things, because they seem to have quite an active role against the German Type 7 submarines, and actually be quite successful against them. So, I would say maybe, just maybe, the story is a little bit overweighed, because our little Portchester castle, she's a greedy girl. A very greedy girl. She was launched in June 1943 at Swan Hunter. That's Newcastle upon Tyne, for those of you who don't know. And she was commissioned very shortly afterwards. And on September 1944, she and another vessel called Helmsdale sank U-484 in the North Atlantic. And then, as part of the 30th Escort Group, under the command of Dennis Rayner, she took part in the sinking of U-1200. Now, the sinking of this vessel was really interesting, as it sunk by...
Remove it.
It's
come through.
Okay. It's sunk by 4 castles. Launceston Castle, Pevensey Castle, Kenilworth Castle, and Portchester Castle. Now, sinking 1200 was interesting because, well, she was in the English Channel when she was caught. She was just south of Highland, heading into the Channel. Caught on 11th November 1944, so Remembrance Day 1944. And they pursued her vigorously. At various points, they all straddled her with both their squids and their depth charge rails. And they kept on pursuing her until she was sunk and never to be seen again. Now, after the war, she's paid off in 47, but she's not scrapped till May 1958. And in that time, she managed to take part as being the Saltash Castle in The Cruel Sea, and it's filmed in 1953, The Man Who Never Was in 1955, and The Navy Lark in 1959. Now, that's, of course, when the movies are published. They're published in 53, 55, and 59. So, basically, she was being filmed on right up until she started being scrapped. But, the interesting thing is, in both The Cruel Sea and The Navy Lark, Portchester Castle is shown wearing her own pennant number of F362. Well, she's shown wearing F362 rather than K362, which was her official pennant number. And the reason she's shown wearing F362 is because that would make her a frigate. But she was passing for one. But hey ho. K for corvette, F for frigate. at that point later in the war. Earlier in the war, by the way, destroyers, etc., jump around with the things, and they will have G, F, D, and all sorts of things. It's wonderful fun during the war, the early stage of the war, because the Royal Navy's trying to keep everyone guessing which ship is which. At a certain point in World War II, the Royal Navy starts to get confused itself because it's done such a good job of this, and goes, okay, we just have to standardize. Basically, yes, the U-boat got rooked. It got cornered by 4 castles, and they all went, hello, you're our dinner. And it didn't get away from them. But yes, this little ship was involved in the sinking of two vessels. Now, you might be going, well, Alex, that isn't the ship in question. You've got a different ship pictured here. I have got Denbigh Castle. And Denbigh Castle's picture is preserved and is available for everyone to look over, because she got up to all sorts of naughty things. She was launched on the 5th of August 1944 and completed on the 30th of December 1944. She then went to Mull, Scotland, and began training with the RNAS Anti-Submarine School. Completing that, she went off to the 7th Escort Group. She was escorting a convoy to Murmansk at the beginning of February, and she claimed that she shot down what she felt was a German torpedo bomber. We don't think she shot down anything, sadly enough, but, she tried. But then, a week later, she was torpedoed by U-992 near the Kola Inlet. The corvette's radar, though, at the same time, picked up the submarine at 2,500 yards. It wasn't identifiable, due to interesting radar returns from the land and the ships around, but after the torpedo struck the bow and the crew thought they had struck a mine, when they saw the explosion and the shape of it, they realized that it was a submarine. However, the bow structure sagged down, and this actually blocked off the water and stopped her from actually thinking she was going to sink. They'd lost 11 ratings and threw the 4-inch gun crew into the squid platform and a gun with them. But the remaining bow structures were fine, and she was able to make it home. With the assistance of a Soviet salvage tug. And it worked well. So it did build relationships with allies. In fact, that's one of the consistent things we see with this class, is that they are very loyal to allies, and when they hear noises which are not loyal to allies, they tend to shut them down hard. There you go. A little bit about Portchester Castle, Denbigh Castle, which is pictured here, and U-1200. Hope you enjoyed. Did you find that one interesting, or was it?
You don't hear much about them at all, and because they come along at the point when the Allies are winning the war in the Atlantic. So it's not exciting and things, because you're not getting these convoy battles with lots of ships sunk. You're getting occasions when U-boats are getting sunk in the lots.
You're getting occasions where a submarine is getting bracketed by 4 corvettes, which are all engaging with their squid mortars going boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
And the submarine's just going, how the frigate do I get out of here? I'm bracketed on all 4 sides.
Yeah, and if I was them, I would have been trying to work out how to surrender whilst underwater to stop them from doing it at me.
Yep. Joe Friedrichs.
I've been to visit U995. It's really good.
Yeah.
I've got my little book here actually. I'll post a.
One of the things I find strange is that a 7C/41 has survived and is on display. Yet the far more numerous 7Cs, standard ones, they don't survive at all.
No, she's the last of the Type 7s. We've got the one Type 9, which is in Chicago, and we've got the one in 4 bits in Birkenhead that's being hopefully turned into a museum.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's not the most common boat made by the Germans. It's and we've got 2540, which is the Type 21 which I've also seen, which is in Bremerhaven.
Yeah.
And if you go to Bremerhaven, don't forget the cog museum opposite the U-boat, because the 14th century cog is also interesting.
Great. Right. So, Joel Fredericks, what would a victorious Regia Marina fleet even look like in the 60s, in your opinion? The books entirely ignore the Italians. A balanced fleet, because that's what the Italians kept trying to build, but they kept having to deal with Mussolini's ego getting in their way. Brandon Larson. So, by balanced fleet, I mean a mixture of carriers, battleships, and cruisers and destroyers, and of course submarines, and probably some auxiliaries. Brandon Larson, what is the largest air carrier size the RN could build with its current infrastructure and support? Add about 50 meters onto the length of the Queen Elizabeth class, and you get there. Brandon Larson, what if the Germans and the Soviet navies swapped during World War II before the invasion of the USSR? Neither side's happy with that swap. Neither side.
I'll tell you who's happy about that.
Who?
British.
Oh, the British are ecstatic. Gangot's are no threat at all. I
was also thinking about the sudden loss of U-boats.
Yeah. Oh, this is a fun one for you all to debate while I quickly go check. Again, I've heard another weird noise from the lounge. I'm getting paranoid about this at this point. I wish you'd hurry up and go to bed. If Mussolini won World War II, do you think it's accurate for him to build a statue of himself right next to Augustus? Is he really that much of an egoist? I will leave that to you all to debate. I will go check the noise.
Yes.
Next question.
Yes.
That's pretty much not a question. It's almost more a statement. He will make sure that his statue is a little bit taller than and bigger than the one of Augustus, and if it's a nude, with a bigger penis. Although
it wouldn't be as fat, and it would be slimmed.
Yes. Because I'd say he's not a raging egomaniac, only because I feel that underplays it.
I think it's an insult to raging egomaniacs.
Yeah.
No, I oh, excuse me. It's something in my throat. Did we miss a question there? Hang on. No, we didn't. That's all right. I thought we'd missed a question.
I think we also need to be clear that whilst Alex claims to be a functioning insomniac, he may be on the verge of not functioning so well in terms of missing certain things. So just be nice to him, everyone.
He's had a long week. Okay. And the rest of us can't keep up.
No. Definitely not.
I didn't surface this today until 11:30. Then I had to go. Then I had to go and make food. But yeah, I can't keep up. There's no way on earth.
Done.
None at all. Is he back?
Please don't ask. Please don't ask. Please don't ask. Please don't ask.
No, we were just servicing your praise about your endurance that the rest of us can keep up. Ain't possible.
Hey, caramba. It's years of genetic abuse. Yes, he would have. That's just not even a debate that he would have that if he'd won. How much shot would a Gauss rifle have firing a standard 6-inch or 1.5 high-capacity shell? Depending on what the shell is going to connect to the rifle with, the barrel with, and depending on how the shell is fused, it could blow itself up in its own barrel. So yeah, you want to get those things right. Joe Frederick, how long do you think a victorious Germany would last before Civil War would collapse? Oh, probably until Hitler dies.
Which war? Which war?
Yeah.
1 or 2?
1, 2, or in the nicest way. Yeah. It's not. I'm presuming it's Second World War, and it's basically until Hitler has a mysterious accent. Into Morrison, what would be the most important design factor in making an effective escort? I'm just going through the various ship terms I could use out that would sound completely wrong and naughty, but I'm not going to go do that because I've tortured you all enough with those already this week. Is that a spider dangling up there? If it is, I'm going to get it with a blooming...
How many can you build? How many can you build?
The defining circus for an escort is basically utility versus complexity. So, is it useful enough for the complexity it is to justify constructing it? So basically, what are you building? What is its relative complexity? So how long does it take to build? And is it useful enough to justify that time? So basically, a flag class is not on its own a particularly effective escort. It is, however, incredibly quick to build, so therefore it is great utility. If we start looking up the things, as we go up the paradigm till we get to the Black Swans, the more useful they are more useful, but they are a lot more complex to build. And that's the thing. So you can't build as many of them and get in the same amount of time and for the same amount of resources. And it becomes very attractive to build the lower costs, lower complexity, quicker to build vessels, especially when it fills up gaps very nicely. But you need a smattering of all of them to give yourself a balanced force structure to actually conduct anti-submarine warfare. Or any kind of warfare, realistically. Excuse me a second.
As the statement go, for me, quantity has a quality all of its own.
It does.
Mm.
And spiders should really not come anywhere near my bedroom.
We just wanted to borrow some books.
Hmm.
Done.
No.
Yep. So, why does the British Army take so long to fit their MBTs? Because the British Army, and we're kind of like a slightly different methodology. We kind of imagine ourselves the snipers in a tank world for a while. That's why we like to keep to our rifled barrels. After a while, though, eventually the cost of going our own way does wear a bit thin. So yes, that's what we did.
And we don't make the ammunition for them anymore.
Yeah. Why did the USN not have any corvettes in World War II? They did. They bought British corvettes.
Or Canadian. It got complicated.
No, they bought Flag-class designs, which were built mostly in Canada, and they called them gunboats and various other things, but they were British corvettes. Because let's be honest,
they called them the attacker. They called them the attacker class, didn't they?
No.
One name.
No.
Which one of the attacker class then?
The attacker class also.
I'll have to look it up.
Attacker class. They're escort carriers.
That's what the British called some of the escort carriers.
Yes.
A Clarke class patrol boat. No, am I getting this confused?
Yeah, that's not a. I can't remember what they did call them, but.
They called them the Temptress class, and the Action class.
That's the one I was thinking of, the Action class.
Yes.
Because it began with A.
But the the ones from South Bank-on-Tees, and Harland Wolff, etc., were all called the Temptress class. They were the ones built in the UK. The one built in Collingwood's shipyards in Collingwood and Kingston Shipyard in Kingston and Midland shipyards in Canada were the Action class. And yeah, they were the U.S. Navy didn't have enough escorts, so they borrowed them from the British. That's part of Lend-Lease. It's one of the more fun things about Lend-Lease is it does go both ways.
Oh yeah, very much so.
And they lend HMS Victorious for a short while.
Yeah, for a while. Now, AC-75 RS7. Were the trawlers mentioned in the presentation requisitioned at the start of war or already commissioned? They were requisitioned mostly. Some were actually built during the war to a naval trawler standard and then sold off to become regular trawlers after the war. It's a whole fun, complicated system, but it's basically half a dozen one, 6 of the other, and a dozen of the other. Ramon, opinions on the early UK Sam, the Fairy Stooge, and the Baker Mine. Do you think they're all... No. None of them are any good. Ramon, really, none of those... They are Sams in name only. They are the beginnings of expressing of a theoretical capability in actual physical form. Bowman Boy, was there ever a case of a submarine surrendering after a depth charge attack? Yes.
Yeah, that's how we captured the submarine ace, wasn't it? I can't remember his name off the top of my head now.
Basically,
and he got sent to Canada.
Yeah.
Can't remember his name. Grumble.
Fritz Julius Lemke, I think. I think it was Lemke.
Timu, don't push on too fast. I'm trying to keep track of the questions. Don't push on too fast. Nice to be helped, but don't push on too fast.
Otto Kretschmer. That's the guy I was thinking of.
Yes.
He was depth charged to the surface.
Yeah. Okay, right. Roll 386. Do you think the US fleet oilers like the Cimarron, the Neosho class, aren't a perfect Atlantic operation? No, they're okay in the Atlantic, honestly. They're fleet oilers. In the nicest way, they are not built for high-speed manoeuvring in massive storms. They are built to carry along and carry on, and that's what they do. They're not bad fleet oilers, they're perfectly good fleet oilers, especially for the US Navy and what they need them to do. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if in 1939 all the American standards become Littorio class and the infrastructure will change to accommodate? Poor America, the Littorios are very short-legged. They are very cute ships, they're very powerful ships, and they've got great guns and great range of fire. But they're designed for the Mediterranean operations, so the Pacific Ocean will be fun, the Atlantic will be an experience to behold, preferably from a different ship, and, they will, when it comes to ranges, those oilers, which we just talked about, the Neosho and the Cimarrons, are going to be very much in demand.
Does each battleship get its own personal oiler?
Possibly. Ramol, opinions on the USN auxiliary floating dry docks with their different sizes and variations. Why did the RN have them in World War II? Do you think USN didn't have... They They both had them, and the RN had them in World War II, the US Navy had them in World War II, every major navy has these things because they're useful. Because sometimes you're going to turn up and make a base in a place which doesn't have a dry docks, or you're going to turn up in a place which only has 1 or 2 dry docks, and you're going to turn up in a place which doesn't have dry docks which are big enough to accommodate what you need to put in them. And that's why you have the auxiliary floating dry docks, so you can always make sure you have your infrastructure ready to go where you need it, when you need it.
When did the USN sell their dry docks off?
Piecemeal over the last 100 years. Why the modern People's Liberation Army copied or why the modern People's Liberation Army copied or followed the USN Burke aesthetic for their modern DGs instead of following the RN's DGs? Since honestly, both sides are going what's best for their weapon system and their radar. The Burke and the Type 52s and the Type 55s have their aesthetic driven by what they need to do to support their radar system. The Type 45s are able to support theirs the way they do because of their aesthetic as well. That's what you do. You design your ship around your sensors and your weapons, not around what aesthetic you want first. And then, Ramal, do you think having destroyers, cruisers, and even battleships to escort convoys is overpowered? No. It should fall on corvettes and frigates, but that's in an anti-submarine warfare environment. If your fleet, as the Royal Navy would tell you, if there was battleships turning up, there's usually a R-class battleship in attendance with the convoy to go, "Hello, I hear you want to meet the 15-inch. I've come to introduce you to it. With gusto." And basically, at that point, all the, what would happen when an R-class was engaging a thing like that, the little Flower class corvettes, the Castle class corvettes and destroyers would pull the convoy away a bit if they could, so they're sort of a bit behind her, and some of them would actually stick close to the battleship if they needed to see if they could add help with their gun, with their little 4-inch gun, and see if they could help out with that, or if they could give her smoke to help protect her. But yeah, they had a battleship with them. And its job was to gather everyone under her protective skirts and go, "No, you don't get a peek in there. They're mine, not yours."
Or possibly, in continuing a slight theme of kind of Lord of the Rings things, "You shall not pass."
Potentially. Ramal. Okay, Utah Micro. Has there ever been an RN ship named HMS Immaculate? Nope.
However, there is the Stena Immaculate, because he says, what history does the name have? There's the Stena Immaculate, which is the ship that got rammed, or basically ran into the ship off the Humber estuary.
Hey, fun times.
That Sal covered in great detail, if you want to go and find his video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John South, one for everyone. If you could refit any World War I cruiser to make it still effective in World War II, what would you do? I'd replace the 7.5 inches on the Hawkins with twin 6-inch on the centre and replace the wings with twin 4s. No. Basically, for the Hawkins, I can love the intention, but it's not going to work on them. If I was going to refit a World War era cruiser to make it still effective in World War II, I'd just take a decent 4.5-inch guns and I'd start putting them on the C's and D's. Give them a general purpose capability, but make them basically into large destroyers. Large versions of the VW class. They'd be very useful at that point.
And what they historically did for the Hawkins was they used 6-inch guns taken from the refitted C-class.
Yes.
Which were 6-inch 45s on single pedestal mounts, which meant that they could just swap them over from the 7.5s. And they'd done that to one ship, and she then managed to run herself aground. I think that was Frobisher, and they were going to do it to the other two remaining, and then they never got round to it.
Seriously, what use can we put the Hawkins class to in World War II? What are kind of their best capability? Are they a convoy escort?
Convoy
Yeah, they're not
escort, presence in tertiary theatre, that sort of duty.
Yeah.
They're perfectly good at that. They are really, really useful at that, in fact.
I have to look up what was their speed.
It was perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, for the time.
30 knots. 30 knots. Not bad.
No.
They're good ships. It's just they are not meant to be the...
They're not a heavy cruiser under any circumstance, any sense, or any idea of the circumstance. They are not a heavy cruiser.
Yeah, that.
Desert Fox, though. In 1412, a British merchant finds and sells the Azores and Cape Verde. How does that affect England in the race for the New World, and what would they be called? In 1412. In 1412.
Named after the monarch of the time and his wife.
Who is that in 1412?
Can't remember. It's in the middle of the War of the Roses, almost.
Well, that's the problem.
Oh, is it? It's not.
It's Henry IV.
Oh, that's okay. He's a sufficiently thorough bugger that.
Well, the trouble is, by this point, he's married to Joan of Navarre. He's the one who has the sons Henry V, Thomas, Duke of Clarence, John, Duke of Bedford, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, Blanche, Countess Palatine, and Philippa, Queen of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. Of course, going from the House of Lancaster.
He's the son of
John of Gaunt.
Yeah. Having deposed Richard II.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been cool to have if it was slightly later than we could have had Henry V.
Henrician Islands is a little bit dull, though.
And do you want the Joan Islands?
Not really. But I've just seen a spider I want in my living room even less. Come here.
Yeah. You and I have similar policies.
Oh.
So my idea of naming it after the monarch is poo-pooed.
Unfortunately,
which means we wouldn't end up with.
We don't want a Joan Island or a Henrician Island, so.
Which means we wouldn't end up with Jamestown under that theory. Okay, I can go with that.
Well, I'm looking for. The thing is, the trick you might go with. What's his personal sigil? What's his motto? Personal motto. Henry IV, personal motto.
Bolingbroke land?
Well, he called his personal motto was sovereign. Basically, literally that word is what you're saying. He also liked Dieu et Madrid, God on my right. So I think he'd call them the sovereign islands. I think that's what they'd be called because that's his personal motto, and the king would be brought back to the islands, and he'd get to tell the person what to name them, basically. So, Sovereign Islands, I'd reckon they'd be called.
That's quite cool. I like that.
And that is what he has on his own motto, on his own grave as his personal motto. So, you know, pretty obsessive with it. Likes to be known as the king, obviously.
Yes, well, he was probably a little bit insecure on account of
having to kill his way to the top, yes. As what it does is provides Britain with something they keep needing to protect, which from Portuguese and Spanish, but which is going to be critical for them being able to launch expeditions out around the world. So it's going to be an early start of empire, but it's going to be interesting.
Could be a useful place to send the Duke of York.
Yes.
In the 1460s. Get him out of the way.
It's also a useful place to send... Well, how do I put this politely? It's a useful place to send people like people, who are loyal as well, because they can go and do training. It's somewhere you've got, which is a nice way away from places, which is fairly approachable and accessible, but which no one's really going to be there watching much. Right then, next question. Let's say the Japanese ASW capabilities in 1940 became the best in the world. How does this change things to the American submarines? Combined with the American submarine capabilities, torpedo inaccuracies, issues, not very good. Not very good at all. In fact, I have to say, it would be frigating atrocious for them. But they do their best. They're the US Navy. They're fairly proficient when it comes to these things. Fairly proficient. Realistically, though, the Americans are going to come back learning. The Americans are going to look at every scrape of operational intelligence on the Germans and come back learning and developing. And it won't be long until you're facing high-speed American submarines which can literally just, do the job they need to do. Because the Americans will go for high speed and probably try and get some of the anearch tiles to reduce their noise and just go hunting. They'll do something. They won't sit back. They'll react like you always do.
But they will suffer greater losses early on. Yeah.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, I have a video title for you. If ever you cover old catalogs or trebuchets, the medieval variant of the We Will Rock You. Cool. If it's the one I'm thinking of, I've seen it, but it's a good one. I watched it in the cinema. Ramol 3866. Opinions on the Japanese and having A6M series variant with float to operate as a separate seaplane fighter. The US and UK did experiment with the Wildcat and Spitfire with floats, but never reach mass use. Because honestly, it's not really useful for Britain and America. You see, Japan does a lot more work in these things because they keep losing aircraft carriers and need to find another way to bring fighters around. And they lose air bases as well, and they need to find another way to bring fighters around. Britain and America don't keep losing them, so they are able to keep using their facilities. Mostly because they've learnt what happens if they do lose them.
And the Spitfire isn't navalised properly, so you do that and it starts to go rusty.
It's Seafires, but I judged it that probably Paul Ramon would find out. YouTube Watcher. If RMS Olympic wasn't scrapped in the 20s and 30s and instead was sold to American lines, what use would it have been in World War II? Running troops backwards and forwards. Ramol 3866. Opinions on the USN destroyer escorts, the Buckley and Everett's class. Do you think they're good enough to escort ships for the convoys? Yes, they're fine. They're very, Ramol 3866. Thoughts on the USN losing the Ticonderoga cruisers and being replaced by the Flight 3 Burkes. Do you think the USN will lose the large space for admirals and VLS magazines the size the Tychos have? Who told you the Tychos have space for admirals? The Tychos are the pokiest boxes I know. I love them dearly, but they're designed to make you puke in a seaway. I literally think they were designed by someone who hates sailors in their CIC. Absolutely despises them.
Talking a place not big enough to swing the cat.
Swing the cat? You'd be lucky to swing the paw. Yeah, no.
Just bringing in a naval term, you know.
I know. Future Micro, what in your opinion was the most interesting story of defeating a U-boat during the Evil World War? Not total one, it's low-hanging fruit. No, I still do love the sinking of a U-boat by torpedo underwater. It's the sheer amount of maths that they do is just amazing. It is HMS Ventura under Lieutenant Jimmy Launders. And that is a name you should all know as someone who did the fastest mathematics you have ever heard in his head. Launders had tracked the U-boat for 3 hours. It did not surface. And he decided he had to attack before his batteries lost charge. Not because he wanted to, but because his batteries were losing charge. He felt it was possible to compute a firing solution for time, distance, bearing and target depth, but it had never been done. It was assumed that such mathematics were impossible. It's fun. And also because they were developing fire control computers that were supposed to help it out, but they just hadn't entered service yet. So, you know, life happens. However, in most torpedo attacks when they're firing, also, you can see the target. You know where it is. You can bear your ship to it, or you can point your hammer stick at your periscope. Sorry, I was from. This is the trouble. I'm reading my notes, and my notes include a submariner who I interviewed at the time who called their periscope the hammer stick, because every time they looked at something through it, they were going to lay the hammer down. And sorry, that just flicked up in my brain then for my notes. This is why I really should.
U-boat at, Alex, was the U-boat at periscope depth such that it had its snorkel up?
No.
Right. Okay, just to clarify.
Okay. I was just about to talk through that, so you sort of jumped ahead a bit.
Oh, sorry.
Don't
Apologies.
worry.
I've done a fleet.
Yeah, it happens. Now, the thing is, usually, torpedo targets, as we discussed, can be seen. The relative to the target's angle relative to you and bearing can be observed. The range of the periscope can give you all the details, and you can do all this work. However, they were too deep. They were too deep for this to happen. They weren't going to do this. So Landers starts to make calculations in his head. He's not just making calculations, he's also making educated guesses about what he thinks U-864's maneuvers will be. And then he fires all 4 of his bow tubes in the correct direction and dives with the intention of avoiding retaliation by U-864. The torpedoes are fired with a 17.5 second delay between each pair, and they're operating at different depths. It's almost like a box pattern again. U-864 managed to evade the older torpedoes coming, but couldn't do much as it lacked its maneuverability, it lacked its power for dives and different turns, and the maneuverings they do, and it fails to start and retract its snorkel between engaging the diesel engine and engaging the electric motors and the batteries. And so 3 torpedoes do avoid them, because those 3 torpedoes have all been scooped up by HMS Ventura. And, well, the 4th explodes. U-864, the 4th hits U-864 right in the center. And she explodes with both, well, fire and brimstone. Because she splits in two, she sinks with all hands, and she's now at rest down 150 meters down below if you want to go see her. After this, remember, a gentleman earlier got a military cross for getting stung by hornets. Launders for doing this amazing feat of maths in his head, for tracking down the enemy submarine, for being right, for ignoring the advice of his cruiser comrades, and engaging the enemy destroyer. Well, he gets awarded a Distinguished Service Order, and several members of his crews also receive rewards. And that is the reward you get for the only naval action ever recorded to be entirely fought underwater by 2 submarines. Nice, right?
I wouldn't go and see the submarine, because that's the one with the big cargo of mercury on it.
Lovely.
Because that's what it was carrying. It was taking mercury to Japan.
You are full of the joys of spring.
Apologies.
No worries. I'm just glad I live down in Cornwall. It's poor Dan and Dan who's in the crossfire.
I think the Norwegians are busily working out how to basically cover the thing in concrete so none of the stuff gets out into the fishery.
That's what I hope. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what, if, in your opinion, was the most interesting story of defeating a U-boat during the end of the World War? Not the sort of... No, well, I've already answered it. Bone Boy, what if the Mahdi appears in a modern day? Hello, my new Typhoon class. That's what I'm fighting for. You go down. That's, the plan. And Sono Canero, what if the most out-of-place ship named that doesn't fit the ship or navy it's part of, like a Japanese torpedo boat named Queen Elizabeth, would fit both criteria? Oh, good lord.
The name HMS Cromwell has been poo-pooed by the royal family.
So has HMS Pitt. I would say
got against Pitt, but never mind.
The fact is, well, Pitt changed the P for SH.
Yeah.
Basically, they know their sailors. HMS Monkey. Nicknamed Monkey Magic. Never to be seen again. Never to be used the name again.
French ever going to name a ship Louis the XVI?
Hmm?
It's a bit like saying, the Russians going to name one after the Tsar.
Yeah. Castanea, how did the reign of the Lord Protector affect the Royal Navy? A lot of funding. Cromwell was pretty kind to fund Navy. He did fund it quite decently, and he was instrumental in setting it up. And honestly, the modern Navy we have is more the Lord Protector's Navy and the standards he set than it is the Monarch's Navy, but we'll leave that to one side. Tends to make them upset if I start mentioning that and the details.
Cromwell was terrifying. Everywhere he went, he was terrifying.
Mm-hmm. What did Dr. Clarke just say? I think most of my words were understandable.
Yeah.
I think they mostly were.
Well, I was thinking more of the poor Irish.
The poor Irish.
Yes.
How are you doing, Nan? What time do you have work tomorrow?
Usual time, so I'm probably going to bail out relatively early today.
Okay.
Maybe another
So
hour?
you won't see us right through to midnight when we finish.
No. Not going to try.
With regard to the Maddie. The Maddie.
The Maddie?
Maddie.
The guy in the Sudan who killed Kitchener. No,
Mardy.
Mardy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well.
I've always said Mardy. But I may be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, I always say Minotaur instead of Minotaur. Minotaur and various other things I pronounce.
Well, the South Sudan is very interesting at the moment. So maybe he already has reappeared.
Well, it's just that it's going to sound strange, but Mardy, I thought actually, Birmingham Boy, that was a fun one for me because the nickname for Mashona was Mardy. So I thought you were asking me what happens if a tribal class destroyer appears in the sky tonight. Appear, and also that's the name I've chose for my new ship in Pirates of the Burning Sea. So that's what I thought you were talking about. So I'm sorry if my answer was a bit weird. I thought you were talking about HMS Mashona, but if the Mardy appears in the modern day, oh great, that's going to start a new religious war. Oh well, move on.
In a place which has already got at least one going on, I think.
At least 3 going on, but we'll leave that to one side. There is the whole one going on between Saudi Arabia and Iran over who is the rightful leader of religions.
Yeah.
That's almost a permanent one. Stafford, what is the most overrated movie ship in cinematic history? It's the Iowa on Battleship, but we'll leave that to one side. It is. It's just, in the nicest way, that movie gets the poor ship who's basically trying to hide its identity so it doesn't get associated with the very interestingly wooden level of acting. And some of the very interesting ideas they have for how sound travels in water and how quickly you can monitor it. Ramol, opinions on a Type 21 submarine. Do you think, unlike its actual wartime service, its a major contribution was the influence of the post-war submarine design, like the Targ, Whiskey and Romeo? Well, what do we think, panel?
I think it didn't have much effect during the war.
No, it couldn't.
And I think the amount of effect it had is trying to think how best to put it.
I know you said excluding Stafford, but in the nicest way, I excluded it because, frankly, that Iowa in that movie is absolutely ashamed to be there.
It's a. I'm trying to think how to phrase it. I don't know how much I believe that it had a big influence on post-war design versus it was just the first one to get there of a style that where everyone else was going, but the Germans were the ones who were most against the wall, backs against the wall, to actually be trying something like that before it was ready.
I was thinking of modular construction. The Germans were trying to do modular construction, but couldn't manage it.
Yeah.
And of course, that's how HMS Astute is made today. It's modular construction.
Yeah, but to be fair, the British have modular constructing everything and have been for about the last 40 years. We're kind of obsessed with it.
We modular constructed the River class frigates.
We modular construct we'd modular construct our significant others if we had the opportunity.
Yeah. But that was, to me, the first submarine that somebody tried to do modular construction. Of course, the Americans were modularly constructing Liberty and Victory ships.
Yeah.
We were modularly constructing escorts. The Germans were modularly constructing, or trying to, very badly, submarines.
We were also, I think, modularly constructing a V-class, but I'm not 100% sure. I can't remember on that one.
Can't remember.
I think the V-class boats also were getting some modular attention.
Modular construction. Right, okay. Anything else we can think about?
Apparently, it depends where you were, because they weren't modular between yards. They were just some yards built them to modular patterns, and we were thinking about modular construction. Others didn't. No, we've got some questions, and at some point it gets to 2200 hours, and we decide what we're going to do. So we have a chat. It's only me and Dragon, so I don't think Space Marine 2, because it's only us at the moment.
Shiver me timbers.
So it might be Pirates of the Burning Sea, but it's going to be something that we can play and also answer questions. And also, I would prefer to do something which Dragon and Fox are also included in, because they've been a big part of this this trip and doing this, and they do so much from this channel. It would seem wrong to exclude them in any way for this last part of this one. It would seem very
Dragon
wrong,
Fox, so we have to play Wiles.
And I would definitely not allow it to be excluded, because they are.
That's why I would say, do not worry so much about that.
No, I would, because you two turn up every week. You are always so helpful and so kind, and yeah. So yeah, basically. By the way, this might seem weird, but considering I did the first of these after I got back from pneumonia and various things like that, this marks a little over a year of you guys attending brew ships on a regular basis.
Yes, it is something I had considered.
Yeah.
Actually, me and Brunon were talking about it the other day.
Yeah. I'm not sure if how it became your weekly thing, but I'm really glad it has become your weekly thing. I'm not quite sure how to say thank you, but you know.
Well,
I think you just
Foxo was here to. Yeah, Foxo was here to keep control of the fleet.
Which, to be fair, it's a shame that he's been busy, so hasn't been able to attend as much as he might like. But
yeah, I think also to an extent for fleet, especially after the trip to Japan, he's sort of going. He wants to make sure he has his own identity established, and I understand. I do understand that, because of spending the time with the rest of us. It can get very, what am I on my own sort of thing. It's a fun. He had a fun time in Japan, but I think he also had a full time in Japan.
Yeah.
A very full time in Japan.
I was going to say he had his Mark Thatcher moment in Japan.
Not quite. Mark Thatcher definitely didn't have as much fun in Japan as Fleet did. Although I still will never forget him. Me telling him very carefully, stay very close to me. We're on a Japanese Navy base. Don't walk away. We all have passes, but if you walk too far from the groups, you're on a Navy base. Then there are secure things on this base, so be careful. That lasted exactly 4 minutes. But we did say we didn't let him get too far.
No, and the fact that it's the training area for their special forces, yeah, he was just lucky he didn't wander anywhere he shouldn't have.
Yeah, but we had fun with that one. So, Stafford, is it true for the turret scenes in Sink the Bismarck, they did the filming inside HMS Vanguard? I think they did for some of them. I think they did stuff for some of them. Some of the turret scenes are filmed inside her.
I've no idea.
I think the Vanguard was around when they filmed Sink the Bismarck. But there again, so was HMS Belfast. So
Yeah, but she's 6-inch guns.
Yeah, but you can't really
but with
tell
the
on
public
camera.
notice.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Ramon, opinions on a US proposed orbital weapon, the rods from God. Do you think it can be more destructive non-nuclear weapon than the actual nuclear weapons? It can certainly be an incredibly destructive weapon, but it's not nuclear. That's the point. And that's the important thing. But yeah, rods from God are very, very destructive if they want to be. But also, you have to be careful, because once one country gets one, lots of other countries are going to want it.
And it's also, their damage is directly linear with how big of a mass you're dropping from orbit.
Yep.
And so, for about megaton level detonations, you're looking at having to drop thousands of tons from orbit, assuming it also has re-entry.
Yeah.
It's like, at that point, just chuck a rock.
Asteroids from God is far more effective than rods from God.
Because let's face it, with the amount of effort it would take to put that much up into orbit to come back down, you could have done something an awful lot more for the effort, couldn't you?
The rods from God aren't about attacking major targets, they're about putting nasty holes in nuclear missile silos. You think one of those hitting a nuclear missile silo doesn't have to be that massive to pierce it and smash through because of the speed it's coming in, and suddenly you've lost your ballistic missile launch capability, your land-based launch capability, which leads the stealth bombers to go after the mobile units and the submarines to take out your SSBN fleet, and there you go, you've lost your ballistic missile capability.
But all somebody has to do is basically keep a track of where your satellite is, if they know your satellite is carrying it.
Yeah.
If.
All they in theory have to do, yes.
If is doing a lot of carrying in that.
Yes, in theory.
Yeah.
Theory is doing a huge amount of effort in that video and that discussion.
Let me just get some information. Can I find it on here? It doesn't say.
Vanguard might live on in perpetuity, but frankly I prefer the Vanguard lived on herself physically in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Marchinus, my favourite movie set has to be a Margie from Tora Tora Tora. That's not a typo. That's a Margie shown on the screen, complete with starboard is under. Cool. It is good. It is good.
I've got to say that in those 1950s films,
yes.
Tora 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 isn't 1950s, but that was in 1970s. But they actually had really, really, really good ship models for their period.
Yes, they actually put effort into them, and they tend to get the models off people like the builders. These days, they get a drawing, and they try and do a CGI map from it,
and then duplicate them like they did in the Midway film.
Oh yes, don't get me started on the amount of Yamatos that turn up in that movie. You'd have thought Yamatos were already Black-class destroyers. Stefka, Stefan, in the movie it showed that the bridge of the capital ships didn't have windows. Was that poetic license, or did they not actually have windows? No, they really didn't have windows. In fact, if you go to the steering space aboard HMCS Hyder, you'll find there's no window in there. And it's made of brass. So it's not not going to affect the magnet and the compass.
And flying glass is dangerous.
Yes,
if
and
you
also
get hit.
the pilot actually doesn't need to see where they're going. They need to steer according to the guidance from the officer of the deck and the navigator. Because the pilot would steer by what they could see, and what, of course, they can't see is the stuff which is underwater, which is mapped for you. And so they could steer what they looked to think of what was a perfectly good place to go, and actually go into some rocks. Which is why it's sometimes better that they they can't see where they're going. Should be driving.
Didn't the American ships?
This is not an encouragement for you all to drive using the force of your eyes closed. It's for ships only, okay?
Didn't the Americans have the ability to take the glass out of the windows on the bridge?
Yes.
I think I've seen that on one of Ryan's videos for New Jersey.
Yes,
they've
they
got
can
like
wind them down.
twisty locks. Yeah. Get them out of the way.
But the way that, I mean, the other thing was that you sealed up all the kind of portholes and things as well.
Yeah.
Around because
well, they were welded shut, a lot of them, weren't they?
Yep.
Yeah, because you didn't want the light escaping.
Or for water to get in.
It was as much for light security, I think.
Right.
No, stuff in the nicest way. No. The Hydra is a destroyer, but capital ships are still capital ships. They're even more important. You get the steering correct.
Yeah.
Even more important.
I'm trying to read this comment from Carl.
Okay.
KVG. The Orinisk is supposed to be doing a similar thing with its 36-piece penetrators about a 4-gun broadside from Iowa firing APDS.
Oh, that's about space-based rod from God. There's lots of people trying to do it at the moment.
Right.
I'm just going to go check the gate, because apparently Karen can't remember if she's locked it or not, so I'll be back in a second.
Yeah. I was trying to think, Dan, medically, okay, in terms of that flying glass, how far would a piece of glass under blast actually penetrate a body? Could it actually pass through?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, that sounds vicious.
But the bigger problem would be the giant chunks of you it would take with it.
Yeah, I was thinking, I remember my dad talking about splinters from shells, and then I was imagining the tiny splinters of wood, you get in your finger when you try to do stuff, and my dad said, no, we're talking about huge chunks of stuff that we're talking about with naval splinters.
Yeah.
It's one of the things he talked to me about, and he said, look, in the Napoleonic Wars, you're talking about a block of wood 4 foot across coming in your direction. Ah, right.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds unpleasant, said the 8-year-old person in my head.
Yeah. That's kind of my take on that one as well. It was kind of for a long time. I was like, what? They're worried about the splinters? Why? And then it's like, oh, that's what the splinters are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for chat's recognition, my father was in the Navy in World War II, so he told me about things, including the submarine escape tower.
Always fun for systems, those. Always fun. So...
The comet broadside, if we drove cars like ships, terrifying, accurate, down, okay. So, are we going to play World of Warships then?
I think so. I think that's what we end up playing.
In which case, I need to switch computers.
So while you're doing that, give us a few minutes and we'll sort it all out.
Yeah.
Well, if people enjoyed the operations from last night, I think one of the easiest way we can do stuff.
I think that's the best way we do it. And it's a nice way to sort of... It's a nice way to answer questions and finish off the last sort of couple of hours, because it is... We are technically have... about... Let's see...
1 hour 55 minutes, if I'm correct. On the original plan.
Let's see, this video... This YouTube video is currently saying it's 6.5. It's been going for 6.5 hours. That seems wrong.
Don't forget, you started slightly late.
Yeah. By my accounting, we have 2.5 hours to go. That would fit. The video is about 6 hours and 20 minutes. So yes, if we do about a couple of hours, that'll take us to roughly 8.5 hours, and then it's half an hour left. And so half an hour left, sort of just chatting and finishing things off, if that makes sense. That's my rough plan. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm in World of Warships. There we go. Whoop.
Yay.
And it closed all my chat windows from last night.
It does have to do these things.
Steve, I'm just going to put my username in Cyclic and just send me a message in game and I can get you invited.
Thank you. My in-game name is Steve _Clarke _668.
Good evening.
Hey, Timo.
Okay.
Good evening.
Not to be rude, but as a question, is it with the older folks of just putting their name as usernames?
It
Where
works.
did that invite just go?
Because
You just sent me an invite there, Dragon.
Yes,
Where
yes,
has
yes.
it gone?
a lot of my generation were taught you don't do that. Basic online safety says you don't do that.
There it is.
On the other hand, Fox, our generation were also told, though, to give people business cards with our names and addresses on.
No, you don't do that.
Well, no question, not the address, but names and email address, sorry, is what I meant to say.
It's sort of okay, but be very careful. I have a separate email address for those things. I don't.
Compartmentalize your email, folks. There's a reason I've got 6.
Now, on the other hand, I think that's a tad excessive.
Well, I've got 1 for the NHS, since they seem to keep getting hacked. I've got 1 for Discord, because they keep
getting hacked.
They keep getting hacked. I've got my general use, one that's tied to my bank accounts, which luckily the banks don't keep getting hacked that we know of. And then I've got a main and a secondary. Because that's how you should do it. So are we doing
Ops.
Ops tier 7?
Ops, whatever tier Clarke has. Because, in particular, this means we can actually get Dr. Clarke hopefully some more ships at some point.
A shipyard seems to have appeared. With a nice picture of some framing on a slipway.
Ah, you're probably in the dockyard.
Yeah.
That's one thing I will give them. The World of Warships dockyards, while they're a bit of a pain at times, have beautiful animations of the ship being built.
Yeah, it does look pretty.
Because it actually shows you, like, it's not a perfect representation, but it shows you like all the individual parts that get placed inside the ship and such, deck plating, all sorts.
Yeah. And the internal honeycomb structure of your ship.
Yeah.
As Dr. Clarke describes.
Mm-hmm.
And those big reduction things at the end that's holding the ship to stop it sliding into water. As you build it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a big reduction clutch, isn't it? Escape. Come on. Close the window down. Was very pretty.
Yeah, it's pretty, but the UI is a bit awkward at times.
I wouldn't say the UI is awkward, I'd just say it's a bit laggy.
Yeah.
I've always just assumed that was me and my computer.
No, like, even on my now basically top-of-the-line computer, it's laggy. Or at least top-of-the-line, that one would reasonably expect to have.
So you have 5090 in there?
No, but I have basically the AMD equivalent.
Oh, so you have the 9070 XT?
Actually, that might be one of the things that I, technically speaking, didn't get. I'm just double-checking which one it exactly is, because I remember checking. Yes, AMD Radeon 9070 XT gaming.
Oh, that's nice.
Because, as I recall, the next one up wasn't available yet for another few months.
Well, actually, the 9070 will be is the flagship of that series. The next chip will be totally new chip from AMD, so it's 10,000 series or something new.
I just got so home Slayer. Dragon, I want to see this.
I'm very curious what it is.
Okay. Should I be worried? And if so,
Yes.
should I be worried? How worried should I be?
Oh.
On a scale of 1 to 10, at what point should I start booking extractions?
Put it this way: a Sarajevo-style event might occur in an ARP we're doing.
But my nation might be very new to the industry game. We do, however, a very large army. And God on our side.
They also happen to have a relatively powerful ally who has possibly the world's biggest fleet.
And this was going to be a naval conflict. But then they might be turning it into a land war against the land power.
Then again, you've also got the... I thought it was going to be about the explosion in Slayer's territory. One of our friends who's playing another nation in that recently had a Halifax disaster occur, or something similar.
Okay.
That's a shocking event.
That's a painful event.
Yes.
Well, they're currently trying to figure out if it was sabotage, an actual accident, corporate espionage, or just a random accident. Because so far they're basically...
Which one is it more politically convenient to be?
Definitely sabotage, because one of the ships that exploded was transporting military goods to a nation that's currently in a civil war.
So then it was sabotage. If you're looking for a casus belli, just go with it.
I'm not looking for the casus belli, and I don't think they are either, because they're trying to actually... The one which exploded was one they're trying to help.
You see, the player that had their port get Halifax is kind of in a Dutch situation in World War One. Well, right up to World War One, where they're sort of squished between two power blocks.
Yes, but admittedly, this Dutch does, on the other hand, have a very large navy to beat people away. Right, we have one more slot open for the warships. I'm not sure if anyone wants to nab that.
Remember, a large but legacy navy.
What is this all about?
Hello.
Hello.
Can I come and sink ships?
Yes, you can come
You
and
can
sing
always
tunes.
just cycle people in and out as well as needed. Something as I said to Steve, Leslie, my name in game is in the cyclic. Just message me in game and I should be able to get you invited.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
I might have managed to find time somehow, discreetly, whilst doing multiple other things today. Have found time to get a new ship or two.
Yes, I saw last night you unlocked HMS Emerald, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Oh, she's gorge.
Yep.
I've just unlocked HMS
She also-
Renown.
She also detonates.
I know, but she looked like a good improvement on what I already had, so I thought I'd go for her.
In some ways, she's actually a downgrade, which I know might sound weird. Basically, due to the fact that it can fight higher tier enemies, it tends to have problems. Though, thankfully, they did fix the issue where previously HE rockets fired from planes could penetrate the citadel of Emerald.
Well, currently you have the operation set to the point that I'm
Yes,
bringing
it has,
things off.
yeah,
Yeah.
the operations are tiers 6 through 11.
Okay.
Contact and invite.
The next
You're asking
question.
me to renew the Jihad Slayer.
Oh, and here we go again. Right, I'll wait for everyone else to ready up before I select stuff.
So we're not allowed to sub, so I guess.
We are, but Bone Meal Boy has taken up the submarine slot.
Oh,
You're allowed
are we
in
in a?
operation.
Are we in a? Are we in? Where's the thingy? How do I get to it?
Should be down at the bottom left of your screen, something which says division.
Ah, right. Yes, I'm in there.
Oh, okay.
You're allowed one submarine,
Right.
one carrier, 3 destroyers, 4 cruisers, or 3 battleships. That is the limit on everything.
I just bought HMS Renown.
She's a disappointment.
Yeah, but I need to work up the battle cruiser tree a little bit. So
That's not the reason why she's a disappointment.
Oh.
The reason she's a disappointment is, for some reason, they decided to put her in her deathbed.
No, it's not right, Paul.
They literally put her in her fit where where she was being considered for
Yes.
a refit to get new 4.5s with radar assistant. So they put her in without the 4.5s.
yeah, it's
Very
the Great
poor.
War version of HMS Renown, not the
No, she's
mid-war
not.
World War II version.
No, this
Yeah.
is her 1945.
Oh right.
Because if
No,
you notice, look at the back. She has 2 of her DB mount 4.5s, but she doesn't have the front ones.
I have said I'm ready,
And
aren't I?
Oh.
Good.
Yep, you are now ready.
Just checking everything.
Sorry, what's the limit for this operation?
Tier 7 is the most we can pick because there are tier 6s,
Okay. It confused me because it
and
showed
you'll
up.
have to pick either a destroyer, cruiser, or yeah.
Because all I've got are battleships and battleships for my tier 6s. I will.
Well, it's Leslie. It's just going to be a Japanese destroyer, isn't it?
Not necessarily. Then I think I'm probably taking out a cruiser again, aren't I? I actually wish I had more interesting vessels at tier 7.
What the next question?
Go on, Paul.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Through me.
from
Stafford?
Stafford again. So are modern warships fitted with bullet-stroke blast-proof glass on the bridges, or high officer casualties expected if they actually enter a combat situation?
They are strong, very strong glass, and they also have usually have some sort of shielding, etc., which can be brought down as well to reduce risks as well. But also, bridges are often not that heavily crewed during combat because, frankly, there's not a lot of people out there because they don't need to be. It's the watchkeeping steerage crew.
Oh, it's Cherry Blossom. This is a lovely one.
What do we have to do? Go on, guide us through this.
You've got to save the Liberty ships and then destroy 2 airfields that are in the northwest corner.
Okay, thank you, Leslie.
This is a bad matchup for me.
There's also the bonus mission is a cruiser that tries to make a run for it.
Yeah, don't worry, I've got that.
So there is going to be destroyers coming in from the northwest on the Liberty ships. Then after we fight those, we need to go and help the 9th Regiment.
I have radar, so I'll try and spot the destroyers for us.
Basically, there's going to be a bunch of ships bombarding the 9th Regiment doing short bombardment. We need to stop it.
Okay.
And also stay out of the flares.
Oh, I can't remember if
That's one gone.
destroyers at short range start with their torpedoes loaded.
Yeah, that's
no,
one gone.
These ones don't.
That's 2 gone.
Or am I thinking of the K-10 ones?
9 and 10.
They're quite quick at loading their torpedoes. They're only about a minute in, so, and as soon as they start the game, they start loading torpedoes.
Almost gone. And they're gone.
Collateral?
Right.
What's with the fireworks? Does that basically mission accomplished or something?
No, that's someone's got a bonus destroy mission.
Ah, okay.
I've got a cosmetic on that does that.
I think I have, but I don't think I've got
That was very much a suicide of the Thorough Rush. Do I ever play War Thunder? Not normally, because in the nicest way, War Thunder in most of my field is basically considered Tattletale RS.
Enemy number uno?
No, it's considered, oh god, you're on War Thunder. What have you been leaking lately?
Question from Knights. Why is the Ventura class minesweeper HMS Ventura brackets M08 overlooked?
Because, well, she's a minesweeper. You've basically answered your own question. She's a small ship. They don't usually get any attention.
The Far Cruiser is the main one to try and get hold of as quickly as possible.
Don't worry, I've got the 2 that are coming in from north.
Is that the one that somebody's just highlighted?
Yes.
That's the one we need to kill.
Alright, in which case there's 6 15-inch just gone downrange.
Oh. I can still HE these.
I'm trying to HE them.
Yeah, there's 2 destroyers coming in, but they're not normally the problem.
It's basically HE time, and wish I was up slightly faster reloading battleship time.
Okay. In technical terms, I've just unzipped my pants by shooting.
another one from Stafford. The movie Down Periscope, how likely is the plot to have succeeded where a diesel sub outmaneuvers an atomic fleet and scored game-ending strike?
Actually, there was actual exercises like that in that time period because there were a lot of people, and the one thing that was complained out was that some tried to claim that the Nasty Admiral was modelled on Rickover, and Rickover went in the nicest way. I would never have fixed an exercise or tried to fix an exercise like that. I want mine to be the best, and I want the exercises to be hard. Rickover took that quite personally offensive at some point. Because he would, yeah. For him,
the important part.
Yeah.
The cruiser's escaping.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to wait for my bells to reload.
Alex, can you use armor piercing instead of HE?
It's a cruiser.
Yes, you can citadel it and cause much damage with AP.
It's a Japanese cruiser, he won't.
Crap, crap, crap. Which way Renard are you going?
Coming towards me here, Leslie.
Yeah, I'm running away.
Yeah, I can see how many hit points you haven't got. Oh, that's gone.
I dodged one set of torpedoes only to discover there was a second set coming through.
Bother.
You did good, though.
I'm guessing those bases off to my right-hand side are friendly.
Yes, they are. So leave them alone. You can now
that's
see there is 2 targets appeared on the screen in the northeast corner. That's where we need to head to.
Yeah, the one that's listed as a carrier. Oh no, they're friendly. I'm guessing. Right. Okay.
Yeah, they're friendly. I'm heading to them because they'll produce a repair ship, so I'll be able to repair up.
Look, in the nicest way, Formo, they weren't torpedoing me because I was just carrying on and just going, I am just a pretty ship coming through. I'm just too pretty to torpedo. I'm just too pretty to torpedo. And I need to put some HE rounds into your destroyers.
At least ignore me losing a gunfight to a destroyer.
You were losing a gunfight to a destroyer?
Yeah, an Akaduki at long range, it keeps turning.
That's slightly embarrassing, but don't worry, I also just missed it. It does keep splitting along. Yeah, it's dead.
Oh, torpedoes it launched though.
Oh, Timo, have you gone?
I couldn't dodge the torpedo because I had a broken engine.
Dang,
I think that there's no point in me firing.
Another question from Stafford. Once the Type 83 comes into service, are there any provisions to save one of the Type 45s for an end of Cold War?
Not at the moment.
At the choice of war example.
Not at the moment. Not at the moment. We'll see what happens. I doubt we'll get anything down.
Well, politely, why would they? Because normally ships that tennis museums have actually done something.
But Cypher
Okay,
have actually done a lot. It's just they've done non-stop low-level duties and things, and that's the trouble. They haven't done a major war.
The Otago is making its way out. I think the Rook should be able to take it quite easily.
Oh, it's suddenly all gone daylight.
Yeah, dawn has broken. You know, morning has broken.
Somebody fix it.
Right. I'm under repair. Just had the long way round.
You know
to
what?
avoid
Charge and load the AP.
Those torpedo bombers are getting hammered by AA fire. Ooh, they got you though.
Really? They did? Hey, look, a nice way. I have a painted method of trying to avoid the torpedoes. I smile and act pretty.
Don't be there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back up to full. I'm heading back into the fight.
Yeah.
I'm about to throw an awful lot of torpedoes downrange.
You're basically going to Japanese destroyer multiple Japanese destroyers, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay.
I like the Japanese destroyer technique. I just don't like the actual destroyers. I think they all look a bit too top heavy.
Yeah, you can say that again.
That's because they are.
But that's nothing like the Soviet stuff in the Cold War. That's all top heavy as well.
No, apart from the concrete they're stuck in the hulls to try and keep it from being top heavy. I'm basically beyond range of engaging anything, so I'm just slowly coming up and going, hello, anything here?
Right. If you get a chance, you can put HE into the land target.
Oh, I will do that.
Before you hit any of the relevant ships. Oh, look. There's a nice little cruiser. I think that nice little cruiser needs to discover some torpedoes, don't you?
Yes. That seems very friendly of you and very affectionate of you.
I know. I'm so nice at times.
You are genuinely one of the kindest people I know and so generous.
You don't want to see what I did to Amato yesterday then?
Yeah, well, that cruiser's not worth firing at.
Watch it, Foxer, there's 4 torpedoes coming your way.
Da-da.
Pretty much.
Torpedoes away.
Shooting in front of me, Leslie. Oh, we win. I was just shelling this airfield.
Did so?
That's why we won. because you've destroyed the airfield.
Oh,
Oh, right, okay.
I just wanted to just got into range, just to go, yes, I can finally engage it. It's going as fast as my little Queen Elizabeth could take me. I need to get a battle cruiser. How many I've got?
No offense, but battle cruisers are very hard to play.
Considering I put basically all the advantages on for basically starting the ship up, I got quite a lot of XP and stuff out of that.
I know battle cruisers are hard to play, but usually, my personal account is battle cruisers.
Right. Are we doing the same sort of thing?
Oh, 1,500 steel from
right, in which case.
I am. I don't know what it is. I just love destroyers. I just think they're so cool.
Mm-hmm.
I put up with battleships. I'm gonna do
what's called bone meal. San Diego won't be able to be used. Thank you.
What have I got in this account? What have I got in this account?
I want to use my submarine. I want to get to the T-class.
Here's a question, Dr. Clarke. Click on economic boosters for Queen Elizabeth in port.
Yeah.
Are you using any currently?
Yes.
No, she isn't. He's only using the cheap ones.
Because it might be worth using blues if you've got them. Because operations are very good for earning experience.
I've got that one of it all.
In particular, it would be the blue one, which is a star.
Yeah, I haven't got those.
Shame.
I've got the green ones.
Okay, let's continue what we're doing.
Yeah, I'll purchase that one now.
What's the Dutch version of Deutschland Über Allen?
Honestly, I wouldn't recommend purchasing boosters so much, but yeah.
I just thought for this time it's 25 doubloons.
25. It's 25 doubloons per, but yes.
Yes, I know. But I've got a couple of thousand sitting in it around.
Just make sure your auto resupply is turned off. I know I've said for them, but
yeah,
otherwise it builds up quick.
It is auto purchase is turned off. Auto purchase is turned off. Trust me, I checked on that one.
I'll try the French. French DD.
McQuillan's not bad, as I recall.
I've gone through the French once already. I sort of liked it, but didn't. And I can't remember why I didn't like it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It could have just been the way I was playing it. I mean, it's up to 83,000 XP on it, so I'll be moving off it shortly again.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't play World of Warships enough these days to... Yeah. Oh. The last part of our seminar, we do a formal shoot.
Okay.
And both my arrows hit the rim of the Matto.
Ooh. Did you bend them?
No, they're carbon fibre.
Okay.
I did take two. Well, the first one took about a 2-inch chunk out of the plywood, and the other one took about a 3-inch chunk and almost went all the way through the Matto. The
Right.
Mattos are about 3.5 inches of birch ply.
Yeah.
Literally almost went all the way through them.
Yeah. But for chat purposes, if you catch the edge of your target with your arrow, you can bend them.
But I was fortunate. I was using carbon fibre.
Yeah. They either stay straight or snap.
Yeah, the either stay straight or go boom. We had E1 went boom. We also had two bamboos go boom as well this weekend. The senior sensei fired his first arrow into a target as he was demonstrating, and then fired his second one, and all we saw was shatter. Although it didn't do a proper Robin Hood, it just shattered. it shattered.
Clarke.
Huh? Oh, sorry, I thought I was put ready. Yeah.
Yours?
The thing was that about £250 for shot arrows.
Yeah.
That he just managed to completely knacker.
I was quietly sort of listening to everyone shut away going, I'm just sitting and waiting for everyone to be ready, and you're all waiting on me being ready. It's sort of... Now, Stafford, as much fun as it would be to have Ottawa sold off, should I advocate for her to be saved from museum ship at the Halifax class of frigates down at the Type 26 under construction in Canada? Yes.
Oh.
Raptor Rescue. One of the original operations.
Oh, this is...
Annoying?
Basically, to get to the carrier and then stop people attacking it.
Oh, good.
It's an easy one to do.
I'm glad I brought my torpedo my torpedo take. How do I put this? My torpedo attraction bait.
To the north of us, there will be 3 ships: a destroyer, cruiser, and is it 2 cruisers?
One destroyer. The destroyer is actually further to the south, but behind the island, directly to our right, is 1 cruiser, 1 battleship.
And there's 2 destroyers come towards us.
Yeah, destroyers usually come from around here-ish.
Yeah.
Second part of Stafford's question was,
Hendrak's not that bad.
or because the RCN is calling the Type 26 destroyers, do you think I'll have more time to say that Halifax is a Type 32 frigate? Or will the following ships constructed for the
look at that, for timing.
I'm going to leave that to you lot.
There's the Fuso.
I would say that it will be an entirely political decision as to what they will call them. Depressingly.
Yes, they've already been called destroyers, so that's what they've gone with, because they're general purpose ships, and in Canadian phraseology, they don't have types like we do. They have destroyer, general purpose, frigate, ASW.
But just a heads up, I can't actually deal with capital ships, by the way.
Oh, you can't? You sure?
I've only got 6-inch guns with no torpedoes.
Yeah, but you're Foxo.
I've also got no armor.
What are you driving, Foxo?
Entract.
Koningsberg class?
It's alright, I had 3 torpedoes on the way. become a destroyer leader.
Of course he had destroyers on the way.
There's going to be a whole bunch more battleships, and it's just like...
But,
I have
yeah.
an airstrike, yes. I've got a very weak airstrike. And I don't have a
I have arrived at the American aircraft carrier.
Right, it would be better for you if you could head south from that position.
Turn around?
No, head south from where you are.
Head away
Northeast.
from us, basically.
Because there will be the first of 2 carriers that we need to take out to the south of us. And if you
I'm
could
going to
get
wait
to
out
that,
my act
Okay.
is made out of 40mm Vipers.
Okay. Go in hunting. Get around this island. Follow the cruiser. Is this the French cruiser of no armour?
Which one?
Is this a French cruiser of 0 armour or something?
Which cruiser? You've got several.
It's a French cruiser. I see a cruiser up in the distance as well.
One
referring-
is
the
a
only-
Super Dunkirk.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not Super Dunkirk. It's actually one of the Dunkirk prelims.
Yeah, it's Dunkirk, but up better.
No, it's not.
You've got an actual secondary battery.
I literally have a worse secondary battery than Dunkirk has.
Yeah, but you're a high tier, so you're better.
right, there's
No,
another
I'm
battery.
actually not.
That's
Don't-
One's actually
right.
described as one of the worst.
Smudging.
Heavens.
Cruisers
Why am I
need
not
to be-
submerging? Why am I not submerging?
You're pressing F?
We had the same issue like yesterday.
Yeah. I'm
Do you
pressing
have
it.
any air?
Hold down F.
Oh, hold it down. Right, okay.
If it's bound to
No,
F, hold
say-
down F.
It's bouncing.
Right. Well,
I thought it was C to go down. It is C to go down.
yesterday you said it was F. You were holding F to go down, which was what got me confused. Then,
Yeah. Right,
no
okay.
wonder you're having issues going down if you're pressing the wrong button.
Also, do you have any air?
Yes, he has
You can't
full.
die without any air.
F means float.
And C means sink.
Yeah.
And I did very well because I got an E in spelling.
Right, do you reckon you deal with
And
our
your
boa?
mother didn't kill
I'll
you,
go do the
Dan?
carrier.
Oxo, you tried, but that's not exactly an easy task for this thing.
I used to have a cute smile at least.
So that's how you
Yeah, no,
got
just
through
reckon
everything.
stop. It's horrible when stopped.
And this thing's just horrible, your point?
You have actual armor.
No, I don't.
You've got more than me.
Right, I have got a problem because the carrier's there and there's no one in a position to attack it.
Well, is there really no one in a position to attack it?
No.
Use your torpedoes.
Yeah, my torpedoes are on the way already.
Use your next lot then.
I am heading in that direction.
Yeah, that's why I said, Dr. Clarke.
Yes, I'm engaging.
No, I need you. You should be heading towards to
Carrier.
keep near the carrier
Friendly carrier.
because there's going to be a whole load of destroyers come at us, and I'm on fire. Yeah.
Everyone else come back, I've got the Shikaku.
Yeah, but I'm in Arizona. I'm basically a tank.
Yeah, you're not that much of a tank, so watch it.
It can still burn.
Yeah.
We need
That was
so
a car-
right. We
That
need
was
to
a
go.
carrier joke.
We need to get back. We need some people to cover the carrier because the carrier's going to get mugged.
Get close enough. Yeah! Is that an actual thing if you can get close enough to a ship, the torpedoes won't arm in time?
Yes.
Yes.
Why do you
I'm dead.
Well, Air
I'm dead.
launch torpedoes take a while to activate. Take longer to activate, mainly because they dive deep. So actually, they might actually be active. They'll just be too low.
Light cruisers, no problem to us now.
Yeah, but we've got Fubukis and Kashuras coming towards the carrier
Hatsuharas.
group.
There's also a cruiser group.
Okay, well, I'm going as fast as I can.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, Dr. Clarke, you needed to turn a lot earlier. You have to almost position yourself before you get there. Yeah.
Is there anything more coming from this direction, Leslie, from your experience?
Yes, at the very end, but not for us to worry about.
Okay.
Get that repair
Okay.
zone.
So I need to go around this island then.
Like, Voxer, to prove how bad this ship is, it doesn't even have reload booster, and it's French.
Counterpoint, you have some degree of armor.
No, I actually don't. Also, Endrak has some degree of armor.
Endrak has
At the
enough
rendezvous.
armor to use armor pistols.
Where is the rendezvous point?
The rendezvous point
there.
is.
Ah, right. It's now marked on the map. Right. Okay.
I'm heading in that direction, but I'll get there about next week. I'm in Arizona. It doesn't exist move. Follow up. As I know the birth will be prerequisite, do you think Drakefell or... As I know the birth will be prerequisite, do you think drafted or bow to bow of HMS Hyder will be appropriate for a Halifax class? I'd say bow to bow. Quite cute to have them next to each other. But you're gonna have to probably fight with Hyder.
I thought you'd have been better off on the other side of the dock.
There isn't much of a dock in where Hyder is.
Yeah, Hamilton's dock was destroyed when the International Harvester factory closed down.
Yeah.
I used to spend a lot of time in Hamilton.
Yeah.
Where my Auntie Margaret lived. And what I didn't realise is I'd been on Hydra because she was originally birthed in Toronto.
Yeah.
At Exhibition Park.
But Toronto didn't want her anymore.
Well, that was because they wanted to change Exhibition Park. Oh, jeez.
Foxo, to be fair, a 75mm armor belt is not bad for a cruiser of the interwar period.
It is a T7. When that's an entire above the waterline citadel. And the upper belt 50mm. That's just a P8.
We got the first carrier, didn't we?
Yes.
Okay. I'll try and get I'll make sure there's some torpedoes in there in case it...
I see a flock of targets.
That's a flock of seagulls.
No. It's called a flock of battleships.
To be fair, 2 of them are battle cruisers.
To be fair, they are happily coming along engaging you and ignoring me, so I'm just bombarding them as if this is a peacetime exercise. And I've shifted to the second one in line because you guys are about to kill off the first one front in line, so I must start on that one.
Okay. Oh! That was lucky.
Oh, there's a cruiser which is trying to decide to engage me, but it's already dead, so I'm not too worried. That's not nice for it.
Oh, I missed with me torpedoes. That's not good.
Okay.
Well, that's one of the battleships gone. Congo next. Torpedoes away. Torpedoes away.
Oh, the captain's watching.
There's a warship there. Oh no, it's
Hit it with torpedoes and you can
Really
get an achievement.
bad. You see, the thing is, I usually play cruisers. And this is really annoying.
Run aground.
Yeah, but I'm getting there. Don't worry. I'm dealing with it. Basically, I was doing long-range shots and trying to engage and bashing at everyone quite happily. But the trouble is, it ran aground, and I was sort of going, oh, it's fine, I've got time to maneuver, I've got time to maneuver, I've got time to maneuver. Then I remembered, I'm in the Arizona, I do not have time to maneuver. This is a fucking oil tanker. Excuse the French.
I think technically by running aground you may actually be going faster than otherwise with the Arizona.
Get me started.
There are two targets coming from where we are, so I am turning.
They are both cruisers. And they are hugging the coast.
But they're not hugging it as close as you were.
I'm hoping they are, because then they'll be aground in a second, and then there won't be any problem, will they? One is trying to make a race for it up the centre of the channel. That looks like the brave one. The other one's trying to be a sneaky sod.
I got the insert a coin achievement.
Which means what?
Which means the silly cartoon ship that was outside the battleground got hit by one of my torpedoes.
Yep. In particular, that is the ship of the Bad Advice Captain, which is one of the World of Warships mascots for tutorials. It's just a little fun Easter egg one.
And nicest way.
That's why he's called the Bad Advice Captain. And his goldfish then tells you why you do not do this.
So he's basically the idiot for hire. Okay.
So he's the fleet.
You mean I've just sunk fleet?
What did the ship look like? Hosh? You said it looked terrible.
No, it wasn't that bad.
Dan, you are starting to get a bit rude with the comments now.
Yeah.
Ooh, we got an honorary sea star, honorary achievement. Complete the operation, all secondary objectives, survive the battle, deal damage amounting to 100% of your ship's total hit points. Whoop.
Also, he didn't say that he fleeted fleet. He said it sunk the fleet.
Yeah, and Morin, just don't.
Don't worry, we get it.
Don't be rude about people who aren't here.
That's fine. Fleet's not here to fight his corner, so let's leave him be.
Which one next? I don't know which one to choose. I haven't played a cruiser, have I?
No, you haven't.
Okay.
Oh, fine. I've heard it. Thank you. Oh, can't I just go open all? Okay. Thank you. Lovely. Sorry. I'd like some flags. Thank you. That's not much help.
Let's bring a discount town class out.
Back in a second.
Oh, a discount town class? So you're bringing Count Conley?
Yep. Gambia.
Nice vessel.
Gambia. Named for one of the African colonies.
Yeah.
Wait just a minute. I've got to do that if I want to do this, don't I?
Is Gambia one of the specials?
What do you mean?
She's not a normal chain
She's
of command.
premium.
Yeah. Does she have a particular flavour to her?
Yes, she's the only Commonwealth cruiser that's not almost completely useless.
Forget. I'm just going to do that just because I get fed up with the containers. I'm just going to try do that.
The issue the Commonwealth cruisers have is they're spec'd for ASW. That's cruisers.
So that's brilliant.
And so you get ships like Encounter and Auckland who are just like, I'm a British cruiser but worth. Fear me.
That's annoying.
If you think Furious looks weird when it comes, wait until I put Audacious on. Looks like she's on an Arctic convoy.
Okay. Why were some of the Crown Colonies class like Uganda named after protectorates and not actual Crown Colonies, my boy? Because it was all part of the Empire, and frankly, let's be honest, it was all window dressing. Stevgar, what was the best battlecruiser ever made? Why, and will we see another one in a lifetime? My favourite's always going to be Tiger.
Bud.
Tiger.
Bud. Tiger's cool and all, but Hood's funny because she's just the extreme.
She's the extreme of the invincible she starts off as, and then they try and migrate her towards what Tiger is, and you sit there and go, no, you can't do that, Dance.
She's just a speed.
Tiger is the beauty.
Yeah, but Tiger's slow and ugly.
Tiger is not ugly, and she's 28 knots, she's plenty faster than me.
I'm sorry, any ship with casemates is ugly. Because the casemates are ugly.
Tiger
but
has
that's every ship
balance.
in World War One, Foxo. But that's every ship in World War One, Foxo.
Renown and Hood didn't have. Well, Renown didn't have. Casemate. Neither did Repulse.
No, Repulse kept her terrible 4.4-inch single purpose?
Yes, we can debate on their effectivity,
Um,
but they definitely look better than casemates.
Sorry, who hasn't readied up?
I was ready, but I then realised I hadn't got all my flags up.
Ah, okay. Sorry,
You have to unready yourself to do it.
Yes, which I find really annoying.
Yeah, same here. I had to drop out, rechange my flags, put them back up.
And it's going, why didn't you just tell me earlier that my flags weren't up, and I wouldn't have...
Your executive officer was supposed to tell you.
I need my EO expert on this Operation Narai to tell me which direction I'm pointing this carrier.
Hello? Oh, did you come to see me? Well, we're just in World of Warships, but you know. Right. More than welcome to come in and say hello to everyone.
I think we're a bit tired.
Okay, go.
I can't remember this one.
Well, I'm hoping the Queen Elizabeth is just slightly faster than the Arizona. I know she's not as survivable, but she is slightly faster, I'm hoping.
This is the convoy escort into hostile harbour mission, Leslie.
Yep, I know which it is. Okay, we need...
I'll be heading down south.
You'll be heading down south.
Yeah.
We need someone to head across to the east to intercept the escaping.
Do you want me to do that?
There.
I'll do it.
No, we need... It should have been one of the... Either a cruiser or...
I'll do it, don't worry,
a couple of
Leslie.
destroyers. Because basically there's going to be a carrier trying to sneak through.
I remember this campaign.
I have to go all the way around, all the way around. Missed my shot, sorry. That is bad of me. Watch out for the torpedoes.
Okay, so from here, there will also be a Missouri coming out. Nicknamed Misery.
I've seen it. There's
a Queen Elizabeth as well.
No, it's Big Boy Boxer.
I might not. Is it the Little Trouble one?
Yeah, it might be.
This might be Little Trouble.
Yeah. They're throwing a whole bunch of names like that, which, to be honest, makes sense to me. I can entirely see Navy is calling them that in operations.
There's a good load of torpedoes coming in on this Queen Elizabeth. I think they should cause it maximum damage.
It shouldn't...
Oh, that Elizabeth's looking at me. That's not good.
It's not quite enough to take it out.
I am turning now.
Yeah, that's a gun.
Okay, carrier.
Yeah.
If you could sort of stay in where you are now, because we'll need you to go into the middle.
There's a cruiser here that I'm just going after with the dive bombers.
Yeah. But your ship, you don't want to get it too close, because if they get round, they'll catch you out.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
So you want me to circle, do you?
Yeah, circle in this sort of area because we've now got it secured.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just circling the island to my starboard. Right. Okay.
You will.
Okay,
You will
where do we
need
go
to
then?
move. You will need to move into the gap where the Leander is coming out of. But
All
only
right.
once we've-
I'm currently.
only once we've
I'm
got it
currently
secure.
I'm currently airborne and can't tell you where that is. And there is a battleship over there that I'm going to go for.
Is an Iowa class.
Well, I'm going to torpedo it because that's what's there.
If you go down there, there's
Ah,
a station
not
in
good.
Cleveland.
No, torpedoes missed.
Now, nice way. I just did center of mass straight into you, so a nicest way. That should have been a nightmare for you.
How's the Missouri doing?
Trying to be misery to everyone, probably.
Yep, I'm just HE farming out.
Are you okay over there, Bracken?
Oh yes, just fine.
Okay. Duke of York, go straight down that that line and get into the bay as soon as you can. That bay is going to become full of our ships. There's also a Cleveland hiding. I'm probably driving your direction.
What would a modern Hood, Renown, or Tiger be now, and how likely is it that they would be built by the RN?
Remember, if they were building something like that, they'd probably be a submarine. That's probably going to be the AUKUS class. I heard all sorts of ideas mentioned for the AUKUS class names.
I've put as many hits in as I can, so on the carrier.
Wait, just like to get the 6-inch guns in this game, Dragon?
No.
Because I just got citadeled.
No, they don't. It's something that's been requested for a while. But they don't have it.
And they know how to get tops, don't they?
Yes.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. But you can take out this.
Also, from Stafford, how realistic is the turret traverse speeds in World of Warships? Given the shrunken size of the engagement map, are they compensating for something?
Probably. But, you know, they're compensating for gameplay.
Damn.
I've got non-penetrating hits. I can't get through that.
I managed to pull them all towards me down this end, so anyone coming in the other end, they should be okay.
It's one
There's
cruiser there.
Cleveland.
We now get the fun of that there will be waves of enemy ships after this.
Yeah.
Where are they coming from?
This
Far
way.
right.
The southeast corner.
Somebody blew that up just as
crap.
The fact they've just got this old World War One destroyer here is kind of cute.
Yeah, but it was kind of annoying. It did kind of torpedo spam. Because I was dealing with the cruisers quite well, but the destroyer decided I'm going to add my extra torpedoes idea as well.
I'm in severe trouble here.
Yes, you're a little forward.
Although
I know.
But again, don't worry. You're in good company.
Here's the first lot of spam coming towards us.
Okay, what have I got to put up? Those.
I am not going to last.
We'll get out of there then.
Opinions on wooden hull minesweeper and the thought process behind the choice of hull material. Do you think this is more effective hull design than the traditional steel hull ones? That we use plastic, we've used wood, we've used all sorts of things for minesweepers. Basically, it depends on what you're going to do, what kind of minesweeping you're going to do. If you're going to get in close, that's one thing. If you're going to not get in close, if you're going to sort of try to stand off, then you don't have to worry so much about steel if you've got other things going in close for you. It depends how much of your role is mothership versus how much of it is actual sweeper. You guys are doing well, but they are. You've kind of got a scenario where there's like not enough of you trying to defend.
At least some of my torpedoes have hit.
Too sauced.
Well, I managed to cripple most of that wave, by the looks.
Oh, that was pointless.
But now, as long as the wave can be destroyed, victory will be achieved.
Putting as many shells into this little
Are
destroyer
about to sail your carrier into open gunfire.
Well, there's not a lot I can do about it right now. On the grounds, I'm airborne.
Press M, you can activate your ship's autopilot.
Okay.
Like a location, the ship will pilot itself to it.
We'll get some more torpedoes down that way.
Question from Theosteen. When is the AUKUS SNS design supposed to be done?
It's currently probably coming up for a key announcement at some point, but at the moment it's the decision is being made about shaping, I think. It'll be interesting to see what comes out. There's also a discussion of quite how many we might order, because, as said, there is Britain is looking at growing its defence capability, and that's going to change some of the balance of it if Britain ups its order.
Come on, hit your bugger. Yes!
What would be the ideal size for a modern MGB or PT boat if they need to be ordered within, say, 2 years? Basically, go to people like the RNLI, look at their lifeboats, and take that hull and modify it. And that's what you want if you want to build it quickly and get it ready in service.
There you are.
We'd probably put missiles of some kind on it, wouldn't we? Rather than torpedoes.
Damn, we didn't keep the lead transport ship.
Yeah.
Here's Johnny.
Okay. Equipment.
Let's use an actually good KGB for once.
Jonathan Moon, how do you think we should handle the storage in the society storage in Belize, other towns where the IBC has industry?
I'll go on to that one in a second. I'm just going to sort out my door because it's been left open.
Offer just knocked on the floor of that. That was clever.
I will be honest, I don't understand the question.
It's from Pirates of the Burning Seas.
Oh.
Main reason we're doing what's called Operations Bone Meal is it allows Dr. Clarke A to get new ships, and B, it's semi-random, so the stuff done, and also actual stuff occurs. Alright.
And we get to do things together as well.
Yes.
Okay, let's go for that one.
Right. Go. Southgen was asking to join this one. So if someone wouldn't mind dropping out from this one, and I can get them invited. Just basically rotate players in and out.
I can drop.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Southgen in. Do I bring this out? I know if I do, I will die, but...
Will you die happy?
Well, it is a tribal class.
So that's a yes.
Okay, you guess.
They do have HMCS Huron as a tier 7.
Right. Okay. Hey, Jonathan.
Actually,
no,
I haven't talked.
How do you think we should handle the SOC storage in Belize and other towns where... Look, I think... Are we all ready? Yeah, I'm ready.
That's a question relating to playing Pirates of the Burning Sea.
Yes, that's what I wrote that out quite quickly. That's why I thought I could actually pop to the wander to the loo before answering it. How do you think we should handle the society storage in Belize and other towns where we have the iron brewing industry has industry? I think we probably need storage everywhere. We probably need to set up Belize up as the hub with as much storage as we can physically put in there. And start storing things in there, but
this one.
Yeah.
Boxer, we need you.
What?
You're hard carrying this one.
Oh god,
How am I hard carrying this one?
Because you're a battleship.
Right, which is the heading they're coming from?
I'm not particularly tanky
right, this
battleship.
way. This way. And there'll be a group of them here.
Never mind to get a super heal.
Yeah.
So we're basically heading to the top of the map, yes?
No, we're heading here to intercept a convoy. Basically, for some reason, the enemy decided to board and capture our convoy instead of sinking it, and are now trying to run away with it. Where to intercept it and then escort it out of the combat zone.
Sorry, Destroyer.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get
very odd thing.
I'm just trying to get out of Dodge because where I was
wasn't good for you.
Yeah, I mean once we've taken on the first group, which is the group that comes down the line of islands, there's another group that comes in from the northwest,
which is heavy cruisers.
Yeah.
So from A1. So you're talking about A1, are you? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's one a bit further over, but
yeah,
it's one like here-ish.
But the biggest problem is there's a bonus mission with 3 battleships we have to destroy. Now.
Destroyer coming up. Watch the destroyer.
Destroyers are quite useful.
It is an Akizuki.
Okay.
Those things have a lot of firepower for a dock.
Yeah, so watch a torpedo run coming through that gap. I'm trying to get the other side.
Yeah, they're using me as a pinata at the moment.
Yeah, Steve, I would withdraw back if you can.
No, too late.
Just get back behind the battleship.
Too late.
Have you died already?
Yeah, I didn't get the smoke. I hit the wrong button and didn't get the smoke up fast enough.
You also turned broadside in front of a Fuso.
Well, there's no other way of getting out of the way of the damn thing.
So it was suicide.
From where I was. Yeah, eventually.
Why do you think I came all the way down south to do the shooting?
Alex, may I give a tip?
Yeah, you can try, but I might ignore it.
Press Shift to engage the full zoom when you're firing.
I prefer to.
Faster than
I prefer to use my roller because then I can control it depending on how far I want to go in. So yeah, thank you for the tip, but I just
Yeah, and if you would like to enlarge your minimap because it's really
right.
Thing when you're
the cruiser force is coming down from the.
Okay. How do you expand a minimap? Because that could be useful for other people watching it.
If you have a numpad, it's a plus key.
Oh, plus key.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So basically, it's a plus and minus, enlarger, and shrink, like that. Yeah.
Here's the Liberty ship, so be careful when you're shooting there because we want to take out the cruisers that are supporting it, not the.
The cruisers are currently this side having a fight with me.
No, there's a set of cruisers with the transport ships as well, so don't get like the Fletcher's about to die. Try and get the other side of London and put a whole load of torpedoes through that gap. If that's alright with everyone?
Yeah. I would do it fast.
Ah! Oh, I missed it. Thank God for that.
I didn't fire enough in advance.
But I can. I'm actually getting quite a good view of what's going on here. Now I'm dead. With my helicopter eyes view.
That's good. Tell me, how bad am I about to be destroyed?
Screen. Control Alt print screen. I wonder. Junk. And into there. And if I go into where and then I go. There we go. That's what I could see. I placed it in the brew ship stage chat.
Thank you. For Dan, if you were to zap back to Wild West, how would you survive, heal those who are suffering from smallpox or dysentery?
I'm keeping away from the smallpox until I get vaccinated. Dysentery, you just need to hydrate. So, actually, one of the best treatments is boiling up a load of rice, and then you give them the water that you've boiled it in, and the healthy people eat the rice. Weird as it might sound.
Cool. That's a good one to know.
The starchy water helps?
Yeah, it's
filter
got what you need, and it rehydrates you. And there's not much point in putting anything solid in whilst it's just going to flow out. So, yeah.
I was thinking create a water filter using basically sand, rocks, and all the other bits and pieces to make sure that you get all the particulates out of the water at least.
If the Sea Slug can be classed with missile cruisers, what might follow them if you don't get a Type 82? You probably get something like the Type 82, but cruiser scale.
Okay, warning. The destroyers are going to head... the transports are going to head towards the exit point. There is going to be 3 battleships appearing. A Nagato and a Magi. Is it another Nagato? And once they get about halfway across from A and B10, there will be some more cruisers, battleships and destroyers coming through.
From the top?
From the top, from A and B area.
Okay.
But in the northwest quadrant. Right. I'm hoping I can get here without being noticed. So I can get some torpedoes into these 2 battleships. Which might help.
That would help a lot. Especially as we're down to me, probably Foxo, I'm guessing?
She went down earlier. Unfortunately, I went down to the heavy cruiser push. I really don't like this operation.
Okay.
When I'm not in a battleship.
Right, so the Scharnhorst, if you can engage the Amagi. Queen Elizabeth, hopefully you should be able to take on the Amagi as well.
Yeah.
With these 2 Nagatos discovering
Well, you're going to
holes.
You're going to clunk something big style here, Leslie.
Ah!
Oh,
no.
Your torpedo seemed to have run short.
Ran it. Yeah. I was slightly out on my range finding. Sorry.
No worries, you did your best.
No, that was terrible of us. I should do better. The 9-kilometer torpedoes, and then now it's 7 and 8 kilometers. But because the launch was that little bit off. So hopefully I'll be able to get them this time. Unfortunately, they have spotted me.
Down to me and you, Leslie, I think.
Okay.
Which is not good because, you know, said in my family account I play cruisers, but yeah, I will do my best. I'm used to having torpedoes though to deal with this sort of problems.
Yeah.
You might hit with the second group, but oh no, you might hit with the first one as well.
Come on. Yes, got one of them. From a destroyer, and I managed to take out 1.5 battleships.
Oh,
That's good.
Hopefully I'll be able to get another shot as I come through to try and help you, Dr. Clarke.
I'm basically deciding that I am pretty much target practice to keep them away from the merchant ships. So that's what I'm pretty much doing myself.
Yep, that's your role.
But Dan, have you not had a smallpox vaccination?
No, it had been eradicated by the time I came along.
I've had one, but that might have because of the interesting places I've been in my life.
Yeah, I have as well.
I had a one with when I was in the army.
Yeah, but they stopped in the 70s, I think, because it was eradicated.
I had mine in the early 80s, I think.
Yeah, that's because there are, I think, 2 or 3 repositories of it left. One of which was in the Soviet Union, so now Russia. One in the US, and I think possibly one in the UK.
Yeah.
Portland.
Yeah.
Right.
I had one in the 60s and one in the 80s.
I had
I
one.
don't know how those torpedoes are running.
You want me to look?
Yeah.
They look good to me.
Neither of them took because
Yeah.
they didn't scar.
Sorry.
I think you actually ran. I think you ran short actually.
Right, let's go to the equipment and let's go. Bye.
No, didn't shoot that, did I? Not really.
Ooh. I've got a load of containers to open.
Oh, that was also causing me trouble. Yes, it is. I do not have any containers. Yes, try.
Right.
Now range.
But yeah, if the Sea Slug had county-class missile cruisers, were county-class missile cruisers, they'd have multiple launchers as well as more guns and sort of thing. So, and I swear the Type 82 would have continued on to that and probably been a cruiser. They also probably would have had the 6-inch gun and the 3-inch guns on them as well. So, as well as more helicopters. So, in a nice way, it would have been a far bigger ship overall. Russ Caffrell, Ruskaf, the real original.
Who's gone with a tier 8?
Yeah, I can't. I've only got Fiji that's tier 7.
That would be Bone Meal Boy.
Were there any dreadnought preliminary designs before 1912 that were armed with quad 12-inch guns? There are some very interesting designs wandering around in various different places with all sorts of fun things in them. So potentially, I think there are some interesting designs from Vickers, and I think there are some interesting designs in the US and the French, because usually those are the free sources of multiple quad guns. Vickers, the French, and the US are the ones who like quad guns occasionally. Everyone else is kind of happy to stick with triples normally. Yeah.
The missions are all random. We don't know what we need, do we?
No. I'm just taking Queen Elizabeth every single time. And hoping she's okay.
You want me to take the sub again?
Only
Or
if
somebody
you
else
remember
wants to take this?
how to sync.
I can remember how to sync. I was just hitting the wrong key. I can take Undyne.
Are you sure you can remember how to sync?
Yes, I can remember how to sync it. I know it's vital as a submarine.
Because so far you've been having a few issues with this. And I don't mean this
One
in
of
a
the
cruel
issues
way.
I have is that the submarine is so slow that basically everybody runs away from me. Oops, apologies, that's not my mic. Right, we can start.
Whenever everyone's ready.
Yeah.
Please let it not be the same one again, because I don't want to die a second time on this one. I know I'm the slowest battleship, so I'm going to be the last to die, but this is just not fun. Literally, I survived the longest just because I'm the slowest to get there.
Cherry
I had
Blossom.
That's the airfield one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Clarke, I didn't die. I was still alive at the end.
I know you were. I didn't die. I was alive at the end as well, but it was a close run friggin' thing.
I was still mostly intact, even after taking on a battleship.
After being the pincushion for six free cruisers and a battleship for the last 5 minutes, I was not mostly intact. In fact, I was really, really not mostly intact.
I was. I did my typical destroyer thing of running around islands and hiding behind them.
You can do that. I can do 23 knots if I'm lucky on a good day with following wind.
Oh, this little cruiser's only capable of 38 knots, so.
Well, I'm going under you lot. I'm going north because
Well,
that's where all of them are going to come from
so
shortly. Yeah, I know.
At least I never have to worry about bashing into everyone. You all race past me.
Yeah, I'm coming up now. I'm surfacing. No, I'm heading north because I know that's where you lot can all take care of the stuff on the surface over there and destroy stuff. And I know they're going to come from that direction, so I might as well go in that direction.
This used to be one I hated until I learnt the trick of that of keeping out of the
lights.
Flares, yeah.
Don't go towards the light.
Awfully close to a light there.
Hello, my pretty. There's a battleship here. And a cruiser. Oh, hello. I can see you. But I should really make sure you can have a full, friendly attention of myself and my cannon.
Are you going to introduce him to him?
I think he's already dead, unfortunately. I was literally fired and then he was already killed.
There's a cruiser coming in from the north.
I have spotted them,
Yeah,
and they are coming straight towards my kind, welcoming 15-inch embrace.
Yeah.
I hope you introduce them, and you are, your usual polite self with high explosive.
Yes, I'm always polite with high explosive.
Yeah, that's the second one.
Once we've destroyed these cruisers that are coming in, and there's a couple of destroyers. One of the faster ships needs to position itself. In fact, that would be good for you to do, Steve. You're in the sub, aren't you?
Yeah, that's what I headed north because of what we did this last time, and they all came from that direction. I thought, right, if I go up there now, we'll see them coming in.
Yeah. If you see if you head west on that E line, so if you head to E3, there will be a flagship coming that way. It would be most useful if you introduce him to Payne.
Okay, E3, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm heading in that direction now.
Oh, I'm illuminated. Didn't quite judge that right. Hello. With any luck, you should explode. You. Next destroyer. Watch out, torpedoes inbound.
Oh, there's a huge flock of torpedoes inbound.
Just combed the set. Steve, you've gone a bit too far to the north. You want to, like I say, E3 is the best place to intercept the Otago.
Yeah, no, it's alright, yeah. It's alright, I need to turn, don't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, there they are. I've seen them now.
Yes, but there's one specific one, an Otago. If you could take that out, that's the bonus, one of the bonus missions.
Right.
I mean, if you get a chance on the Mogamis and all of that, that's all well and good, but we can take those ones out quite easily. It's just the Otago makes a run close to the island, and sometimes you miss it.
Okay.
And it can circle round into the back of the carriers. I'm going to trail this battleship because I have a load of anti-aircraft stuff and fighters I can put up. It would probably give someone a bad day.
you.
Submerged because they were having a go at me.
Yeah.
Which just slowed me down.
Oh, another destroyer behind me wanting to have play a game. That's not a good decision for you, because nice way, they're all paying attention to you, which is good, lovely. But also, I'm paying attention to you.
Right. The Otago is making its way through.
Right, okay, I can see it says attack over it, doesn't it?
Yes.
Right, okay.
I can't see that bloody destroyer. Oh, there it is.
Oh, crap. I got bombed. Apologies. Missed again.
Linguistics? Don't worry.
Yeah, it's why you don't get as close as you've been getting. You really do need to attack from further away.
Yeah.
Submarines
Which is why
are
I
the
was
squishiest class in games. That's why I was really confused that you were literally driving headfirst into the enemy base.
Why do you think I said E3, not B or C?
Remembering why I don't play Yukon.
I remember a time when you used to say Yukon was good, and then your opinion started changing. And then you started realizing, yeah, it's fun for a while, and then,
It was good until you realized just how bad these guns are.
Yes. Her only redeeming feature basically is her super heal.
And the fact that she's a KGB heal.
Yes.
And because of her
Dragon,
upper
have you
belt,
got
she's
Otago?
Yeah, I'm shooting it. And then all of a sudden, day. I really hate how they broke that transition effect. It used to actually have a transition effect where it happened over time.
Dragon, Torps on your way.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, I don't know if you can gum them enough. I'm going to be able to get.
I'd have no idea what I took out, but I think it was a cruiser. Before I died.
You actually took out the target.
Oh.
No, he didn't. No, the target's still running.
Oh, is it?
I took out a Meccano instead, I think, or something.
Yeah, you took out.
But I was trying.
It's over there.
I was trying to keep everyone off you.
This is why Leslie was saying, be around E3.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I tried to pull in to save our submarine colleague.
I've played that as a sub, and it's so hard.
Oh. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be able to get a target.
I mean, Yukon, I don't have to care about air-drop torpedoes.
I mean, I actually
Unfortunately,
don't think you need to be in E. I don't think you need to be in E3. I think you need to be in
F3.
No, go to E3 is the perfect spot to intercept it, because then you're not too far away to then carry on to the next part of battle.
Oh, okay. I was thinking if you're off the headland, all right,
then
behind
you're not doing
it,
anything the rest
all
of
the destroyers don't see you, but
they do. Basically, if you are anything closer than, if you're any tile higher than Delta, upwards, so Delta through Alpha, you're spotted.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. It's also, is it?
Well, it's basically just they know the ship, that there is a ship there.
Right.
So they'll start trying to go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. Right, it's 5 to midnight. I'm going to head to bed.
Gone.
Have a good
evening. Take care.
My dad.
Catch you all later.
Take care.
Bye, Dan.
Bye, Dan.
Bye.
I don't actually know where we're up to on the questions, if I'm brutally honest. Just looking down
we
here.
are at Dreadnought. We've done the Dreadnought one, and now I'm at the not a question but a recommendation. If when you do your UK tour, look into getting a fuel card as a business itself at some point. I have 2 types now, and saving the other 20 people later. Oh, cool. I'll look into that. I keep on meaning to talk with my captain about that sort of thing. Stafford, is the panel able to sail as traditional battle group for optimum outcome? No. And I saw it with 2 differential and ships. We do try a bit. We're better in Pirates of Burning Sea. Although I destroyed 5 ships, which I'm quite proud of in that mission.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
For me, it's not. It's better than I've been doing last times. And
apologies, they used the battleship so bad it's basically griefing in platoons.
I just haven't been able to take out a battleship yet.
I
enjoy my cruisers, but I've got so limited few.
Also, my Queen Elizabeth class AA is proving disturbingly good. I've taken out 14 aircraft.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth actually has very good AA for her tier.
I know I put in all the buffs on it as possible because I know air attacks are going to keep annoying the life out of me in it, but I didn't realize they'd be this effective. And then...
Hey, Leslie, can you go take out that Atago?
If the RN did upgrade all existing 15-inch guns to Mark II, could they have gotten the maximum elevation above 30 degrees? If they'd gone for 15-inch 45s, yes, they probably could have done, because the lighter gun would have made it easier to upgrade the angle, so they could have got to 30 degrees. Why would a Type 82-like design follow the candy cast regardless of what they were, destroyer or cruiser? Because the type numbers don't care whether you're a cruiser or a destroyer. They care if you're what you do. The numbers are about your purpose, not your title. Stafford, in the panel's opinion, what was the best BB and battle cruiser from each navy between 1900 and 1955? That is a massively long question, Stafford. That is a question which would take us about 2 hours to answer.
Take you over your time.
Yeah. Well over the time. Oh. Says battle ends in 5 minutes. I doubt the battle ends in 5 minutes. Okay. Any more questions?
Look how bad these guns are, they mate.
Boxer just start shooting the airfields. Then your dispersion doesn't matter.
No, Dragon, if I had a hit or attacker with 5 15-inch shells and did 2,000 damage.
Yep, that's why I'm saying just shoot the airfields.
Come on, go.
Boxer, there's 4 minutes left.
Right. Jen, focus on the cruisers.
That destroyer is worryingly close to somebody.
The Otago's got me.
Thankfully, Shirtsu's torpedoes do not reload that quickly. Oh no.
I was in the wrong place to try and take it on.
Right, leave the northern, it's gonna burn to death.
I don't know, the aircraft carrier has just basically torpedoed it.
Yes, but it's going to get the aircraft carrier. Run up! Thank God for that. I must have done enough damage. You got the aerodrome. That's one down.
The Dragon, the best of these guns are so bad I missed the airfield.
Yeah, but you hit most of it.
Have you got Italian shells then, have you?
No, I've got Canadian shells. the same ones on Rook, but about a sixth as accurate.
Stafford, if the USN utilised 4 class reactors for a surface command, what would they classify it as? A battleship or battle cruiser? And what should be armed with to utilise all that power? And that's if you're going for something like that's got rail guns and lasers and and some sort of shielding level system up the wazoo, maybe you justify using 4 reactors, but realistically you shouldn't be. And nicest way, also, you're taking with you something which is really possibly not sensible to take into the type of fight you're going to be taking into. You sound like you're going for a brawling fight. I would certainly... I would almost be tempted to have submarine nukes on a surface ship and have them in something which would go submerge if I take too much damage. And so they get home, so the reactors survive and the crew survive.
You got 2 minutes to burn it down.
Could you have a ship which ejects its reactor out of the bottom of the hull?
You could, in theory, but I could also create a weak spot that could be used. You know, but as said, there are options.
We did it.
Yes. Anyway, the last 30 minutes is just started.
Yep. So one more battle, and then to finish off with the questions and do a sort of chat to the end.
Yeah. Should we shut the questions down?
No, we're still taking questions coming in, so I'll say keep coming.
All right.
Timo, I'll drop off so you can swap in.
No need, Leslie. I'm not actually logged in again at the moment.
Well, I was. I know I'm on holiday tomorrow.
Off anyway, so.
All right. Because I must admit, I'm getting a little tired.
It's not gonna go. We'll finish this game and then we'll just do chat to the end. It's literally half hour till the end today. Half hour. Because I started at 12:30, so we are 35 hours and 30 minutes of broadcasting.
But I've done 7 hours of judo.
Yes.
So my arms and shoulders do not feel like they're attached to me anymore. And my lower back feels worse.
I remember those days.
Really good. Which is really good because that means I've started using my lower back.
Yes, I'm in the game, so if you want to take off, Leslie, I can replace you.
Alright. Okay. Let's say that. Check. Okay.
Oh, where do I leave? Why will it not let me leave?
It doesn't want you to go.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'll bring out a ship that really should be a battlecruiser in game, but came out before they added battlecruisers. So they're actually retroactively made.
It came out before British battleships did.
Yes.
It's like the second British battleship in game.
Third.
Second.
Dreadnought came before her.
No, I don't think she did.
That was fun. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dazzy.
Foxo, Dreadnought came out like almost a full year after Hood did.
Okay.
So, people are aware that Clarke only has a tier 6 battleship, right?
This is...
So by taking all 3 battleship slots...
You forced me to play a carrier?
There you go. There's now a battleship slot available as needed.
Okay. Well, yes. I will do in the nicest way before the next Historiophon. I will do a lot of work in here, so I have more vessels in here for the next time. I will stop playing purely on my family account with my family when we play World of Warships. I will actually play this solo occasionally just to get some points on it. Oh.
Question from Knight. Was the missile cruiser really a new thing in the 1950s or 60s, or was the idea around earlier than that?
The missile cruiser is pretty much around from the get-go. The moment they have the concept of missiles, they have the concept of putting it on a cruiser, because cruiser is the most obvious ship to put it on. It has space, but it's also cheap enough to build, and it's not a battleship, which they think are sort of possibly edging out. So you go for the ship which has the space to put stuff on.
They tell me they didn't have plans for a missile carrier. They replaced the entirety of the hangar and the flight deck with VLS.
No, they didn't, because there's a small issue with doing that.
VLS wasn't a thing.
So Alex, when you're ready.
Yeah, I am ready.
You're not current. Now you are.
I pressed the button ages ago and it deactivated itself, I swear. Because the people who are watching will tell you, I pressed the button almost as soon as we came out of the last one.
I'm afraid, Dr. Clarke, your stream says otherwise.
What?
Yes.
Huh?
You know what to...
I just went you never clicked ready, I'm afraid.
I did!
No, I think you went to click it and missed.
You went, yeah.
No, it says he's in. He's got Queen Elizabeth.
Now he does, but I just went back and checked pulled before, and so right. No one advanced too far. We need to defend the perimeter.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to go and hide behind this island.
There's going to be 3 successive waves, then a final wave.
Okay. They've given us the ban.
Yep.
Ugh.
Yep. Well, no, that's another player chose Ben. Ben's actually pretty decent in World of Warships if you know what you're doing with him.
Okay, so do you know an irony about this game? Hood is more durable than KGB.
Yes. Yes, she is.
And she's got the triple orange.
And there's the second wave.
I think you put battlecruiser accuracy.
Nope.
Oh, if you count accuracy just that.
That bad? Yes.
Because in 2 volleys I got 9 hits. It took me about 9 minutes to get 9 hits in the last battle.
It's a random stuff because it didn't have 7 people, so it automatically picks up what's called a 7th. I could have disabled that, but doesn't lower the number of enemies.
So where does the third wave come in from? Does it come in from the direction it's coming from now, or right?
The direction it hasn't come from before.
Right.
The
So
wave 4 is random.
we
No,
need to
wave
hang
4 is
around
all-
over
no,
here then.
Wave 4 is all 3 Foxo.
Yeah. We all need to hang around here then.
Yeah. Because also, if any of the waves get past the base perimeter line, it immediately starts the final wave.
Oh, right. Okay.
Which, depending on how you play it, can be a good thing.
Yes. I've seen people complain that operations are too easy. It's unfair. They should just be removed from the game. Stop free XP. And it's like, they showed video of why it was unfair. 3 people perfectly coordinated where the enemy would spawn at the final wave, and managed to get immediate citadel salvos into all 3 enemy battleships. Because they played the game so much, they'd learned all the enemy spawns. That's not easy. That's just dedication.
I'll hang around up here.
I would pull back. Do not do that far up.
Yeah. I'm gonna go hide behind this little island here.
Yeah, come join me. It's brilliant. I've been just sitting here sniping them the whole time.
Next wave.
Third wave has started. Right. Oh, is that where it's supposed to be?
It's normally on the further on the right, but hey.
All right. Okay.
The waves can spawn in any lane. They just can't spawn in the lane that's already got a wave in it.
Right. Okay.
And normally they spawn in each one of the 3 on average.
Right. Okay.
You're a bit injured there, Foxo.
Damn no.
You're at 50% HP. Less than even.
And
For Foxo, that's a good day.
You've forgotten how I play Hood, don't you?
When was the last time you played Hood?
About 8 months ago.
Point proven. I'm sorry, normally you play Rook.
Well, yeah, that's because Rook's just overpowered.
Not according to Wargaming.
Not according to Wargaming, no. But she's cute.
His fastest laser accurate at 15. Just everything, just the platonic ideal of a battle cruiser.
And then you get Foxo's biggest hatred of World of Warships, the tiers 9 and 10.
Yeah, it's not because I don't like the G3s. I like the G3s. I just hate how they completely change playstyle.
What's they done with the G3s?
Basically. So you're aware of how the British battleships have the super heel?
Yes.
They and the British battlecruisers don't get them.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
British battlecruisers get pretty weak heel.
Nope. Tiers 8, 9 and 10 get super heals.
Yeah.
So go on.
And so every other battleship is fast, very accurate, but squishy and doesn't regen. They decided, okay, what if we aid all the battlecruisers super heals and turn them from punishers to octanes?
Me and Foxo very much disagree on what their role is, because They're still very squishy, but they've now actually got a semi-decent armor belt, but they're not meant to be your tanks.
Yeah, but
And they've got a
the thing
super
is,
heal
the
so that they can
super
survive
heal
a bit
means
more.
they can tank.
Not really. Because their weak
Because
armor
they're
profile is
completely
pretty bad in
range.
general.
You take a beating, you duck away, you heal back, you come back out.
It's like Incomparable. Incomparable has a super heal, but you wouldn't call her tanky, would you?
Yeah, but she's very squishy. Very squishy, and there's cruisers in this game with more HP than her.
And
Okay,
her
that's
armor
worrying.
is that of a British battle cruiser.
And she's got the Renown's armor scheme.
Doesn't.
T10. Meaning that ships like the Alaska are
Stafford,
more heavily armored.
I
than
mean,
her.
Queen Elizabeth, she can't go anywhere quickly. Of course I'm camping freaking down. In the nicest way, I have been waiting here the whole time for someone to come and actually fight me so I can reach them. And now, I'm thinking, oh, okay, I'll sit in the middle and they'll come to me and I'll actually get to engage something. And they've come down the place I was sitting there waiting for them.
Oh, they will spawn in the middle. Trust me, you're going to have some fun in about 40 seconds.
Yay.
I miss being unrotate projectile launchers, Dragon.
There's a reason they went nowhere. Do you even try them?
Yes! If you AA spec Hardy, you could just eradicate the entire
Well, do you remember when Hood had, a unique, what's it called, the FAA? Which made the unrotated projectile launchers do 5 times the damage.
Oh goody, I have friends now. I'm going to die, but I have friends.
I'm gonna Bandai charge off.
Position Vix's trying to protect our cruiser. Spawned.
Right, Clarke. Just remember, don't be bow on to the Moshi Moshi.
Okay.
Yes, Musashi does not care about your armor profile.
You want to be at about 30 degrees so she hits your main belt.
Well, it's entirely doable stuff for most things in warships, just it's not advisable. A lot of the time. I love the fact it still uses the old voice lines, because it is most certainly not a Lexington anymore.
Why the... Just realised that instead of going... Yeah... There again, if I don't even know what maneuver I'm doing, no one else can predict it, can I? Press the wrong thing.
Personally, HMS Hood is in an interesting situation.
Which Hood? We have 2.
Ah, right. The one I think it's one the close to.
Then yes. That's a little close, but
yeah, it's a Mishashi, isn't it?
Yes.
Because it doesn't have the stupid AA suite.
I have no idea what took me out.
It's stupid, but I'd say bold.
Number of 25mm, I would say pointless.
Yeah.
Well, would you either have stupid numbers of pointless 25mm or no AA at all? Because that was basically their choice.
Yes.
Don't worry. So, but in the nicest way, I knew exactly what I was doing, but normally, normally if I'm playing these games, I will be playing around a cruiser, and I'll be diving around and doing cruisery things. I don't normally hang around with the battleships. This is the trouble. I'm not a destroyer commander for this game. I don't have Leslie's panache, but I'm also not a battleship commander. I don't really like to do I like to have guns and torpedoes and be able to play with them, and that's how I usually operate.
Now, to me, if the problem is you don't have your gun, you don't have the right number of torpedoes you need, you're just not playing the right battleships then.
Yeah, the trouble is this is my
torpedoes.
public account, which I haven't really played. I have only played on twice since the last Historiophon, and I only realised that when I logged in and went, "Oh, frigate!" I thought I'd been trying to play on this more often, but I've obviously just been going to the family account.
As I recall, it's basically a case of, it's fine. I've got time as well.
Yes,
it can't be that bad.
Well, there's a destroyer going straight for the target ship, so...
Yeah, because unfortunately we don't have anyone nearby.
Mm.
And I would lose in the gunfight to it.
Although it's not got very much HP left.
Neither do I. Basically, the first salvo would win a situation, maybe it.
And it's getting less.
Batteries went down. Yeah, it's getting shot at by the shore batteries.
Yeah. Gone.
Oh. I do love the fact that on YouTube, on Twitch, I am 9 minutes from 36 hours live. And on YouTube, I am 20 minutes from 36 hours live because of the way it has to be accounted for.
Nice, I got disconnected and it became.
Don't worry.
Don't worry. We're finished up for now then, so
Yeah.
I believe. That's meant to be the last game.
Yeah.
I am just a few XP away from a containers.
That's annoying. Hello everyone. Right then. So, I should not have been in the relaxed gaming position, should I? Questions are still open for the last few minutes. We have, as said, a few minutes before we reach the 36 hours. About 8 minutes on Twitch, because that has been going constantly for the 36 hours. And on YouTube, well, YouTube is YouTube, and I've had to restart every 9 hours on that one, so... Well, yes, that is slightly further away. That is 18 minutes away from that. So we'll probably be going till I will probably be sitting here till about 20 to 1. But thank you very much everyone for your support. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you everyone for chatting away and doing all the things you've done to help. I have no idea how much money's been put together or anything like that, but yeah. It's what can I say? I love doing this Historiophon. I love getting to chat with everyone and talk to everyone. I love getting all the ideas of videos I'd like to do with people and stuff I'd like to do. I'd like to do more gaming stuff because I'd like to do more history reviews of gaming because I really do enjoy doing things like wandering around the Pirates of the Burning Sea and going, that's not historically accurate, that is historically accurate, and that sort of stuff. I like doing the multiplayer games with people and actually getting to be part of a team which isn't my family. So it's nice because it means I don't spend the entire time being called a girl's name. Which whilst after over 30 years of it, I'm used to it and it doesn't affect me. It does make it does make it nice for a change to not be. And yes, before anyone guesses, my family did decide that they didn't want me to feel the odd one out because everyone else in the team was a girl's name. So, you know, Yeah. My family could give people complexes if they didn't have them already. Leaving that to one side, it's been a lot of fun, and it's been a lot of cool naval history. Hopefully you've enjoyed some of the stuff we've done and some of the differences. It isn't quite the same as it was next year. I think it's not quite the same as it'll probably be as it was last year. It's not the same as it will be next year. I try and make each one a little bit different. I like to try out different things. I've got ideas for stuff I'd like to do over the next year, which hopefully will be some enjoyable stuff to add into the history things. And yes, when this is over, basically tomorrow Christmas season begins, and there are going to be pretty much until January the 18th, there is going to be a video every single day on the channel, hopefully. He says that, and he says that knowing that the video for tomorrow hasn't yet been finished. The video for Tuesday has been. The video for Wednesday gets recorded tomorrow. The video for Thursday's been prepped. The video for Friday has. The video for Saturday has. But the video for Monday hasn't, because that's the way the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Anyway, it will all be sorted out. It will all be done. There will be a video tomorrow. So thank you very much, everyone. And yeah, last questions, please. Kind of like last rounds, please. Last questions, please. I've got another 15 minutes. Last questions. And thank you again to everyone who's been helping here out. Thank you to Runon. Thank you to Paul. Thank you to Steve. Thank you to Leslie. Thank you to my wonderful co-hosts, and that's what I call them from Brew Ships. Foxo and Dragon. They are spectacular. And yeah, thank you to everyone who's been here asking questions. It's been really cool. So, let's see. Any questions left?
Yeah.
Yes, Foxo? Questions?
At what length to beam ratio for a capital ship does the increased aerodynamic efficiency from being longer become counteracted by the increased resistance of the surface area?
That's when you start dealing with hull shaping and how you're going to make it go. So basically, at a certain point, you start going, okay, how much more V? Do I need to have more V? Do I need to have my hull? Because, of course, the best, most efficient hull from a space perspective is going to be a flat hull. But from minimizing, giving me maximum length to beam without giving me maximum water resistance is going to be a V hull. So basically, that's why if you look at, if I open up my French aircraft carriers, go to the burn conversion. Basically the battleship one. Yes. That's why the battleship has that shape, if you can see. You notice how it sort of starts off quite sharp, then sort of rolls in, sort of like a sort of inverted fish. And yeah, that's why they do that, to try and reduce resistance. So basically, the longer a ship gets, the more you're trying to make that more pronounced. Which is also why you then have to be careful about your loading, because if you want to make your ship slightly faster, you want it to actually be slightly heavier at the stern and lighter at the bow, so the bow sort of slightly rises out and come through the waves. There's all sorts of fun stuff you could do.
When you, with the whole hydroplaning thing, when you want it the other way around, so the bow's heavier than the aft, so that pushes itself down high speed.
Not necessarily, no, because usually with waves, the big thing you want is you don't want your bow to start troughing below the waves and you to take water on the front. And then that pushes you down too far, and that causes you to be driving into the water rather than driving across the water. So if your bow is slightly light, so it automatically rises up, it means you drive across the water, you don't drive into the water. Arleigh Burkes are often quite bow heavy, right? Have you seen the video of the Arleigh Burke which looks like it's trying to join the submarine service?
Yeah.
From a carrier? in a storm.
Yeah. That I understand. You don't want them to be too bow heavy. But especially if you're, say, a battle cruiser going at flank. Wouldn't there be a risk that you'd start to aquaplane?
No, because
at high speed.
Because to get to the speed at which you're going to get 30,000, 40,000 tons to aquaplane, you need to be going a lot faster than you could actually go.
Okay, I thought.
Because I think the figures they worked out for Hood to get Hood to aquaplane was something like 90 knots. And she was quick, but she weren't going to be that quick.
Okay, because from Clarke's video, unless I misunderstood it, because of the speed she was going at, her bow was rising out of the water.
Yes.
Which was causing parts that shouldn't be exposed to be exposed.
It's not her bow's rising underwater, it's the bow wave that's coming through, and it creates a sine wave along the hull, which causes sometimes the water to dip down. So basically, there's such a big bow wave because she's pushing through the water so fast. And again, this is one of the reasons why you want the bow to rise up a bit, because that reduces the bow wave just a tad, because it stops it digging in so much. But imagine what it'd be like if it wasn't slightly light. It would create it then creates sort of, so if the bow's doing this and that creates a wave going up, then it goes down, and it's the down bit which reveals the bit beneath the hull plating, beneath the arm plating. Because again, if you remember, I showed you with I sent a link, not to you but to someone else, about the armor plate on the Iowa and how it has a belt and it has a lower belt. Well, one of the things that battle cruisers often did was they didn't have the lower belt, or they had a very thin lower belt, even thinner than battleships did, something like that, to save weight, to reduce sort of their weight and their heaviness.
Okay, so the battle cruisers having a shorter lower belt or no lower belt at all.
Yes.
Creates the hole in their armor scheme.
Yeah.
That happened with Hood.
Yep.
So the battle cruisers couldn't effectively fight at flank then.
Here you go. Here is Renown, right?
Right.
Right. So there you go. So you'll notice she's got her full plate there, her full arm belt, and then she's got this lower arm belt, right? Down here.
Right.
Now, and then there's another belt a bit below there that gives a bit of more coverage. If she was a battleship, that would go lower in the hull. That would give her more protection. They can fight at flank because, honestly, if you think about it, if we're talking about this wave which goes in, it goes up quite a long way and then it'll go down, and pretty much all of them have the same thing. And that means there's a gap here. But the odds of you getting a shell into that gap, and it's most pronounced when she's turning. So if she's just going on a straight line, it's there. If she's turning, that maximizes it because it creates more suction force. And the odds of you getting that shot and timing it, when you're talking about the ranges of engagement and the shells you're firing and all these things, is 1 in a 10 million. Okay? So the reality is, yes, it's a risk, but it's a risk you can take. Because guess what? You have the same thing with the fast battleships. So if I go to... what do we have King George V in here? Malaya... Because, you see, if you look at that's Queen Elizabeth class, you look at the difference in the belt structure and how it goes down lower. The same with Malaya here. Where the belt structure goes versus where it wouldn't want to run out. And then we have the Royal Sovereigns. We have, they don't helpfully they don't show the arm profile on the King George V there, because of course they're the brand new ones, so they didn't want to do that. They didn't show it on the Narrows either. But you can see it on.
So
that one.
Battle cruisers. If the battleships and the dreadnoughts are going slower than the battle cruisers,
they still have the same wave. It's less pronounced.
But the wave's less pronounced. Wouldn't they need that bottom belt to be shallower still.
They still have the bottom belt go down. It goes down deeper.
Yeah.
So
Why?
it gives them slightly more protection. So basically, they've got. Basically, imagine again. Remember the example I've given a few times is the various plate armor, right? So.
Yeah.
If I'm a battle cruiser, 2 words, right? I'm a dreadnought armor cruiser. I would have a helmet and I'd have some chainmail on. Okay? I'm armoured. I've got some coverage. I've got my sword and maybe I've got my shield as well. So, you know, I'm fine. Alright? If I'm a battle cruiser, 1 word, well, I've got a breastplate. I've got maybe some protection on my legs, and I've got an axe with my shield. So I'm just that much better, okay? Just that much better. Fast battleship. Ooh, I've got armor on my ankles. I've got armor on my shoulders. It's nice moving armor, but it's light armor. Maybe I've got a leather jerkin underneath the armor, so I've got that to back up. So I'm really good, and I've still got my axe, and I got my shield, and I got my helmet. I'm really strong. Battleship, full plate, battleship. That's full plate armor everywhere. That's me basically being a solid wall of metal coming towards you. I have a full plate shield. I have a halberd in my hand. I am everything coming towards you. You have to deal with that. That is what we're talking about. And the difference is, when I'm in a full battleship mode, am I going to be a quick moving person? Am I going to be fast to come at you? I might be able to charge in short bursts, but I can't keep it up for long. And as you go down that armor profile, your stamina goes up and you can keep it up for longer. And you can move faster. And so this is the trade-off. This is all these things are trade-offs. There is this idea of ships somehow being perfect and things. They're never. They're all trade-offs. There is no such thing as a no trade-off ship. There might be treaties which are putting artificial constraints on it, or you might be going, right, then it's got to fit into these dockyards and these dry docks, so it's got to have those limitations. But all these limitations, there are still, even if you didn't have any of those, would be trade-offs of you going, well, what do I want to do with this ship? Well, I want it to be quite fast, because I need it to be strategically fast, so I need to be able to do a high cruising speed. And let's be honest, the burst speed of the battlecruiser is great, but the high cruising speed, that's really useful. The fact that it's got a cruising speed which is often 4 or 5 knots in advantage of the other capital ships, meaning it can cruise effectively to a place far more quickly and get there more quickly for a strategic redeployment, is useful. That gives me options on a strategic stage. So for those options, am I willing to pay that? Yeah, if there are certain shots, she's not going to be in as good a position. Am I prepared to play those odds? Yes. Whereas with a battleship, I'm not playing the odds, because the battleship is again, and start thinking about it from a nation state perspective, the battleship, well, that's my shield and my cudgel. It's the strong points of my protection. The battle cruiser, that's my lance. That's going to go out. And how many times do lances shatter in cavalry when you're charging at your enemy? Regularly. It's one of the main things that the lances do. They shatter. They counterattack and they shatter. Hmm?
A lot of the later ones are designed to shatter.
Yeah. And the thing is, you accept that so they do their job. And then you engage the rest. And that's the same thing with the battlecruiser. It's the lance. Sometimes it's going to break. Sometimes it's going to... But as long as it hits its target and does what you want it to do, you accept it. AC-75 all are wearing a box. But there again, my family used to go into battle often wearing a kilt. So frankly, well, that was enough protection. Into Morrison's, your favourite particular favourite in the World of Warships. Oh Oh. Now I have to look up a name because I'm Colaborative. Because I don't call it what it's supposed to be called.
I mean, Regan Slayman doesn't have a favourite.
Say again?
When it comes to favourite ship in World of Warships, Regan Slayman doesn't have a favourite.
I could probably narrow it down and probably could give you one at least.
They were my favourite.
The thing is, I have a lot of favourites because I play a lot of ships. But go on, yours then.
Rook.
I knew it. For me at the moment, it would probably be Plymouth. 16-gun Edinburgh. 16-gun Edinburgh with basically fully auto-loading guns is just amusing.
Yeah, but you're a tier 8 hull at it 10.
Yeah, but I get 16 guns with Minotaur reload.
Yes, you're also a town class hull.
And? That's what the smoke screen's for. Also, ironically, in some regards, the tier 8 hull actually has higher survivability than the tier 10. Because it doesn't have the increased citadel size. Because Minotaur has an increased citadel height.
Which was artificially added.
Yes.
Because I remember when she was launched, she used to have a below water citadel.
You're thinking of the battleships. Minotaur's always had...
Minotaur also had it.
Nope, Minotaur has... Nope, Minotaur has always had the citadel she currently has, Fox, so... Do not recite the deep laws to me. I was there when they were written.
Right, I'm just going to say mine is Duncan, and that's because, but I nickname her 2-1 because I frankly spend half my life going, I'm not bothering with the third turret, and I'm just going to use the front two to do the job. They tend to work quite well.
Well, with her 2 tactical nuclear weapons that she calls torpedoes.
British putting super back in super heavy torpedo.
The final example of a Nelsonian death wiggle. I do not want a horse for Christmas.
I cannot legally answer that here, so therefore I will not.
I despise horses.
Why do you think she sent them to the glue factory and opened TTD?
I like my cavalry. I like my horse artillery. So I like my horse artillery and my horse artillery.
I worry about you guys sometimes.
I know, I've been reading accounts of the Three Kingdoms, right? For the various books on it that have... And it comes repeatedly that they're just catapulting diseased horses over the walls.
Of course.
Yeah, this other thing.
And it's just like, yes, horse artillery.
With that being said, though, we have now been live for 36 hours and 14 minutes, or 9 hours and 2 minutes on the last of the YouTube Historiophons. The questions platform should now have turned off. Questions should now be closed. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Hope you had a nice time. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you again to everyone who has been here to help and to chat away, and just thank you. And take care. Hope to see you all again Thursday, Sunday, all the lives we have coming up, and maybe other things. And I'm not sure how much we've raised. I'll explain that next Sunday at Brew Ships, and we'll see if there's enough that I can, by hook or by crook, do this trip around the UK, around the north of the UK, because that'd be a fun one to do. Meet a lot of people. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care. Good night.
Are we done, boss?